I am sure sports. You know me there, I'm coast to coast representing. I mean, I say this is righteous representing for Omar. You don't know, come get your sports over here from near and far. Boy, 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 boy. Me say I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. I am sure sports, one thing me sure about. When me say sure, that me not doubt. Come get your sports, get it over here. Come subscribe, repost and share. If me not sure, that me not say it. Know who score, that me not say it. Never know no game play, that me not say it. If me never seen a game, me no know who play. For your sports news, better come over here so. For your soccer news, then come over here so. If you don't love sports, still come over here so. For the day done, you a go love over here so.
So when it comes on to behavior concerning football, Jamaica is decent. I am sure that if we can get all of these things done, set in place by the end of April, it gives us enough time before the World Cup campaign. Not afraid of no Brazil, no Argentina with these crap of players. We are good enough. Remember to like, subscribe, share. Listen, comment, let me know what your thoughts are.
Yo, Chubba Dog, SK New Artist, the body out there, Sniper King I represent for I Am Sure Sports. You get to me, I say, when you want the latest news and sports and updates and all of that, check out I Am Sure Sports. You know the thing goes in. Remember, cover the whole island. Remember Kingston, Westmoreland, Galchester, Orchard Race, Galtigo Bay, everywhere. I Am Sure Sports, check it out for the latest news and latest updates. Sniper King I represent. Where them feel like, yeah, someone on for the food from we young, from we day, you need height. I Am Sure Sports. Yeah, dog.
Yes, indeed. Bless indeed. Good to be here one more day. This is Manning's Man. Omar Stennett is the official name. And this is I Am Sure Sports for one more show today. Looking at the Jamaica Premier League. This is our review and preview show of the Jamaica Premier League. Going good. Some teams played 8 rounds of game. Some have played 7 rounds of 7 games. And so things are getting quite interesting. And we are going to have a very interesting show today, looking at last week's action and then previewing the action that is to come. You notice I've said that is to come because with the new curfew measures, the games for this week don't look like they're going to be happening. And so we're going to get some word to share with you what may be happening given the new curfew hours, and though test cricket is being played, that cannot be stopped, but the game probably will be deferred to triple headers on a Friday. But before the show is done, we're going to get all the confirmation you need concerning that, so you know when to look out and when to watch out. All right. Also want you to know what we did today. We had a video that came out at 12:30 on the channel. If you have not watched that, it's around 30 minutes. We do it every Friday. We call it the Big Banger. I want you to check out that. Also, we had a show last night called the Banter Show, where we have Premier League fans who come on and they discuss the EPL. And that was a very good show. We had fans from Manchester United. We had fans from Leeds, fans from Liverpool, fans from Arsenal on the program. And I want you to check out that, hear what they have to say about their club and what they think their club's chance is. I understand me, heading into the rest of the EPL season. For those track and field fans, let me give you a little update. Jamaica won one more medal in the long jump, the jumper, male long jump. We got a bronze medal, so that's 2 medals now for Jamaica at the World Youth Championship over there in Nairobi, Kenya. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. So, going well. We won the 100 meters, and we have a couple of persons advancing into the finals of the 200 meter. We have Lovell advanced into the finals. I mean, he ran well, very competitive. Doesn't appear unless he comes up and runs extremely well. He doesn't appear to be a medal candidate, but we should pick up some medals in the sprint hurdles on the female side and sprint hurdles on the male side. All right, but we're not here to talk track and field. Where are my people? Come on. Once you come on, remember, you know the drill. Hit the like button. Share the link. Encourage someone to join the progress, man, and join the work that we are doing. We have a couple of guests who will be with us today. We'll be hearing from persons from Waterhouse speaking about, Waterhouse FC in the Premier League, and we'll also have, as usual, Mr. Rudolph Speid, who is my co-host for this program. Yeah, so come on, like the video, make a comment. Yeah, let us know from early out what your thoughts are. I want you to do something for me as well. When you come on, if you were to select a best 11 up to this point at the Premier League, who are some of the players that you would have in that best 11? Let me ask the question again. If you were to select a best 11 up to this point of the league, who are some of the players who you would have in that best 11? I have mine, and I'll be giving you that shortly. If you were supposed to select a best 11 right now, based on the performances in the league, who would be in your best 11? Yeah. Let me know who would be in your best 11. All right, so what we're going to do, we're going to jump into the Premier League and give you some results from the fixtures last weekend, and let's talk a little bit about that. Every week one team gets a rest week, and that is because UE is they didn't contest the league this season, and so there's always a team that gets a rest. All right, and so the last set of fixtures from the 14th, the 15th, and the 16th. Here are your results. Let's pick up with the first game of the round. Was the game with Cavaliers versus Malines, and you remember that last week we had members of the Malines team. We had Mr. Walker, who spoke about Ronaldo Biggs, and Anthony Patrick. Miss Cohen was also a part of the comment section, and then we had assistant coach at Malines, Mr. Daly, and they were very coy in terms of what they thought the result would have been. I predicted that Cavaliers would have won by 2-0, and I predicted that based on just how Cavalier normally come out after they would have dropped points. They always make some adjustments, and they made some adjustments for this game. They came out comprehensive, 3-1 winners. Yeah, very, very good game. They got all the goals were scored in the second half of the game. There's a pattern that we have been speaking about that we saw. And so Anderson scored in the 49th minute, giving Cavaliers a 1-0 lead. And then in the 70th minute, he scored a double. He scored again. That assist was by Thomas, who has been having a good season, former JC Jamaica College striker. He assisted on that for the second goal for Anderson. But as you have been seeing, as soon as a goal is scored, most times the teams concede, and then Reed scored back a goal for the Malines team. And then Webster scored in additional time, in the second minute of additional time. We saw for the first time, yes, people, Jamai Topi. And Jamai Topi played in this game, right? He actually played in the center of midfield. Very, very and I'm going to ask Mr. Speid about this when he comes on, because Cavaliers played 3 at the back, 3 in across the middle. Maxwell, so it's a 3-3-1-3 kind of how the team played. Whilst Dumby Holden played 5-3-2, almost like they were playing a defensive, they set up in a defensive shape. Don't know if they fear the Cavaliers team. So they weren't given much in terms of attacking play. And so I think that is what led to their demise. But very interesting formation used by Cavaliers. 3-3-1-3. With Topi, Duxley, and Simpson. Very good tacklers. And what that did, it allowed Clark and Anderson and Ainsworth and Maxwell. You notice that, in fact, Cavaliers, there was no Atkinson. Atkinson came into the game. So Rochester came on, right? So Webster didn't start. So you can see that there was a strategy from Cavaliers to kind of rest, just give 3 fresh players. And then in the second half, they brought on what you'd call the more prolific strikers, and they came on and really ran at this Malines team, who just could not contain them. But it was good to see Jamai Topi, because many people, many persons have been asking, what is going on with Jamai Topi? This guy, had such potential, why isn't he playing, right? But hey, he turned up first game, didn't look excellent, but he didn't look bad. And so we expect better performances from Jamai Topi. Hope Malines can rebound. The second game of round 8 was, I had this the other way around, right? I had predicted, I had a 1-goal victory for one of these two teams, because I felt like, these teams have such potential. This is Waterhouse versus Mount Pleasant. I think these are two very good teams, good coaches, but both of them are lacking that killer forward, that killer striker, that person who is going to score a lot of goals. I know Waterhouse have Colorado Murray, but he's coming back from injury, and he hasn't gotten his goal scoring boots on. And so Malines, Waterhouse, Mount Pleasant, I thought again, Mount Pleasant didn't look good. I don't know if it's because they were missing Ladale Ritchie, and they had I think his name is Kevin Lane. They had the Guyanese center back, Kevin Lane, Layne, and he played in a back 4. So they played 4-3-1-2, right? So they had Kevin Lane, the youngster Christie. I don't know if he's really young, he's 18 years old. And they had Sulay McCullough and Liston James. I think that they missed the trick in midfield, because the players they have in midfield, I don't find them to be the most creative. They had Harvey, Rankin, and Isaacs, and all of these all three. In fact, Harvey was a centre back originally. Rankin plays centre back, and Isaacs is really a deep line midfielder. So in midfield, they lacked creativity, I believe, because they have 3 deep line defensive players in the midfield, right? And then they had Green playing like a number 10, which I don't think is his best position. And then you had Beckford and Benbow up front. I just think they got the formation wrong, and Waterhouse set up in such a way. And we have the 3-1 victory person here joining us, so we soon get back to you people. But Waterhouse countered them in how Waterhouse set up, right? So what Waterhouse did is play 4 at the back like Mount Pleasant. But Waterhouse played with 2 deep line midfielders, or you want to call one a holding and one a box to box, which is Binns and Howell. But they had Shaquille Bradford, who played behind the 3 strikers. And up front, they had Thomas Murray and Howell, who scored one of the goals for Waterhouse and gave them the victory in this game. So Howell scored. He was assisted by Andre Leslie, and then Andre Fletcher scored for Waterhouse. So Waterhouse defeating Mount Pleasant. Surprise result. I think the goalkeeper, I don't know what the goalkeeper was thinking. The Guyanese national goalkeeper. Mount Pleasant is down 1. He's trying to get the quick counter going, and he just some miscommunication between him and Liston James, and he just rolled the ball right into the Waterhouse players pass, who just, I mean, hit it so hard he had no chance of saving it. And so Waterhouse, I would say, surprised. This is their first victory over Mount Pleasant. See, Mount Pleasant has been in the Premier League, so it was bound to happen, and it did happen. And so congratulations to Coach Gale, because they always come so close. In fact, remember there was these games when Kemar Beckford and Benbow left, and Waterhouse was adamant that they needed to beat Mount Pleasant, and they got close, but never did it. But this time, Coach Marcel Gale got his strategy right, and so they won over Mount Pleasant. So that's for the two first games on of last weekend's fixture. Mr. Speed, I want to go back to Cavaliers game, right? I don't know if I was seeing doubles because I've never seen this formation deployed. So I'd love to correct me if I'm wrong, but what I saw was you basically playing a 3-3-1-3. Was that how you set up? Was that your formation? But I know you had 3 at the back. It looked like you had Simpson, Topi, and Duxley playing, and then Maxwell played in a number 10, and then you had 3 forwards. Was it a 3-3-1-3?
Well, it's more a 3-3-3-1.
3-3.
3-1, yeah.
Oh, okay. So Anderson was up front, and Maxwell played in like
no. The forward was Cleo Clark, the 16-year-old.
Oh, right. So right. There you go. Okay.
Anderson was playing right wing.
Right
midfield, and
Ainsworth
in the left midfield. That's the 15-year-old.
Okay.
Was playing the left link, and then we had Clear Clark up front.
Okay. Is this because you're playing more lines and you just trying different formations with the team, or you believe that this is how you needed to set up against more lines? Or listen, I'm going to rest some of my players because I mean Atkinson didn't start. Thomas didn't start. Webster didn't start, and these guys have really carried you in terms of goal scoring. What was the strategy behind resting these guys and playing this particular formation with this new set of players?
Well, it's not the first time I played that formation. You know, I did play it already. People just never notice it. They probably notice it in this game. The thing about that formation was really just to counteract a 4-4-2 formation with a diamond in the middle. So that's because they are playing with 2 strikers. So I don't need more than 3 persons to mark the 2. There's no need to use 4. and then they have a diamond, so it is possible that they could push three in front of one all the time. So and since I don't have any wing backs, out and out wing backs, and this formation was really to counteract a 4-4-2 diamond. So it's not the first way I've played it. I've played it before. We've played it against Tivoli. Reason why you probably don't see it is because we got the red card and we had to change what we did, right? But no, it's a system that we used to counteract that formation. But also, it's not a matter of the second part of not starting or resting.
Yeah,
It's a scientific rotation. After a certain amount of time on that turf, it's difficult for you to keep pounding the same players every week. If you do that, then they're going to start to get dead legs. They're going to start to give you less returns. It's not easy to play out here, So it was just a rotation on our part, which we have done before, and it's something that we'll continue to do.
Yeah. One of the other things is, why do you always seem to concede, even when you seem to be, and you always concede minutes after scoring?
Right.
When are you going to fix that?
Working on it. One thing that we're happy about is that, we scored the most goal in the Premier League since this season. We still have the second best defense. So even as though we look that bad, we still have the second best defense in the league. So so it's true. We had the best up to that game. So we only conceded 5 goals. So it looked bad, but it's not as bad as you think. But we're working on it. You have to understand that in the back we have 2 units first in the back who have never played Premier League before. This is their first year, so there's some inexperience. And we're playing for 3, so even put more strain on playing 3 in the back, so it put more strain on them. But we're working through it. They promised me some clean sheets, so now is the time.
Yeah, and because there's a couple of other teams with you who have same amount of like because Cavaliers, you only conceded 6 goals, which is the same amount that Mount Pleasant and Waterhouse have conceded. But you have actually, it's not really far because the best defensive record is really there, who have only conceded 5 goals. So the truth is that the gap is not wide, and then Portmore conceded 1 more, which is 7. So yeah, it's not really as bad as it is, but it must be a concern to you that, like I said, that most of the goals you're conceding right after you have scored, which is
right. And again, is the amount of young players that we have is the reason they're not able to consolidate. But it's something that we know we're working on, and we'll forget it right before the crunch time comes. But we're not so perturbed, because guess what? Every single game we have played except one, we have gone in front. And that is the key about winning games and sports folks.
All right. So the third game of the weekend was next surprise result to many, but I am not surprised that Humble Lion defeating Harborview by 2-0. And I am not. I saw what Harborview were doing. Obviously, they miss Lovell Palmer, and so they brought. Yeah.
No, you said that. You actually said, and I said it shouldn't matter. So you were right. You were sure. Yeah. You actually said without Lovell Palmer, they're going to have a problem.
Yeah.
But just to go back,
Go ahead.
But just to go back a couple of weeks ago, I told people that nobody wants to play on the land. If you play on the land at this particular point after losing 5 straight, it was always a gamble. You are going to win games, draw games. So if you are one of the top teams, you really don't want to be playing them. And it come true to form. Waterhouse bite the dust now. Harborview was two of the top teams at the top. Remember a couple of weeks ago, Harborview was leading the league.
Yeah.
With 8 points after 4 games. And now I'm not sure where they are, but probably 8th position, because basically they have virtually come to a walk. And it's not because they are playing that bad. It's just because more teams now are coming to the fore, and some of the bigger teams starting to get fit now. There's nobody can talk about being unfit after 8 rounds. It don't make sense to start unfit after 8 more weeks of playing. So now everybody is in them prime. Teams going to have problems because of how tasking, hard it is on the legs.
Yeah.
of people who haven't played for so much years. So that's gonna be a factor. But Humberline is a dangerous cookie. Dangerous.
I'm going to tell you a couple of things that in this game that I realized. One, Harborview tried to compensate for the absence of Lovell Palmer by playing Romario Campbell is his name, Rum.
Yeah, Rum. He used to be at Waterhouse.
Right, very good in midfield in terms of possessing the ball, knocking it around, but became a liability when they were defending. In other words, it made Humble Lion job easy because outside of his very good passing, he was ineffective in the other components of the game, which kind of affected how the team played generally. And so they came under more pressure defensively because Lovell. So many things were going wrong for them. And I think they need to, like what you did, rotate some of the players. I don't think Chang has missed a minute so far. I can't remember him not starting or being substituted. And I'm wondering if he's getting a little fatigued because he had a couple of opportunities. Though Taylor, I think, had a good game. He had a couple of opportunities that I think he should have capitalized on. And I'm wondering if what you're saying is true, that after a while, there has to be some rotation of your players. Because I think Priestley was the one who ended up being benched so that Campbell could come in to be that mature person in the team. And it never worked. It never worked, and so I don't know. I'm concerned. I'm concerned about Harborview. I feel like if they don't get the act together, there could be, and they have hard games going into the next two games. They have a couple tough games in front of them that we're going to look at. But Humble Lion had a couple of things going for them, though. I don't know if you noticed that one of the persons who died in Clarendon is a major sponsor of Humble Lion. Hotel Versailles guy. He passed away in the week, and they were kind of and then they had Dr. John Thomas, who is a part of it. His son is also a part of the Humble Lions team. Then he had Mark Rodney, who lost his father. And so I think they were coming into that game trying to do something like, when you have these emotional things, it can either break you or build you. And I think they use that as a springboard for the performance. They also missed one of their key defenders, and it forced them into a change, which is Andrew Vanzi played center back. And that was such a calming presence. And they put Gregory Lewis, who is a center back, in midfield.
Well, Andrew Vanze is one of the most underrated footballers in Jamaica. He is actually very, very good. I find him as one of the toughest players to play against in the Premier League. But I mean, with his skill set, and his acumen that he has, maybe if he had switched to centre back a long time ago, he would probably be able to be in the national picture because it's easy for him, in my mind, with his skill set to play centre half. Especially with coaches nowadays want that calm passing out at the back instead of clearing out the ball. So that was why he was able to fit seamlessly in there. In addition, he has defensive skills. And that could be one of the reasons why they were so calm and assured, because look here, one of the big players of the team is around the back. So it worked well for them. As to the emotion, yes, you can never tell which way it's gonna go. If it's good or bad. One of my players, Gadal Irving, that died too. He didn't. That's why
He didn't play. Right.
He came on late, but in mind, not on the game. So my time to work one way. No, I work somewhere. I have to send condolences to both person, father, as a football person. But even without all of that, I said before, Humberland was not going to finish a season and don't win a game. They would have been getting fit after a certain amount of time. So I know it's 8 weeks plus the preparation that they got. They should be right there, and they are very, very experienced players. So it's easy for it to happen, But and I still don't think them finish because I think them believe that 12 points might can give them something. A lot of teams, that is fourth, that is fifth and sixth, those spots are still up for grabs. Well, to me, all the spots up for grabs for them up to fourth for them.
Yeah. That is
But
true.
but more spots are. But I believe that any number can play for the playoffs still.
Yeah,
Nobody's sure
a
yet.
lot of changes could happen based on
Yes,
how
nobody's
the
sure yet.
standing.
But for Umberland, they
Yeah.
can catch a fourth place person. I think
Yeah.
they're going to do
Yeah. But I just realized that Harborview have this guy called Williams. He's from Trinidad. I'm wondering if he 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 was brought in from Trinidad to play, or he goes to school in Jamaica.
Who's the player?
I think he's Tyrese Williams. I think he may have played for schoolboy football at the track and
He
field for
was
KC.
brought in when?
Well, he started the
Yeah.
game. Do you know him? But he's
No. But I mean,
misses a lot of opportunities.
right, I wouldn't have been surprised. And I'm happy that Abubury actually looked at bringing in somebody from Trinidad. We have somebody from St. Lucia, Portmore, have KM. I mean, this is supposed to be the mecca of Premier League in the Caribbean. So I expect us, and I would gladly encourage it, if we were able to get more players from the Caribbean to play in our leagues, because all of a sudden, this would be where everybody in the Caribbean want to come, which would make us the center of attraction, which eventually it must be better for our league. So I'm happy that they have this player.
I have the two Guyanese down in Mount Pleasant as well.
Right. And then you have the two St. Lucian in Portmore, and we have one. So I would prefer if every single team had at least one overseas based Caribbean player, because
I
it
think
really
Kimberley
helps
have
our-
a player from one of the Caribbean countries, but we're going to check on that.
Yeah.
I believe that
It's a good thing. It's a good thing. Good look for our league.
All right. So that's Humble Lion 2. And Giovanni scoring again, 4 goals this season. And he knows how to kick penalty. So
Yes.
Jamaica ever need a penalty taker. And Giovanni is the man. All right. The other game, I mean, a lot of surprises this weekend. Portmore versus Arnett Gardens. What a surprise. Arnett
Yes,
Gardens.
it is a surprise because you practically gave Portmore the league after they dismantled Tivoli. Remember
I am
that?
telling you. I am telling you. So, whoa, Arnett Gardens, 3-1 winners. Never even looked like losing the game. That was what surprised me.
Well, I got that one wrong. I went with the farm book and said Portmore should win based on farm. But again, in this league, and the league tends to teach you a lesson. I think Arnett has learned a lesson. You could have seen the changes. They put Gotchu was the most creative player last year, the top player back in his number 10 role. They put Sigri in the midfield, who is a creative player, and just allowed him to create from midfield. He got, I think, 2 assists. And they put a centre half to play centre forward. So what they have done was just change up the dynamics, get the midfield a little bit harder, bench a couple players who probably wasn't giving them all. They brought back Cephas, I think. And Portmore was willing to knock the ball around, and I think that was probably the mistake. They got into a false centre security Portmore had like 63% position, I think, or 60%. In a false sense of security by keeping the position and thought they were dominating. But then Sigri had other ideas. He was just trying to play very straight and focus through the middle. And then they got the goals. So I think it's just a battle of tactics, basically.
And you know what was funny in this game?
And it came to.
What was funny in this game that Portmore changed their shape because they play 4-2-3-1. And Arnett, I don't know if they were trying to match up with Arnett Garden, because that's how Arnett Garden set up 4-2-3-1 with Cunningham. So both teams ended up setting up the team the same way. But I don't know. I mean, Portmore, like, there was no the left back. I know Coach Gardner was not there. I don't know what sort of influence that may have had on how the team played or how the team was set up.
Well, Sigel Knight had to come off early too with that injury.
Right.
So that's a difference. I mean, you had mentioned how good you think he was. Now it is evident how good he is for the team. Because once he came off, team structure was
everything.
just so
And
much
they
different.
brought on Willis, who I thought was just trying to kick shots. Outside of kicking shot, wasn't too involved in the game.
Well, no, but what happened there also is that just the whole idea of him trying to kick shot mean that he's pushing forward a little bit more than what Seagull would have
There,
done.
exactly.
So there was space being created because remember that the other player is also the number 8. So now you're playing with two persons who believe that they are number 8, and it's a recipe for disaster. You have to have a 6, somewhere. 6 is the quarterback.
Yeah, because just like Rivaldo Mitchell, who normally sits on the bench, he started. I didn't see the regular left back.
Omar Reed start in
Omar
his
Reed
place of
started.
yeah,
But he seemed to have been injured. They also had the left back is, oh geez, former St. George's player.
right.
Um,
No, he didn't start.
right. Then they had Damani Solomon on the bench, and
Right.
Breckenridge started instead, and then they brought on Damani Solomon. So I don't know if this is because of the absence of of Coach Gardner. They had the Guyanese also started, which is MacArthur, who never normally start. So they had a few changes in the team, and I think that may have affected them because it's Demar
Definitely, definitely.
Phillips wasn't in the midfield either.
So you know, just to go back a little overview, Cavalier did it, made some started, with some different players. Waterhouse did it too, to good effect. I don't know, and Portmore was trying to do it, it just never worked out for them. So I don't know if you saw that trend. Thank
Yeah,
you, Gareth. I don't know if you saw that trend where this was the case, but it just never worked out for them. Maybe there was just too many changes. And also, as I said before, when we were doing our game, because we started some youngsters, we had to manage what we did from a defensive point of view, and that also prompted us to play that formation because we know we had some youngsters up front who might not be able to hold them on. They did hold them on, but so Waterhouse did it try to work to start some of the like weaker players, and they brought on the heavyweights later in the game. I don't know if that was Portmore intention, but clearly it never worked. It worked for them.
yeah. Let me just go back to your game. Top Jamai Topi, first appearance of the season. He never looked bad, but never looked excellent. First game of the season. You can see that he's a quality player. I guess he needs to get um, you know, a couple of games going so that we can see the best of him. And what is his mindset now? Just coming back into the league after a couple of years absence and getting back into football. Is he pensive or is he just excited and just want to keep going?
Well, I mean, Tope, I'm kind of glad in iron out all of his issues. He was trying to
Yeah, he had some
out of his
challenge. Yeah,
paperwork. Yeah, he has gotten over that, but he was not playing football for a long while, so he kind of was out of shape a little. He's out of shape. So he's training with us. We thought we'd give him a little run out. Actually, you're correct. His pass completion rate was almost 80%. So he did well from that aspect. But you can see that he needs some additional work, which we're putting in to get him fit. And I hope he can be more influential as the leagues go on. We didn't even start him on the back. We started in central midfield, which is a position that he plays too, and play very well. A lot of people don't know that. That's where he made his debut for Cavalier when he started first playing for the senior team. So we're working with him and hoping to get him back up to fitness because, as you know, the quality that he has, and I think he can help us in the run.
I'd love for him to excel in that defensive midfield position because in terms of the Nationals make setup, I think that is an area that we're struggling to find a person who plays locally to kind of fill that void. So if that's something that he could really step into and show some class, it may open up the door for him to, you never can tell,
Yeah. No, it's true. And as I said before, his passing is so good. Probably one of the best passers on the team. So you're correct.
But I don't want to take away, let me just go back. I don't want to take away anything from Arnett Garden because they did play. You understand me? They did play well, in spite of all the changes that Portmore made and Ricardo Gardner not being there on the sidelines. They did play well, and so congratulations to the Junglers. I thought the second goal, I think, was it the third goal?
I mean, Guthrie free kick. That again was a brilliant free kick.
No, man, brilliant free kick. No, man, the third goal by the youngster who was at Lopez, Shande Lopez. I don't think that should have. I don't know. I felt like a national goalkeeper and Foster allowed that one to creep in at the near post. I don't know if he was anticipating the player going, across him and gave up the space at the near post. But I thought it was a poor goal, from a national goalkeeper. That's just me. Maybe I'm being a little bit too harsh, but side of the foot, the guy kicked it off his left foot. You shouldn't be beaten on your near post.
I just think that the player took the shot just before Foster was able to settle. So Foster was still running to him. And one of the problems when you're running to players, you can't dive. You're not able to balance properly. So I think that's what really happened to him. Lopez probably took the shot a couple seconds. Not a couple seconds. Took the shot a split second before Foster realized that he was taking the shot. And that's what beat him. But yeah, you're right. Maybe he should have tried his foot. Maybe he would have saved it if he tried his foot. But you're correct. But it happened.
Yes. But like I said, don't take any away from Arnett Garden's good performance. The final game of the round, unfortunately, I only got reports on this game. I didn't get the opportunity to watch it. Dunby Holden and the Tivoli Garden ending 1-1. Goals by Bowers from Tivoli and Bygrave scored for Dunby Holden. Like I said,
I think Devar Gray took a torrid shot from the right side of the left side of Dunboyne goal, and the keeper parried into Bowers. Bowers was able to just pass in the goal basically. He got a gift. Nothing to do to finish. But then what's his name again from
Bygrave?
Bygrave saw the Tivoli Garden goalkeeper off his line.
Yeah.
And unleash a shot from about 40 yards in the back of the net in the 44th or 45th minute. Probably 45th.
Yeah,
plus
almost half time because
Yes. And unleash a shot from which gave the goalkeeper no chance based on where he was. But it could be fighting for the goal of the season based on the distance and the power that he was able to muster behind the shot. Otherwise, they effectively cancelled out each other basically. And there was not much to write home about otherwise.
Yeah, and Tivoli also gave a debut to the guy from Cayman Islands, Nelson.
Right.
So he played, but he was substituted, but he played. So that's the next what you'd call
Caribbean player,
Anthony Nelson. Yeah,
that's another Caribbean player, which is, as I said before, is really just good. Because if we're doing television product, then you want people to watch it on television. So this is just good for us, where people start to watch it, and as more they watch it, the more our league will grow, and the more people hear about it.
Yeah, so that's good to see. One of the things I need to highlight is that Benbow of Mount Pleasant was red carded for an off the ball incident, but the thing is, it was not caught on the replay in terms of the TV cameras. So it was the assistant referee who indicated to the referee that something happened. Don't know what it is, but it from what I've heard, players are going to defend players. There was no real contact. So I found it don't make any sense. Why would the assistant referee call the head referee for a man to get a straight red card if there was no contact? But you don't have any replay to verify it.
I am not sure if the rule said that you have to have contact. I'm sure there could be intent.
Okay.
Like attempt murder. Intent to commit murder. You get a prison save.
Okay, so you could be carded for the intent.
Yeah. If you punch a swing like a roundhouse off somebody and the person duck, referee still gonna red card you. Well, I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just saying, even with that, you didn't make no contact. You hear that explanation? I didn't make no contact, so you intended to make a contact. So if the
Okay.
referee saw you doing that, then they can red card.
Okay. All right. So let's look at the league table. Veer sits atop the league table. They have 4 wins, 2 draws, 1 tie. They have scored 9 goals, conceded 5, and they're on 14 points. They are in first place. Then you have Portmore, who have played 1 game more. They have 4 wins, 1 draw, and they have 3 losses. 11 goals for, 7 against. 13 points. Then you have Cavaliers. 7 games, 3 wins, 3 draws, 1 loss. 12 goals for, 6 against, and they have 12 points. Then Mount Pleasant. 7 games, 3 wins, 2 drawn games, 2 defeats. They have conceded 6 goals, scored only 5. They have 11 points. Waterhouse. They are in sixth place, 7 points, 2 wins, 4 losses, 4 draws, 1 loss. They have scored 9 goals, conceded 6. They have 10 points. Tivoli also on 10 points after 7 games with 2 wins, 4 draws, 1 loss. 8 goals for, 7 against. Then Harborview slipping down the table week after week after week. After 8 games, which means that they're in danger because any of the teams below them win. And after 8 games, they could end up being they could fall as low as 9th, so they could exchange places with Arnett. So Harborview have 2 wins, and though we think like Harborview was doing well all along, it's only 2 wins they have, 3 drawn games and 3 losses, 10 goals against, 11 goals for, and they are on 9 points. Arnett Gardens, 7 games played. They have 2 wins, 1 drawn game, 4 losses. They have scored 9 goals, 6 goals, conceded 9, 7 points. And then Mullines, 7 games played, 1 win so far. They have drawn 3 games, lost 3 games, scored 6 goals, conceded 10, 6 points. And then Humble Lion bringing up the rear after 8 games. They have 2 wins, 6 losses. They have conceded 13 goals, scored only 6. So they are not bad in terms of scoring goals compared to the other teams. The problem they have, they're conceding too much, and they are on 6 points. The team that I think is under the most threat now is Harborview because they have played 8. They only have 2 games left. And Arnett Gardens can pass them. So when you look at the fixtures, for this round, Harborview plays Mullines, which is really a must win. If they don't get 3 points from this, they could be in some problems. That's the Harborview versus Mullines game that is scheduled for this week, because after that, they get a rest week, and their last game is against Arnett Gardens. So they're in a little bit of problem. In other words, even if they win this game, they may end up having to, like, the last game between them and Arnett Garden could determine which one ends up in the top 6. All right. So here is the question that we're going to answer before we get into the team of the week. Big up Dre Anyweather, Royal Land, and Coach Karumi. That's what we're going to talk about right now. Karumi. Mr. Speid, is there any information given the announcements last night concerning the curfew, the changes to the curfew, no movement day? Is there allowance for the league to continue and train or is it that the schedule is going to be adjusted to function within the time frame? Any word on that, or is too soon to speak? Although the game is tomorrow, so it can't be too soon. So teams can make preparation or know what is happening. You're muted. You're muted. You have to come up. Yeah.
No. The JFF acted fast. We know from this morning or early noon. We're not. The JFF has just said let us play on Fridays and Saturdays. So there'll be 3 games on Fridays and 2 games on Saturdays. We're not trying to go against what the government has said. We're just adjusting to what their schedule is. So come for the next 2 weeks, what is going to happen, or the next 3 weeks, what is going to happen is that we're going to play 3 games on Friday, 2 games on Saturday, and testing will start on Wednesday. So it's a case of you get 2 days to train and test, and then you start playing games after that, and then you have to lock down for 3 days. So that is what is going to happen.
Okay, all right. So you hear that, people. So no games this weekend.
No.
The games this weekend will be pushed back to Friday of next week and Saturday of next week. All right. So let me just say that again. The games scheduled for the 21st, the 22nd, and the 23rd, they have been pushed back to the 27th and the 28th. Right. That's where they will play. So here's how it's going to work, because a little complicated. Remember the curfew, I think it ends on the Wednesday morning. So that means the teams cannot train Mondays and Tuesdays. They start training on the Wednesday. And so they will train on the Wednesday, do their tests. I think train on the Thursday, probably light training. And they play on the Friday or the Saturday. All right. Then no training again Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Well, let me not say no training. They can, because teams are going to find a way to get the players to use probably Zoom and those things to do some stuff. I don't know how that is going to work, because I know some teams will be able to do that, give the players certain things to do over the internet virtually, I believe. But that is what is going to that is going to go. That is what is going to happen. Right? That's how it works, Mr. Speed, right? So Friday, Saturday.
Whatever is done in those periods, it's going to be the same thing like what the Olympians them do, right? When them say they mustn't train, then find a way to train and get gold medal, right? So the team that is more organized is going to find a way to do something in the lockdown days, and those teams will probably come out of that. So this is what one of the things like coronavirus teaching us. Listen, you need to be organized, know what you're doing, regardless of what is happening. So if a team decide to sit the 3 days and don't do anything, you might run into a problem. If you're active and find some ways to get the players active, then you'll be in a better state. But this is probably the best win situation where, we couldn't have played Wednesday and Thursday because the team would come sitting down for 3 days and just go and play. So this is the best solution, is to say, okay, if you're playing Saturday, you have 3 days to train. If you're playing Friday, you have 2. You have to do your testing either Wednesday or Thursday. But team, do like what you used to do, get the players individual to do some work. So when you're coming for the sessions, which is the technical sessions, the 2 days before your game should be enough. So that is what we're doing.
All right, excellent. I think that's an excellent plan, given the conditions, that at least there is some forward planning. Though you may have been caught off guard, you already had a contingency to facilitate, because we can't do with the league not being, for any reason not being played. So we are very grateful that,
So the only matches that could play this week would have been the Saturday matches, but why play them and then, so it's better for us to just put everybody on the same track, even make sure everybody have the same opportunities. Although the team that plays Saturday have a little edge, but then, well, not really, because both of you playing Saturday. So yeah, I think it's fair what the JPL has work out.
What I want to know is that for the Friday game, because 3 games, normally the first game on a Saturday starts at 1. And the second game starts at I think 3.
Somebody have to play at 10 o'clock.
Okay, somebody will have to play 10 o'clock. So there will be one 10 o'clock game, one 12 o'clock, and then you have
12:30.
12:30 and like the 3 o'clock.
3 o'clock, yes.
Right, and then the two Saturday games would be the regular.
Yeah.
The regular.
There's a 6 o'clock curfew time.
6 o'clock curfew. So
It'll be 12 and 3, I think, something like that.
Right. So that is the adjustment. And listen, what I'm glad about is exactly what you have said, that all the teams going to experience the same thing. No one has an advantage, because the only team could say they have an advantage is that Veer get a little extra rest because they were on the rest week. And so they get a little longer rest before the next game. But when at the back end of it, when the game start playing, somebody else, you understand me? Somebody else is going to benefit anyway. So there's
let me give you a fun fact.
Yeah.
No team that rested has ever won a game when they come back.
Really?
No team. They have either and for the first 4 weeks, I think they all lost. And then there has been some draw with Cavalier and Waterhouse. But before that, they all lost.
Oh, okay. They all lost, except for the Waterhouse game.
And Cavalier, I think Waterhouse Cavalier. I think probably Waterhouse cover is 7 games. Waterhouse Cavalier and Tivoli has drawn, but everybody else has lost.
Yeah, Mr. Blake. Mr. Blake said that he's.
Was every game last round? I mean, watch the Cavalier Waterhouse game and think it.
No, that's what I want him. All right, because listen, Mr. Blake gave me a very, very hard time this week about the state of the league, and so I had to say, big up. I had to say to, Cataract. Let me call him Cataract. That here's the thing. It's what you compare the league to. If you compare the league to the English Premier League, you're going to say the quality is not good. I am not comparing the league to the Premier League or the Championship in England. I'm not doing that. I am saying that based on where the league was and where the league is, there is improvement. All right, that's number one. Number two. So the league has improved. The quality of play has improved. Now, we can say that it is not the best league. I can agree with that. But we have good players, even if you think the league is bad. And people can't understand that.
Well, look here. I mean, when you watch some teams in the English Premier League, you want to go to sleep and you want even play either. But so the truth is, when the top teams going to give you a better game all the time, every single time, because of quality, right? So it's just for us to figure out who are the top teams. I have a feeling that when we reach the last 6, the quality will even improve some more. So I am not really worried.
Yeah. So that is my thing. My thing is, it's very simple. The league has improved, right? However, there's still poor play. But even with the poor play, they're excellent players.
Right. And it's a building block. Remember, next year the league start early again, and next year you're looking at an additional team coming in, and next year you're looking at improvements on what we have. Coaches get better, players get better, more experience. No, don't sweat it. We're good. We're building from somewhere.
Exactly. All right. I like that, Coach Karumi. Yeah, it's our league.
Yeah. Can't desert it. None of that.
So I said to Mr. Blake, Mr. Cataract, because I have to call him Mr. Blake, because he have a big debate this weekend, so I have to make sure I put title.
My debate this weekend, my debate, sir.
Well, the national team, he and this guy named Cranky, have a big debate coming up this week.
I know both of them.
You're right, they have big bet on it about who's here supposed to grow back.
What is the debate?
Mr. Ketter, remember, Mr. Blake, you need to come and tell us. I think it's Sunday now. They need to tell us when
You
is
have to
the
make sure I watch that Sunday. Yeah. Ryan, family doing good, man. On you. And I follow your thing in Ryan. Don't think I don't watch your thing. I follow your thing.
Yeah.
Pick up yourself.
Right. So right. So I am saying. So all I'm saying is that we have to show some love to the league because we can't be criticizing the players when we see them turn up in a one Reggae Boys game. You have to watch them in the league because they are called from somewhere.
Well, man, don't justify it that way. Mary was just counting a while ago how many persons from the Caribbean is now in our league. Our league are nearly 10, right? So yeah, we're poor, but guess what? The Caribbean see we as the kingpin, so they want to come here. I'm sure by next year we'll probably have up to 20. So we could just move ahead. No, I have to justify it. It's all right. We'll see.
Yeah. So that's it. And like I said, okay. Oh right, it's this Sunday. What time? What time, Ryan? What time is it? Formula. Who knows? Or Dre. What time is it?
And what is the topic?
Yeah. Well, let me bring on Mr. Blake to ask him when we're gonna debate. About because that's why the PM locked down the place. This one is a joke. Yeah, but the truth is, and this is where I kind of differ. I was like today, and I asked this question earlier in the show. For those of you who watch the league, if you were to select 11 players based on what you have seen of the league so far, who would those 11 players be? If you were supposed to pick a starting 11 from the games that you have watched, all the games combined, because every week I have an 11. All right. No. I struggled. I gotta tell you the truth. Whether a man believes that the league good or not, I struggled to select the 11 players, So Mr. Speed, you're gonna have to help me because listen, I am saying that boy, the things are so close. The amount of good games players have is so close that even if you don't think they are good, it's hard to select 11. You understand what I mean? It doesn't make the selection any easier. But sometimes I wonder if we know we are the kingpin of the Caribbean. That's true. I don't think we keep forgetting that. And that we are also, I still believe that we are at least 5th in CONCACAF. I don't think this whole thing that they have, they put Canada in front of us or because of the Gold Cup consistently. I believe you're muted. You're muted, Mr. Speed.
We are ranked number 4 on FIFA ranking.
There you go. But outside of that, I believe that if you want squeezing, we have consistently been between 6th and 4th in terms of our CONCACAF ranking. So when you look at that, yeah.
And in Caribbean, that CFU, we're always number 1.
No, always number 1. I think the last time Trinidad probably was the only team when they qualified
when they went to the World Cup
during that period. All right, Mr. Blake, I'm going to invite you to come and talk to us. Good afternoon, sir.
This is Pastor Cataract of the Anthony Grand Church on the Rock.
Yes.
Keep telling you. It's a Speed afternoon. My name is Bad afternoon. Bless you.
Good afternoon. Yeah, that good. That's why I can go to that limb. But me don't know if you can climb tree. We out on a limb.
well, the pastor is here and you should have get on the Archdeacon for the Lord Ravel Church. That's you should have bring on Mr. Clancy.
When is the debate, Cataract? What time and what
Sunday,
is it?
7 p.m. 3 topics.
What are the 3 topics?
They to select a probable starting, our suggestion for starting 30 squad. No, 30 man squad.
Okay.
30-man squad, and then break it down to a 23-man squad, and then a probable starting 11 from our perspective. That's number 1. Number 2, second topic is what are the strategic actions that the JFF can undertake to ensure that we qualify successfully for Qatar and beyond. And I think there's a third one regarding.
Should Anthony Grant be in the 30-man squad?
No, we
Oh.
went broader. We went broader because we know the answer to that. We know the answer to that. The whole Jamaica know the answer to that. The ball has played 360 minutes in League
Okay.
Three.
What is the third
Nobody
topic?
played close. The third topic is what the first 3 games. What should be the benchmark for the points Jamaica got in the first 3 games, and if those are not met, should Coach Whitmore be fired, or who should be held accountable rather if we don't achieve the expected number of points.
Okay.
So 3 very hot topics: coaching, administration, and squad. You know, 'cause we have to keep the thing lively. You know, 'cause that's why the truth be told, that's why the place locked down. Cranky versus Cataract. The whole Jamaica is at standstill. It's not
Who's the
Delta.
judge? Who's the judge?
Oh, they have 3 judges. 3
So why they never
independent
invite
judges.
Mr. Speed to be the judge? I need to ask Coach Minzy to invite Mr. Speed to be the judge.
No, who is the judge?
No,
Well,
yeah.
I'm going to help you with still. But
Hold on. As I said, this we have to do. I don't know if you watch Food Network. There's a thing called Beat Bobby Flay. I always watch it. Cause I like cooking. So I think that the winner of this debate should debate Mr. Speed. That would be a crown. Because whoever loses now have to grow them here like locks until the end of the World Cup qualifiers. So me look good as a ballhead.
yeah,
The next show
better
I'm
than
win.
may I send a man for him debate, man. But so look here now. So you have 3 judges. Who are the 3 judges?
No, we don't know the 3 judges.
Oh, you don't have judges yet? Okay.
No, they have the judges, but they know Cataract badness. They know some of my people, them go pay the judge them and them things. So they ask the judges to be sequestered until the night.
Come on, I say this thing, go. You should have carry 1 judge. Frankie carry 1 judge, and then there's a neutral judge. That way we know, say, that we don't want next thing, you have a 3 judges on your side.
No, man, it's a Coach Minzy. I trust Coach Minzy.
All right.
But
We soon get back to the league
I'm here
Cataract.
for some practice, but I want to talk about the
Yeah, man.
JPL.
Yeah, man.
First time on the
Hold on,
show.
hold on the Cataract, because I need to take this. I'm going to get back to you because he watched the games. Mr. Speed, I convinced him to watch the games. So I want you to hear his thing. And
The last round again.
The last round,
Last
right, right.
No, plus I watched some
The week before.
random games the week before, and week
yeah.
6. I watched some random games in week 6.
Right.
Yeah, okay,
So
okay.
you watch a few. So now he has a moral authority to speak on the issue. Let's put it at that. But I think Formula was saying that we should be doing much better. Totally agree. Is that we don't want to settle for being 5th place and 4th place from a Jamaica perspective. We ought to be doing better, and I think this cycle of the World Cup gives us the opportunity. All right, so let me just take big up Noctai. All right, but this is Coach Uwe has named his 11. All right, but I don't see him have a goalkeeper in there. You have to,
Dennis Taylor.
No, I never came in.
1,
Him
2,
send us
3,
like this
4,
player.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, 10. Oh, I
Him
guess
just send like the player.
okay. All right. So here's again for persons who have watched the league. If you were to select an 11, because we are going to do that, who would be the 11th player based on the eight rounds of games so far that you would select? So Dwayne Atkinson, Webster, Ming, Russell, Chang, Thomas, good names. I think Thomas from Waterhouse or from Cavaliers. Murray, Messam is at Veer. Irwin at Cavaliers, Dyer, the captain out by Dumby Holden. But we're gonna give you some name. All right, so the whole Jamaica know that the credible team over here today.
Team Cataract. Big up Dre Anyweather.
Oh,
Yeah,
you
man.
talking Thomas from
Team
Cavaliers.
Cataract, man.
All right, Cataract, give us your perspective from the games that you watch and who you saw and who you were overpromised on, but they under-delivered.
Okay, so let me start from the positive note. A league is being played. The league is being played consistently, as you have bit of pains to point out before. Some of the problems that plagued the leagues in previous years seem to have been addressed. There is a improvement in the standard of refereeing. There is also issue of players getting paid, and the whole look is very professional. Except Mr. Speed, but I know it's not your thing, so we can't beat it. Tell Mr. Williams, that music there what them get for the something there. Boy, find one of young producer them and make a bad beat. Because when name the bless, who give you your intro man in man. No, but it's annoying man. God no. That beats up there. But nice presentation. Yeah, everything. Can't take anything away from that aspect. Game start on time and those things. But I want to come to the big picture, the global picture. Football is entertainment. For people like me, it's just my life. Outside of music, I just love football. But for the mass of the people, it's entertainment, which means it's competing with other entertainment options. You understand? Even for those who love football, you are competing with a proliferation of leagues and football available on the TV. So right now, you take me away from Bristol City versus Swansea, where I'm watching 5 Jamaicans in action. You understand? One half of Swansea team are Jamaican, you know, Mr. Speed. One half of the team. One half of one team. Well, then bench, Jamal Lewis bench today. But if he was playing, it would be one half, 5 of them out of the 11. But so it had something that enticed me to leave that game because it just started at the second half. 1-0 Swansea up to come and speak to you. So if you don't have a product on a Sunday when the English Premier League is playing, and I have to watch on a Sunday, on a Saturday, it means what you are providing to me has to be of some level that equivocates to it or is equivalent. Not the same standard, you know, because you don't have no 100 million pounds to buy a player. But the level of ball has to. And unfortunately, it is not. I'm just tell you that straight up. Mr. Speed is painful to watch. I tell him already saying, I have to put Red Bull in my coffee to stay awake. I can't watch no game for 90 minutes. At best, I watch the Cavalier game for 45 minutes and then watch the replay again and take another 45 minutes. But in general, you can take about 20 minutes of it. Because the level of play is poor. It's poor. The first control, the touch, the turnover of the ball. I watch Harbourview. And in the Harbourview match, in the first 2.5 minutes, the ball turned over 12 times. We can't watch a game like that. You're asking me who like football to sit down and put myself through that. It can't work. So that's a start. On the positive, who catch my eyes? One player. Catch my eye, as I would say, as a decent footballer. And that's Andrew Van Zee. But I watched 2 games I watched it. So 180 minutes. Like I said, Andrew Van Zee is a decent footballer who played 90 minutes of decent football. A lot of the players who you mentioned, Mr. Speed and yourself, they have flashes of brilliance. But when you look over the game, off the ball movement, tackling, tracking back, it lacking. The other 2 players who get my eyes up, I'm gonna watch for them in week 9. Fletcher from I think it's Waterhouse, he scored a goal. I'm not sure the team. I can't remember them.
Andre
Fletcher.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. A left foot. Caught my eye, have to watch out for him. And I think Guthrie, captain of Arnett Gardens.
Yeah, had a good game. They score a good free kick.
A decent shift. Put in a decent shift. So we can build my 11. So probably end of this week we can tell if I see even 11 players. Dennis Taylor in the goal. um, was reasonable. I mean, and I would say Dennis Taylor for me in a I give away one of my spots in my 23-man squad would be Dennis Taylor as the third string goalkeeper for the national team.
Cataract, somebody asking if you saw Dwayne Atkinson. Ryan asking you.
I have to watch the next game with him. My jury's out.
Oh, he didn't start this game. I think
Right.
that is probably why. For Cavaliers, because he came on, right, Mr. Speed?
Correct. Yeah, it was
Yeah.
rotating.
Right.
Okay.
So I didn't. As I say, I have to watch a proper game with him.
Well,
Yeah,
unless
but-
the Waterhouse game did score twice against Waterhouse. So,
Right.
Yeah.
as I say, it's flash of brilliance. Not he's
Right,
correct. Them need a lot to. Them have a lot to learn.
And the other thing, though, Mr. Speed, and this is my assessment of the fear in everything. Many times when I see the attacking players, right, and the goal scored or attacking player make a move, most of it, 90% of it, is because the defending players woeful or it's a goal through error. So
Poor
you
defending.
can't really say, boy, this a man, what him do can translate for him, all right, to go on to my
Higher
to go
level.
on to the higher level.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure if the competition, I'm not even sure. I'm sure of what I see. I saw a play. Oh God, sorry, I forget it. It was one of the goals. The man out muscled the defender on the byline, and then squared the ball back in. And then on the far post, the right hand side post, the forward scored the goal. I think he's from oh
That was
God.
Thomas. That was Cavalier. Where him out
Yeah.
muscle the center. But
Yeah, so
Thomas is 6 foot at 2 now, and 19, he young and strong. So don't. And the man is
No.
32 and out muscle still. But
Mr. Speed.
but you know,
But Mr. Speed, let me hold on the Cataract. So Mr. Speed, you want to respond to some of what Cataract just
Yeah, man,
said?
respond and we
We
can keep
agree or
talking.
disagree, and then I'll let him continue.
Oh,
Respect
you mean
Ryan.
me?
Respect the love, Ryan. You see the people
Yeah.
jumping them team do Cataract. I'm gonna show you the teams, because most of us have the same players, and these are some of the players they need to watch. So you're gonna make me and Mr. Speed look at them and see. But go ahead, Mr. Speed.
No. What one I funny thing about some of the goals that I see, like even in English Premier League, I see man cross the ball and the defender never kick the ball and then one goal. Cataract, me say that often, English Premier League, I mean. So what you say those people do have no technique. So most time when goals score is because somebody made a mistake or the defense never set up properly. So I wouldn't say that, but can you look and see what the cleanness in the attack? And even if the persons were not in position, maybe they couldn't. Like in the Tivoli game against Portmore, the guy that scored the 2 goals, is Portmore 2 goals at the back post. I mean, they were clean attack down the right flank, square to the back post. There was this guy scoring 2 goals in a similar fashion. So there are some clean goals. Not all of them is clean, but there was enough. And I thought that I see those goals every day. Yeah, and I see those goals every day in all the leagues. What I would be more concerned with is the retention of the ball, where I agree there 100%, where people don't seem to can put 10 passes together, 20 passes together, build phases of play. We're kind of poor on that in the league too. But I am encouraged. Say we are still the best we have in the Caribbean, and we're only going up. I'm encouraged. But he's correct about a lot of things that he said. A little bit harsh on some, like because almost every goal is a mistake, basically, to be honest. Unless he's a genius to carve it out. And so that's really what happened. Yeah.
So I accept what Mr. Speed said in some essence, right? Let me be fair in the analysis. What I'm saying, Mr. Speed, is let me it's some schoolboy mistake then. It's not like some atrocious mistake where I think that's what I'm trying to say. That I know in a league a defender make a mistake, sometimes $1 billion, £1 billion fall in a mistake. If you remember Steven Gerrard's slip for Liverpool cost them the title. right? So what you're trying to do is say you are cutting out the unforced error. Let me put it that
Yeah.
way. The unforced error mean you're not under pressure. You don't have Jack Grealish running at you. You don't have Ryan Giggs running at you and turning you inside out, right? You just make an unforced error, or you make a bad defensive play. So you positionally, you're out of position, or you, as in the game, the goal with Cavalier, you're just weak. You make an attacker run on your inside and out muscle you. So I would accept that from Mr. Speed that there were a couple of clean goals. I'm not saying every single goal, right? But I think somebody said it in the comment section, so I want to adjust my statement. Mr. Speed is the passage of play, so it's not a free flowing game. You
No,
know, it's not
this is what they
right,
said. They said that the play
right.
isn't free flowing because the teams are so close in stature. I think what he's saying is that the matchup of the teams, like if you get say a Waterhouse versus Cavaliers, because they're so evenly matched. This is what I'm assuming. It may not be as free flowing. I think that is what he means.
No, no, no. But
But
Qatar, no, 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 no. But if you see, say, Manu and Man City playing, them close, but you're gonna see enough passes. So what me and Qatar was saying is how you build up play. You don't see the build up coming up neat, and you see the plan everybody trying to come out with. And he's right. I mean, very few teams try to build up like that. But as again, very few teams know how to build up like that. So it's a whole combination. As soon as we get better um, at coaching and playing under players understand the game more, we will get better. But like Management would say, first time, if you were going to choose a career between going to play football and going to work, even if he's a good player, initially you probably say, say you better me go work because you know me. No, it's not the same. I can see players now trying to dedicate their lives to become professional footballers because they feel that they can get a living, they can earn a living. So yeah, we have a whole heap of issues. It's just that we have to work through them. And I agree with Cataract, like 80%, the other 20. I think him still underestimate some of the players. I'm gonna tell you why. A lot of players that I have in this league playing now, them go overseas and play football. And some players who graduate from this league go overseas and play football. I don't want to call a name, but one player tell me that, listen, when I go to Europe, every time I lift up my foot, the player just run past me. The player in Europe just run past me, just run past. I mean, so I'm telling you that
yeah.
there, and I can compare that talent with other talent that we have here. So I think, no, we have better players. They are better than you really think. It's just the environment that they need to set.
Qatar, let me give you an example. All right. So I don't know if you saw. So look at, I'm going to give you some names, Mr. Speed. You're on Cataract. So this is Karumi, who is a coach. He speaks about Dwayne Atkinson, Webster, Ming, Russell, Chang, Thomas from Cavaliers. I think this is Nicochet Murray. I think he could be speaking of. Messam is from Veer, Irwin, and Dyer. I think all of these players are
So
25 and under, I think.
so Manny,
No,
the
no,
total
Atkinson 19, Webster 19, Ming at 22, Russell at probably 22, Chung at 20, Thomas 19, Murray 20, Messam, I'm not sure, Messam from your old, Irving 22, Dyer is the only one who
24.
probably is at 25.
24, yeah.
Yeah, there's nobody, they're all teenagers which need some time
To
and not
develop.
22 to develop.
What I'm showing you, I'm not going to show you my 11, but I'm going to show you now. This is the next person naming 11.
I want to,
So look at the names again. I want you to look at the names. No, man, let me come
hold
back
on,
in.
hold on.
Why? Why?
I don't want you show the Mr. Speed off for the trajectory we're on. I will come to the 11, right?
Okay.
Because I saw Van's name in this 11, which I told you he was really the standout player for me. Um, you know, I like what I saw. I like good football, right? It's just like if I go to a restaurant, I like good food. If a chef now fire, I'm now go back and eat and pay. Worse yet, pay my money for go do it because it's not free to hear, right? But Mr. Speed, what I say is it's not only the retention of the game, because some people might decide they don't want to play the tiki taka or they don't want to play the possession football. But on the converse, I haven't seen any team do that like the Liverpool style. 2, 3 passes and then the ball into the danger area. you don't see that. It's the accuracy of the passing, which is a concern to me, because those are the things that translate from it, right? And believe that there. That's just what I wanted to add. But I have to agree with 20% of what Mr. Speed said. I have to agree with it that if you say to me you're building, I will accept this as the house not finished and the structure go up and your chaos. You understand? I will accept that.
Because my position has always been based on where we were.
No, and Mannings,
No man,
my
finally.
agreement with you on that is this is a world, this is a global environment.
Yeah, but
So you can't compare to bad to say, boy, I made it bad, right? We are big man here, so that is like if your wife complain about your performance and say, boy, the 2 minute now work, and then next week you will say, boy, see me do 3 minutes, be happy. No, it's still a problem. What the lady is saying is do an hour. I'm saying give me an hour of good football.
No man, you're missing the point of baking, man. Cause you got for
No,
wrong and all that.
No, because what you're saying is when you were coming from, where you're coming from is where you're looking at to where you're going. And I'm saying,
look. Yeah,
it's
looking
the
at
base.
where you're, all right, looking at where you're going. It is important to look at where you're going, but you must look at where you're coming from to see if you're making progress. Right? So based on where we were 3 years ago to where we are today, the influx of young players mean that we're on the right trajectory. Meaning the place that we want to go to at least to the level of where the championship in England is. We are far from that, but we are still closer than we were 3 years ago. That's all I'm saying.
Other people have argued this, and that when they tell us in our history, come on, talk about this JPL. That when you had, and Mr. Speaker, you can tell because I didn't live in Jamaica at the time, when you had like Diego Gordon and those players, Lenny Hyde, Teacher Hyde, that the quality of football was better than what we see last Sunday. That they were certified stars in the local football structure that attracted a following. People leave to go watch Teacher Hyde, leave to go watch Skill Core, leave to go and watch Winston Angling, Michael Hector. Those are the ones that I came when I just came.
Definitely not Michael Hector.
Maybe not Michael Hector. Michael Hector is a very good midfielder.
Hector Wright.
Hector Wright. Oh, God. I have Hector on my mind. Actually, I was just reading about his possible transfer, which I'm very glad for him. And I hope that Mr. Speed, Tapper, and the technical committee take note. Nobody is buying Michael Hector as a CDM. None of the clubs that are interested in Michael Hector, Bournemouth, etc., they're buying a 6'4.5" centre back.
Fine, but this team. I would not have Amal Knight in there because he hasn't played enough game. So, but you look at Russell name comes up again. King from Cavaliers, Talbot, Webster. Some of these names. You look at Marlon's team. He has first 10 goal. Ming, Solomon, Topi. No, Topi can't. Topi just play one game. Topi's first game was. I would not put him in a 11 so far.
Man, just a type name.
Yeah, I wouldn't put him in there.
Man, just a type up some name.
But some of the names keep repeating them. Getting repeated. But
yeah, some of these names, all right.
Yeah, all right.
But you're right. It's about inactivity, probably. But
all right, I have some of that stuff. But go ahead, Mr. Speed, and then.
No, I was saying that the goalkeeper from Veer is really a very, very
Kadeem Davis. So I have him in my 11. Yeah. All right, Sir Ryan.
Go on, bitch, and everything
First time, my friend. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. I'm doing good.
I know when you see a good friend, Mr. Speed, you're going to come on and talk to him,
No. Me don't want people say me and Mr. Speed a good friend, Me and Mr. Speed is not a good friend. From a long time, Mr. Speed coached me from under 15. We never spoke. So, but when we know still as a player, I know a lot of people would say Mr. Speed harsh, but he's a man that really willing to put his money into football. And when I can tell him about Mr. Speed love the youth them. he will go to the next milestone to make sure the youth them have everything. I can say that about. Would I love to be him be the president, but I want him to move from Cavaliers, but that now happen. So, can I think he had the right man for the job still, my boss.
Yeah, me see it. Me watch your podcast, man.
He says that so often, everybody.
Me watch your
Yeah.
podcast, man. But
That look a
you know,
person of interest, the bridging, boy. I tell him,
Yeah.
me no want it in the thing, bridging. Me I love for move, but me think he are the perfect man. But me know some other people, cause I do my research, you know. Me know some other people, me not go call it the club them, but them man they know why you make it, you know. And people, let me tell you something about Mr. Speed. You see, Milo, you see, Clara, Mr. Speed do some great thing, you know. A lot of people now highlight them thing there, you know. Mr. Speed, me young, I'm a play against the team many times, but I do my research. I do a lot of research from probably the last 3 months. Because I love for you to be the president, you know. No, to do respect to the president, no. But I just that personal interest, and then I love for you to be the president, but you have a few other people don't want you to be the president.
and that's fine. I'm entitled to them opinion. But you're right, Claro, Yellow
Milo.
Pages, all of those big sponsorship, and me get them till me and Captain fight over Claro versus Digicel. I was man in fight too. And people mustn't forget also, I'm the only one who we had matches on ESPN shooting straight from Jamaica. I was the one who did that too. That Jackie Bell and the All Ireland final. I was the one who did that with Sportsmax, you know. So no, I'm doing my thing still, but
Your respect and your Jews, people need to give your Jews. But
And
one
that-
thing me have, as me keep on tell you, the only problem I have, Bridging, me that love for campaign for you to be the president, but that personal interest, Bridging, me can't take it. Me can't
it's
take
there,
it no
it's
more.
there, it's there, it's there. Look here, we have two Premier League clubs, both women and women Premier League team and we have a male Premier League. It's true. I mean, you can't go around that. What me to do? Give it up and it go back down for 4 years. Me as the president and my personal thing go down back to zero. How that work?
True,
Understand?
but Mr. Speed, a lot of people don't know you're coming from far, you know, Bridging. You're coming from far, you know. You're coming from far, Bridging. I'm really, really proud of you. I can tell you this, Bridging. Although I get a lot of stick. People keep and I say, me I pick up for Mr. Speed. Me know the person as a person when I was young, when I was playing for Boys Town. He always make sure that the youth them look, especially the senior team when they were back in for coming to the Premier League. I remember when they come at Boys Town and he said to Daz, come and play. I can get you a work and stuff. And he didn't know all that. Now him still at Boys Town backline. He could have in a 95 now.
True.
Yeah.
You understand?
We know the thing, man. We know it.
One thing more I ask you still, because this really come on the platform. This look at you name Atkins.
Yeah.
Why him cannot be in the team, in this team, current team?
So let me tell you, I have coached Paris, Nicholas Hamilton, Alex Marshall, Chevron Marsh, and me I tell you, Atkins are the best one me ever coach. Him are the real deal. Him do everything, work off the ball, score goals, make the pass. Him kind of smaller than them all still. So Atkins has done some great things. He has played against Tottenham Hotspur in the under 15.
Bridging, I can't tell you all of the stats, Bridging, because I do some research on you. I'm sorry for coming to get out. Sorry for change the topic. No, that look at you, I'm really want to know. Because
I want to hear Mr. Speed, because you cut Mr. Speed answer.
Sorry.
As a youth, we go to Sweden. I will play against Deportivo de Alves that play in La Liga in under 17 team against theirs. Atkins and mash up Deportivo de Alves same way. They make a difference. This is a youth that scored the most goals in the Manning Cup every year. Him is really the real deal. I mean, we play against team from all over Europe, and him are really the real deal for sure. I mean, people don't know yet, but I think what really happened is that he probably play 1 year too long in a Manning Cup. That is always a fact. So he never established himself in the senior team early. I think that is what the problem is.
So the question Ryan is asking though is why isn't he right, Ryan? Why isn't he in the present?
Right, he would have to. All right, so he has gone like 6 goals from, I don't remember much games, but you know, which is pretty decent compared to some people who has been in the senior team who has never scored 6 goals in a Premier League yet, right? And we can name them. But the truth is that because you know in the school level, then so they voted to the school system, them just stay there too long, so them don't have the stats in the senior league. So probably the coach say, yes, this guy forced him way in. But on talent, I'll pick him on a hard job right away.
You know, I'm not calling some name where on the team and I think him should be in still raging, but me go and me get a lot of video. Me get more than about 12 video this week alone on this play. And me I say, yo, where this talent, where he should be in the team. We should have prepared him. And one of the time I was cussing JTL up on my channel. I said, bro, you get paid for that, brother. Who is this guy you're telling me, boy, I'm in the team? And when I go do the research, bro, I have to eat up my word.
I'm really good. Everything in Canada.
And see someone asking the same question. JTL asking, is there any plans to bring Dwayne to Europe?
Of course. That's the whole idea. But we're waiting on it. We get offers, you know. But we're waiting on the right offer. We get offers to go like the Iron Curtain. But I don't know if we want to put a young player there, so you know. Yeah, the rough on them.
Alright, listen guys, what me I say still.
Brian, 1 second, 1 second, coach.
Yeah.
And that's a question I want to ask before Ryan asks the question. You say you get an offer from in the Iron Curtain, that would be like this Serbian league or Russia, Petersburg, them places. But there are many African players who are teenagers who have to go to Russia and Belarus and league and those leagues and make their name. Lot of Nigerian, Ghanaian, they find themselves there in harsh conditions. But
Yeah.
that is the proving ground.
No, but I mean, look here. We have experience with that, you know. For instance, we got offers for like Alex Marshall to go in those places, and them offering like lunch money, like $700 a month. I mean, that Kevin playing him have to work like 4 months to get a plane fare for come back. So it depends on the offer we get and the progression, because a lot of players from those leagues don't really make it over into the better, like in the top 10 leagues in Europe. You know, so plus you see when you talk about the Africans, remember that when the Africans travel and go anywhere outside of Africa, they're not going back. They will go anywhere except go back to Africa. There's a difference in Jamaican, so there's a difference in mindset.
Oh, okay. Ryan, got you.
Ryan, yeah.
Coach Karume say Bibi Gardner play at the age 17 in the national team. Correct?
That's true. So does Paris. So did Paris.
What may I say, guys? I'm not saying him should play, but we say we should prepare him not just for 2022 World Cup. We should look at that. I'm trying to say to Jamaican people, like we're blindsided. We can't see the future. I'm preparing for the 2026 World Cup playing in our backyard. Why we cannot have, if it's a 30-man squad, why we cannot have a Atkins in the team? Him not going to play, but give him that experience, and every now and then him can get a little run out. So when that time come around,
Ryan, you know, before you come in with a speed, Cataract, what do you have to say about that? Because here is somebody calling out for a local footballer, but when you look at the league, sometimes you're challenged with. I know you know you're saying that, boy. Yeah, you see the players are decent. So, but would you be okay with, because you say the players are decent, you know? Because you say I must call them good. Hold on.
So let me be clear. I've not seen a good player.
You have not seen
I have seen a decent player. And I also said to you, when I start really watching the games, I remember somebody there, Orlando and Dallas, you know.
Yeah, right? Okay. So you need to watch Atkins some more.
Fear of me to have a comment on him. Yeah. Right? I don't even know Manning Cup. Right? And I don't really, and I went to school in Jamaica, so I don't have no time for watch Manning Cup and the Castle Cup. I don't have no more than to see, you know, if something come up, because I think that those structures or those institutions need to be radically restructured to have a positive national football program. They're not focused on development of players. They're not focused on the betterment of players into a national setup. They're focused on alumni stroking their ego. Right?
And you're right, Cataract. The truth is that even the principals will tell you the same. That is why the Manning Cup don't have a elite league, like they pick the best and the best play against the best. They'll say that they are for fellowship and camaraderie in the schools. They're not for development of the game. But they'll tell you that quickly when you try to bring it to them that they could be used as a vehicle for development. They're not interested in that.
Ryan,
And
but Ryan was at Excelsior. When you were at Excelsior, Ryan, were you being prepared
no,
just to win for Excelsior, or so that one day you become the national goalkeeper?
No, I would say Coach Alemany prepare not only for football, mentally, physically. That's why I'm being a better man right now because different from football. He always say make sure when he leaves school and stuff, you can becomes a good husband or different in different jobs. So no, he said it. We is not here to preparing you for the Jamaican national team. Get an education,
No, man,
get
I'm
a
talking
scholarship.
about, was it
no man,
about
no
winning
man,
at Excelsior?
no man. But
Winning, of course. That always a winning.
But that is
Winning.
what Cataract is basically. Go
no.
ahead,
But
go on.
what I'm saying, and both Mr. Speed and myself are agreeing with what is coming out from an actual player, that it's not being developed for the national program and the national setup. Because school, for me, and I spent a short time, I spent a little while at the Ministry of Education. I wrote a long paper to ISA about just sports in general. I've watched the track and field and look and see how many track athletes transition. Um, Many of the big athletes were not powerhouse at boys and girls champs. You almost try to injure the track athletes in order to win a champs. I point out to them that, for example, the Olympic track meet run over 1 week, right? The Olympics. Yet we try to push the same number of events into 5 days, right? So you must go and have some injuries and those things. And the same is with football. Mr. Speed, until 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 there is something like what the American College League, and that's what they call it, AFF or whatever.
Division.
You have Division 1 and Division 2 schools,
NCAA.
NCAA, Division 1, Division 2 schools, so that something like the Flow Champions Cup, the best teams across the country play with the best teams. So you don't have a player like Ryan go play Iona High or go play Garden Town High and run up 10 clean sheet. I would say Ryan a big keeper. But when Ryan come play stats, them bore up him thing. Because a lot of players run up stats. You know, they beat up the small teams and score 4, 5, 6, 7 goal, 8 goal. And then when you look at the thing, you say, boy, this player scored 20 goal in the league. No, you have to be playing against um, teams of the same competitive level so that you can get a good judgment. I think it's less than 100 schools play in the Manning Cup and the Costa Cup. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Now it's more than 100, but you only have
No,
10. But I would say only 10 of them is really good.
no, but well, if it's more than 100, I just want to know how many schools participate. At that time, I think it was about 92 schools were
It's
participating.
more than 100 now. I think it's 138 the last time we checked.
138. So that means you have about, if you take out the girls' school, I think you have just about 200 schools. So
200
high school. Take out the girls' school. So you're still about 60 something schools that don't have a football program. And just by random numbers, that means you're going to have talent that is lost to Jamaica. So a vision that every school has a football team with a coach that is certified must be a vision. And I don't think they have that vision because that's not what they're about. So I think we can get into that, but we don't want to get off the thing because we're talking about doing Atkins. So I'm going to look at him and see. In my assessment no matter nothing. I'm just a fan. I'll see if I go cheer for him. I'm going to cheer for him. That's my prerogative. But I'll be fair. Somebody said Andrew Vance is 32. I don't think that's correct. I think he's 29 or 30.
I don't think he's 30 yet.
Right. I think
He's
it's 20,
29.
29. Right? Which is a good age.
I think Mr. Speed raised a point earlier with Andrew Vanzi, and I think welcome JPL. I'll soon let you chime in here. is that he probably should have been, because he should have been playing probably centre back for a while now to see if he could creep into the national team because he's such a good player on the ball. He heads well, he kicks well, he passes well. Very good football brain. So let's see. But here's a question, Mr. Speed. Can you, as a coach, stop your player from playing in the Manning Cup? Because really, a lot of the better players in the Manning Cup are actually connected to the clubs per se before they get connected to the school, or a lot of their development. Like Ryan probably developed more playing at Boys Town from 10, 11, 12, and then he got to Excelsior, but still was playing for Boys Town. Which one takes priority at that time?
Well, you just remember this. A footballer belong to club, a student belong to the school, and a child belong to them parents. So this is this player that is three things, right? So truth is you can't stop them from playing Manning Cup because of the pressures that the school bring on them. Plus a lot of these star players are taken care of by the school. You'll be surprised some of these schools are like FCs. They pay the players, put them up, pay their school fee, pay everything. So it's difficult for these players to say they're not paying for a school. Then again, you have the parental where some of these schools go to the parents too and pressure them to play. You have a next set of players who will listen to the club because if you are playing Premier League and the club is paying you, you might want to listen to the club or if they see opportunities. So Topi, Paris, Nicky Daly from Cavalier, they didn't play their last year. They said they're not going back to school and play their last year. And you know what? All three of them get contracts to go overseas and play. That second to last year is really the year when the players are 18 and they're coming up against players who are 15 and 16. Sometimes the board not interested to play against these little small players, or they don't have to work as hard to keep on top of the game in the school. And that is why I said that last year is usually a waste and they should stop playing at 17 years of age instead of playing until they are 19. But to stop a player from playing for the school, in a Jamaica society, you could never dare tell a player not to go to school and play for the school. Your name would be on the talk show every single day, and people start to talk about you're wicked and you have your job and you want the boys to what this. So I would never tell a player not to play for the school. Never.
I love my school more than Boys Town.
You see?
Bridget, the way I taught when me learn from especially Coach Aliman and Coach Karumi, like I go to college, Bridget. As me say, if me did go to Excelsior, Bridget, I probably don't read my bus the pipe. You understand? So
Yes,
me I tell you,
come first.
School come first, bro. School come first, and anything will liberate Aliman say. As somebody who I look up to and me listen to him. At one point, coach, listen, take your book, now play this year for the club. I'm listening to him.
All right, well, so here you go. You hear it from the man himself. Jay Taylor. Go ahead, Ketaraka.
No, I just want to say something before Jay. I let Jay jump in. Here's the problem, Ryan. Everywhere else in the world, at your age, players are now looking to sign their first professional contract. You are looking to play for your school. So in the race of life, you are 10 steps behind. In England, I must keep saying this again, my name's Maladona, Mr. Speed, as I heard me say it. The players who play in the school, or play for the school, are the players that are not good. Because if you have any talent, you are in your local club academy team. What in Birmingham? If you're good, you're in a Aston Villa, Birmingham, or West Brom academy, right? Probably down at Wolverhampton, because that's in the Midlands too. There's so. If you're decent, you're going to end up at Walsall, Kidderminster Harriers. Right? Those clubs. That's where I think West Harding was developed, Kidderminster Harriers, right? You have levels of club, different levels of professional club that are able to take you up in their academy structure. So you're still getting your education, but you are getting pro licensed coaching and development of your football and your technical and tactical skills and awareness. You can't develop in a school in a Jamaica.
What Cataract is saying is 100. I
Never.
remember this forward that played for Manu, Rashford. I remember like about 3 or 4 years ago, Rashford scored 2 goals against Arsenal, man of the match. And he said that when he came to him, that's how long it was, and said, "Come we go to the pub." And he said, "No, I have to go, I have a test tomorrow, I have to go study." So those players, they play professional football, but they go school, but they go private school. And that is in Jamaica where you can go private school. But again, it's not going to happen because of the stigma, all those things. So
Too much
yeah,
old boy powerful, man.
yeah, yeah. So now that.
Jay Taylor, what you have to say? Because I see you made a lot of comments here. We spoke about Atkinson possibly being in
Yep.
Scandinavia.
You
You
mute.
mute. Oh, yeah, you're muted. So go ahead, Jay Taylor.
Yeah. I was when we were on Ryan. I want to say big up everybody on
Welcome,
the
man.
yeah. My views on football is very unorthodox. I don't subscribe to the typical view. I'm looking at it from a Scandinavian perspective. As you know, I'm here in Scandinavia. I stated on Ryan's channel that this young man should be in the squad, though he's not a finished product. I wouldn't want him to finally just. I don't want him to develop fully in the Jamaican Premier League. For him to get to that next level, now is when he needs to be exposed to another level of coaching, because this is where players like that end up in the USL. And I spoke about the USL. For me, is a graveyard for Jamaican talent. I personally think that that's a league with a cap on it. I don't know if the USL is the style of coaching that it doesn't enhance the attributes of the players coming out of Jamaica, where it maybe put them in a box for them to match that style of playing. But that's one of my biggest fear for the players. I want to give a shout out to Marlon. He was the one who put me onto that team, and I've then started to track in the Cavaliers team, where I said on Ryan's channel, they are the team to me that plays the most acceptable or pleasing football to the eye in the league for me. Like the
Yeah.
rest of the teams, I said to Ryan, I like the guy Kyle Ming. He has a knock for always being around the football, making tackles, throwing his body in there. I said, though we have a lot of players on the Jamaica team right now who's on paper or at clubs that are well known, certain things you can't teach. And I think that the team, and I stated that the team needs to have a balance, and we need to find players who match what we need to do in Jamaica for the reggae boys, not just players where everybody hype up. Because if I was gonna pick a player, those were the two players. Because he's a defender, as I said, Kyle Ming. If I watch the games and I'm looking, okay, why is this player always around the football? He's always throwing his body in tackles. And right now, to be honest, the Jamaica football team could manage a player like that because we don't have the football a lot. We tend to be chasing the football a lot. So that's my take on that. But Dwayne Atkins, as I said, if he was in Africa, he would have been coming to Europe next year. He would have been coming to Scandinavia, Norway, here in Denmark or Sweden, and he would be probably getting playing time pretty soon. I don't want it to see him in Jamaica each year and people hype him up saying he's good and he's still there at the end of the day. So I'm hoping that the powers at that
Wait,
be.
the powers that be is right there, right?
Okay, okay, all right, Mr. Speed. If it's you on the poor, all
Talk to
right,
him.
'cause-
Talk to
yes,
him.
yes, yes. Because Mr. Speed, I forgot to be honest, to you know, I'm one of the people on Ryan's channel who has also been quite critical of you until I spoke to a few people. And Ryan, the people must say like you start PM me now, and I said I never met Mr. Speed, but I've spoke to a few people who are a part of Jamaican football, and they told me that you're a man who's dedicated to the cause, and this there are other powers that make other things move, and it's not fully up to you. But I will always say how I feel, and if I have to be stand to be corrected, I will also accept that as well. So Mr. Speed, I want to ask you, how can a man like you who talk with so much sense be a part of an organization who do so much foolish?
Well, I can answer you at different levels, but the truth is, myself and Dennis Chung, and you all know Dennis Chung, right? He was the head of the Chamber of Commerce, and he was also the head of, and he runs a lot of companies in Jamaica. Myself used to run companies in Jamaica, right? But the truth is, you can't change anything from outside. So when we were invited to go on the board to make a difference, we were. Now, you might not realize certain things, but like for instance, this is the first time in football every single person, over 60 person, sign a contract to play for the Reggae Boys. So you can't hear of a strike again till 2023. So you might think that don't mean anything, but just imagine from Captain Burrell was there, every time they go on the plane and the tarmac, the people say we're not going to further until we get the money. So that that is just one of the achievements that I've done. You see that, and it looked like nothing, right? But you understand where we're coming from with that. So some of those. So Chung is there on the financial side. So anything you hear about people stealing money is not true because you can't steal money anymore because
I don't believe that either. I don't
right
believe that
we
either.
audited
I don't
and we
believe
have Chung in charge of it. So there's this high level person. We have our meetings, we talk about everything. So we thought we could make
So
a
wait,
change.
hold on, Mr. Speed. Repeat where just a while ago about the money thing.
No man, no anybody talk about stealing money
that.
from JPF. It's not true. We can't.
Are you
Can't.
There's just
sure about that, Mr.
there's
Yeah,
just
Speed?
man,
not
it
money
can't.
there. The
Can't.
money is just not there.
Yeah, it can't. It can't. I tell you, it can't. Right? The people who have surround that, it just can't. Chung is there as I tell you how high profile he is. Is what Chung is probably a 95%. That means he can call 95% of people in Jamaica and taking call. Right? Me, I probably 100%. I can call probably 100%.
Oh, yo, Mr. Speed, we are gonna hold it to that. We are gonna hold it to that statement
so,
there. We are gonna hold it to that statement there.
so we
Yeah.
no. So we decided to help because so he's finance and I am technical. Right? Now, don't believe for 1 minute how we run things because you still have a board of directors who collectively are them run things. Right? So even if we made an appeal, then can override it.
Just to go to the
Right?
board.
Yeah. But we are committees that recommend things. So I'm saying that financially we're very strong. Technically, you might not notice, but we're slowly putting in things in places that will make things run better in the future. Right? So like for instance, you couldn't just like all coaches, we have to say we have no objection to that coach. I say can't be the coach. If you notice how we try to get in more qualified coaching in the program. Paul will come in, right, with him pro license, we run with him B license, the coach will upgrade to B license. So all the rest of coaches in the program are B license coaches now. I would decide to say no, we're not going down certain roads. So you might not notice some of the things, but there's real progress being made. Now we have a coaching school where we say in a 5 years time we must have pro license coaches. So that's something we set up and moving against it. So we can't. We're not the president. We're not the vice president. We're not some of these other people that have posted gen secretary. But technical and finance, we believe is two most crucial positions, and we are moved to regularize everything in those situations. So
Manins, I have to ask Mr. Speed
Yeah, man, you can go ahead. I just want to put up people in the comment section. Please bear with
Yeah.
us here because when the questions are flowing and discussion is going to go, I don't want to disrupt what is being said with
Yeah.
the comments. So please just bear and then we'll bring them up and then respond. Go ahead.
Yeah,
Jay.
Mr. Speed. So as you stated there, like now you can understand where most of the speculation is coming from in the media sphere as far as YouTube is concerned, where there is no communication between the JFF and the fans or the public. Because if those things that you're doing, nobody knows, like how are we supposed to know? So you can see where the speculation is coming from. I always stated that we have a coach who doesn't speak to the fans. So what that does is it doesn't have that feeling like when Jamaica qualified 98, where we felt like the whole country was behind the team, where we had a coach who was rallying the nation. We had pastors praying for the team. It was like a whole country trying to move forward. Right now, I don't know if you see the trust between, because it is the lack of
There's a
communication.
disconnect.
There's a disconnect.
between, yeah.
We have to
Big
speculate.
too.
We just have to speculate, because unless a man like you come on here and said that, we would knew nobody would have known that. So
Well,
what?
like in no, you're correct. And like in finance, FIFA audit us every pilot audit, then come at JFF. Every single pilot audit, then come up with JFF go through it and pass all of them. And that's why I'm telling you that there's no such thing. It's rubbish what people think about them.
Mr. Speed, you still have a one person who stop the progress, man. Me I tell you, Mr. Speed, you still have a Speed. Me know the person them who are black here, you know. Them know why me I tell you, Speed. Me know the person them who are black here. You still have certain man in the thing who are all along the thing. And we can't go forward with them, man. We have to remove them, and they're so difficult to remove. They're too powerful. Oh, them so powerful. Next thing too, why when the team drop we can't have a press conference? Mr. Speed, it not take
No,
nothing.
that is supposed to happen. I don't know why we're not doing it, but we know of a press officer, and it's something that is 1, 2, 3. You're right. That we should.
And this Zoom thing, stop use it, man. That out of passion. Get StreamYard. See, you have monies, man. They make it technical. Some of them look thing. Set it up. It not hard. A computer, microphone. Ryan LFC have it. Coaches Dex have it. All of the vlogger them I try get up to speed to get the thing better. Why the JFF so behind? This is why I'm frustrated. That's what I'm telling Mr. Speed. You can't have certain crab in a barrel. When you are trying to go forward and chunk, but you still have certain man who are hold it back, Mr. Speed.
Yeah, but Ryan, that is something beyond our where we can more.
Taylor, it now go forward. Taylor, it now go. No care what Mr. Speed do and Mr. Chunga do. It will not get better because you have a certain person in the thing who are all along the thing.
Ryan, I don't have any insiders information as such, so I'm sticking to the things that we can ask Mr. Speed about. Mr. Speed, is there a way you can influence
but at least the press conferences
to have better communication with the fans and the public? These are things that can be remedied immediately, like tonight. These are what things I want to know.
Look,
Mr. Speed, let me ask. Sorry, I know you're gonna answer. It's the same.
Man, make it answer.
No man, it's the same question. Yeah, man. No man, it's
they
the
want to
same.
hear our voice, or they want to hear Mr.
Yeah, man.
Speed.
Mr. Speed. So what?
Are you sure you're about?
No man. I'm just adding to what JT says, because there should be, especially going into the World Cup, and I am agreeing with JT. Is there a schedule for press conferences so that even bloggers can get media access to, so that is in addition to what JT is asking. What is the schedule in terms of press conferences? I can tell you, when certain. Go ahead.
Make it answer. May I have something to say about this?
As far as I know, no. What we use are press releases more. So like they're not 14 and another 15 team gone to
Dominica Republic
to play in a tournament. They just use press release. There was no press conference really, actually. Sorry, one.
So, here's why Mr. Speed take him call. And that's probably the JFF call. So, whoever for the program. No, listen. You have a basic thing, Mr. Speed. No, we're for your car, right?
No, man. Me not on the car.
No, man. It's the 21st century, right? We are what you call, we are not just vlogger. We are what you call new media, right?
And they might hold
on, 10,000 people don't buy newspaper in Jamaica. The Gleaner sell 10,000 copies a day.
That's dinosaur,
right?
Yeah.
When we go live,
that's not true. But
it's not true. But continue. We're not talking the Sunday Gleaner, you know. We're not talking the Sunday Gleaner. You know?
You're well versed, but the daily it's sell that to man. That's a daily subscription.
You choose a little subscription, okay? No, I said that because a lot of people gone online with the Gleaner. Online, and the Gleaner online has no monetized. So if I'm incorrect, I stand to be corrected. But I'm talking the Gleaner.
No, man, but I get edges. Edges.
So new media, you have to embrace us. We influence a 10,000. If a coaches desk at 11,000. Simon, they are 12 grand. Ryan, they are reach 80 at Ryan. One time Ryan did a gallop, you know.
Where they Ryan?
But
I'm getting there.
Cavaliers near
No,
11,000. Cavaliers near 11,000, you know. So
right?
Yeah.
So you have to embrace this new media because this is where some people come to consume their information. I never know say under 15 team gone. Me never know.
no, I mean,
Because
look
because
here. You see what you just say. Also, it's a hard time for us put together that team because we don't get permission to train or nothing. So you can see the pressure we had in the school. Holy serious pressure, but
And
we could not send out this under 15 or under
no, and
14
I'm saying that
girls team.
and I'm saying I'm saying to you that the information I recall when you spoke, we spoke and you told me about the under 15 thing come but in the national media I never hear it. Otherwise, my friend owner hotel in a DR, me that call and say, give me a room. I'm gone. Because football not playing no way.
We still have time, 20 to 30. Well,
20
from
to 30. Well,
yeah,
if I can get to the airport with a no movement. No, my friend have a big hotel they said that DR.
because you have some really good 15-year-olds in that squad.
Right.
You don't want to
But
see.
yeah, but Mr. Speed, as somebody was asking. Go ahead.
Mr. Speed was answering. Mr. Speed was
Right,
answering the question
answering
about
No.
press conference.
Personally, I endorse both of you say because I believe in media. I mean, working in media for like 30 years. So the
we
truth
love it.
is, yeah, media to me, it just get modernized, and we must embrace it. I mean, notice a lot of older people now want to embrace it. People still use Hotmail and want to embrace it, but it's something we have to embrace in the future because if you don't, you're going to be left behind. So I agree with you 100%. We need to find a way to get some synergy and tie with you guys. Even with the EPL, I mean, I tried,
The
I sent all of
JPL,
you information,
the
JPL,
JPL.
all the information for us to allow you to use like excerpts from the games, etc. to my people. And them just don't use it because I know they don't call any of you yet. Them call
They're
it
not.
man now.
They're
No,
not called.
they have not called me. I don't know. I mean,
So
I'm sure
it's a
that
real struggle. It's like I
We
send
play
it to
the
you.
game.
Hmm?
Mr. Speed. People like myself, Formula Sport, Coach Minzy, management, we should have a press pass to go up at UA, have a vaccine and have a negative test and go and bring the thing live. You know, first of all, ask management about 2 weeks me a beat up flow just to get back my sports max. Ask him. Because that's how I miss. But watch one game week 6 and a manins of it tell me and me and manins and them a laugh after they are saying the pay the bill. Right? But why me get when we get sports max with someone, me put a screenshot and tell my cat to put it up on her social media because she are one of them big time blogger otherwise. Well, walk the street and ask people question. I say see flow of slackness and quick. But get the sports box. Because I have to watch Anthony Grant. You understand? Swindon Town, EFL. I have to watch it. So I'm just saying it's not the most reliable. So sometimes they need, and it's not free to air. So they need persons like us to go to the game, give a bird's eye view, and say X, Y, Z. I am sure an extra 10 people is not going, or extra 8 blogger not going to bring the Delta variant in the camp. Right?
You mean for well
Papa, you
yeah. No, what happened to see we had to send in to get permission, we had to pre-send in numbers. And we had to cut it drastically because it's just tough in here to do anything right now. I tell you guys.
But let me say, you have how much player upon a squad?
30.
On a bench, so 30 player come
No.
No.
20 and the 20 including the bench. 20
including it, that's a 40. And some reach the 50. But coach, it's a little bit less than dream weekend,
And this one me I go say now, guys. The government of Jamaica, they disinspect entertainment and football. No, look at this is a big thing, World Cup qualify for us. And they're telling us we cannot have fans, but yet still GMO we can still keep in. I know them lock down the country. This is joke. And the next thing to cataract, bro, we are powerful. It's when I call a particular person, I know all of the person them have black Mr. Speed. You said me call a particular person, them come for me. So reaching the massive. That's how we are set. All we need is a press conference. Why you pick this, Coach Theodore Whitmore? Such and such. That's how you're going to get the product. When Liverpool, Mr. JFF unbox, I put up the Reggae Boys jersey. I want to buy 2 of the jersey. I mean, I feel I go all about for try to get 2 of the 2 new Reggae Boys jersey. Why you put out the jersey and the thing that coming out September? Poor. In Jamaica, the people them should have not the same price as the overseas people them.
Is the jersey available, Mr. Speed, or is it at the JFF? Where it's available online here and I don't know. I just asking.
I don't know. I really don't know the details because it's not my thing, and I don't really touch it. But I need to talk to the marketing manager, which I did promise, but I've been able to get to her. But I will get there.
A lot of thing we need to. A lot of thing, and this thing, bro, it not take no money. It not take no money. Forget your goods across the world, Virgin. It not take no money. You just need to just set up the proper website. Me do it. If me can do it, if Coach Minzy can do it, why the JFF can't do it?
No, man.
Bro,
remember the man teach you how to live, you know. Liber, teach you how to live, you know. Remember.
Trust me, bro. Every day I say, yo, thank God I go Excelsior. And especially Ali, man. It's not all about winning for him.
Okay.
It's to prepare the youth them. It's to prepare the youth them. You understand? And I'm really, really happy for that, Virgin. I'm really happy for that. But as Mr. Speed, I don't really want to come on YouTube and bash it because I realize you're the only one who really want to speak to it. I can't kill you and feel you want to come back and all of them things. Because you're the only one who talking to us. You understand? Mr. Speed, may I tell you in a bridging, everything's set up for you. But may I tell you, that's may I tell GT Taylor, you have certain people who are black him. And for us, our program get better, them people that have to just leave, Virgin. Them have to just leave, and they're very difficult to leave, Virgin. And we want the football to get better, and Steve, Mr. Speed. We want to get better because next 10 years from now, my son, I come up and complain. I don't want to hear say, oh, Chima, do a city, say, if we go play for Canada. We want to make sure we get everything right and prepare the youth them for the future.
Ask some key question before Mr. Speed.
Yeah, all right, go ahead.
Hold on, guys. Let me ask a question real quick.
I'm going to try to ask a question about the JPL. I don't want to for the JPL.
Yeah.
Right? Mr. Speed, and it came up before. I wanted to ask this. I'm an analyst at heart, right? One of the things that I think is drastically missing from the JPL is the statistics.
Yeah, somebody asked that question.
And somebody asked a question in the comment section, but that was my question that I was going to ask. Can we have proper statistics for the final 6 round at least going forward? Whether you get, I don't know, they might forget a deal with Opti Index or with Sofa Score. You know, some of the sites that we use.
Yeah, Fresh God was asking, we need the stats for the game.
So we need the stats. Because we need to be able to have an objective view of the players, not just a subjective look, both subjective and objective.
You're correct, because my scout had to go through the game and tell me what the pass completion rate for every player, tackle, crosses, everything. So we have team stats, limited team stats too, but we don't have individual player stats. So it's something that we have to do.
I'm going to put you onto this, Mr. Speed. It's easy to get a stats for the league. All the person
JPL.
who running the JPL,
yeah.
all he need to do to just buy apps. Buy apps. Somebody have to build apps. You have to get somebody who build apps.
No, man. Yeah, but
you have Sofa Sports. You have Sofa Sports.
Yeah, but they don't bring it. They bring overseas.
No, you can register for it and get it. Like you can
so let me say, you can build your own apps.
No,
you want to have your own apps.
No, man, you have to reinvent the wheel. So like Opti Index, you go into a whatever the deal or the contractual arrangement is with them, because they carry all 91 leagues from around the world, you know. Right? It's because those are some of the things that I think are holding back our players. Because when you go to look at a player, the first thing you try to do is look at what stats for him are online. You know, we can
Well, no. Even before that, because for development purpose, I should be able to tell a player, say, listen, here's a 60% pass completion rate player, So from that way, I look for improvement. So in that way, they will learn to improve game by game. So it's not just even to buy; it is good for development too. I agree. So far, sports is on Wells.
But I know Sofa Sport. I know the one Cataract was just speaking of.
Flat score.
Sofa score.
Flat score.
Flash score is not detailed. Flash score is what they use now. It is on flash score now, but it only give you goals for against win, but it don't give you.
No, man,
Yeah, it don't. Yeah.
There's the Opta performance.
Opta
index.
performance
Opta
index.
performance. That is the standard around the world. Opta performance index. And I don't know the business relationship you have to enter into them, but them have for all the Egyptian league and them things. So it's not.
No, I'll find out.
Yeah,
But JT, you say add some questions. So
Yeah,
I'm
go
gonna
ahead,
leave
JT.
it.
Yeah, I had and I just wanted to say like that was a good point Cataract made because if you guys notice Brentford, they have a Danish coach. The owner of Brentford is also the owner of Midtjylland, I think, here in Denmark. They're using what you call underline analysis or analytics. Players are not being tracked anymore just based on pure talent. Is when here I'm playing just third division football and we on the computer before we get on the field. It's technology is being integrated into sports, into football, and that's the thing. I think you see that Mr. Speed is just learning this. I wanted to ask Mr. Speed, what's the age of the youngest person in the GFF with any influence as far as innovation is concerned and putting forth ideas to move things forward in more cutting edge manner?
What you call young?
I don't know. When you give me the age, the age, then we figure it out.
He asked for the youngest.
Yeah, youngest. More the youngest.
I saw a young man working. Well, I don't know if he has
We get a new manager, but he said
Not
influence.
many.
That guy,
Not
that
many
who have
mannings,
he don't
man.
have influence. He don't have influence.
Yeah.
So you
Mannings,
see-
man, is
Yeah,
just I'm telling you this, bro. People may have people who are going at the JFF. Listen, it's not many, and we need some sharper brain. We need the experience, we need that blend. We can't have it like, oh boy, people them gonna read, oh, give the youth them a chance and the whole of them make boys don't get relegated. We need that blend in the JFF.
That's
We
it.
need the blend.
Yeah, I think the
have
marketing
too
lady
much.
is young. The marketing lady that
But I don't know if anybody is less than 40, to be honest.
yeah.
So my question pertains to this is why I asked that question, because you can see that the decisions are quite old. They're quite boring. It's quite reactive. I think, as Ryan said, you need someone who understands where football is going, where media is going, media relations and fans. And even Mr. Speed didn't even know anything about the jersey sales, nothing. So that tells me that even in the JFF itself, information is not.
No. But I deliberately no.
Oh, you
I
don't
just-
want to know
I'm
about
just, No, I'm involved in two things:
Yeah.
finance, because it's my natural job, and technical. I really don't want to be the person who, because you have to understand. You can't come across like you want to take over everything, and you just get yourself in a work or roadblock. So I really don't interfere in anything. I say those two things which I'm involved.
All right. Who is this?
Remember,
Dre,
I don't work for the JFF. My thing is voluntary. I don't work for the JFF. My thing is
Okay, you
voluntary.
know, you're voluntary.
Yeah, man. My job, my pay is $275 US dollar a year. That's my pay.
Oh my God.
I don't work for the JFF.
no, it's
All
not.
I
It's
do is
not.
voluntary.
No, man. It's not. He's not paid. That the point is.
That's what I get.
The point he's making is that he's not.
Okay, because I got confused. I got confused here. I got very confused. I was like,
No.
You have to explain to. All right,
Yeah.
but let me just answer Dre any weather sports. If you go to the video I put out today and you go into the description, you'll get an idea as to what is going to happen.
You want to answer that? You answering that question?
Yeah, I'm answering this
I
question.
think
So
you actually answer that question.
no, let me send him somewhere. I'm sending him. So I did a video today, and so if you
Okay.
want some clues as to what is going to happen, go to the description of that video, and you'll get an answer to your question. That's all I can say. All right.
I just, as I say, my part in this is done. I do my best. Well, I do my best as a fan. Because
So,
as a fan, you know, you don't pick a team, you know. The fan, you
yeah,
support the team. But
yeah.
as a fan, you can make your voice be heard. But if the management
No, no,
step
no.
out,
But that is what the media does, keep everybody honest. That's
no,
what the media
the media don't keep we informed. The media in Jamaica don't keep we honest and informed. And
is
I ask a
supposed to
question.
keep.
They're
Is
lazy
supposed to keep us,
for all
and
aspects.
yeah, and give us a different perspective on everything that somebody might not have thought about. So if people converse with the media and watch it and see what is happening there, it might make us a better person. That's how I see all of us. That we think we are being criticized. So I don't mind somebody criticize me. If you just give me a chance to explain, you might think different. Because I tell people before, Burrell, I used to work for him, Box Hill, Ricketts, and even when we go, the next president, I might still be working for him because of what I bring to the table. I mean, that's just a fact. So, and as I said before, my thing is voluntary. And
You
I do a
come,
lot of work
let's see,
though. My
you
thing
come
done.
to drink. You come to drink milk, like the milk out. I like that.
You know what that means?
Go
Well,
on, drink.
Coach Cameroon, easy.
But
You have to ask the great Reverend Ronald Twaits, former
yeah,
Minister of Education, even explain. But Mr. Speed, um, I really want to come back to JPL because it's a JPL
yeah,
show.
man.
And
yeah.
then I want to.
But before you go that, Taylor, you need to tell me the club that me can send Atkinson to over your place, right? Before him catch 20. So me will talk about that
Yeah,
later.
yeah, yeah, definitely, definitely.
It's not just
Just
Atkinson
wait.
me have, Me have one named Webster and me have one named Thomas.
Yes,
Cataract say Thomas out muscle a defender and I say that not supposed to happen. Forward can't go.
Not supposed to. Defender was poor. I
yeah,
don't know.
yeah.
Ines Suarez manage village and them man. Come on, Cataract.
No, man.
Yeah.
Defender was shepherding the ball in. I don't know what he was trying to do. He was
Look
trying
like
to
him
pull
now
it
was
out.
Mikel Antonio.
Yeah,
Yeah.
roughing up these. When him come in contact of, you're going to see Cataract. Come on.
The reason why
Otherwise,
more the
but
reason why
Mr.
more
Speed,
ask these questions, Cataract, is because when we're on the stream, Ryan, I don't like to speculate when we can get answers. So I'm just really trying to get these important questions into Mr. Speed. As far as I want to know, is there a quota system in play
oh
in
God,
effect?
you have
And
a big,
and if no,
Who's
that
that? Oh,
What to
no,
do?
no, is there a quota system? And if you can explain to us how it works, or if there, because for me, I believe there should be in limited ways as to maintain the future of football in Jamaica. A lot of people on this the comments you just that's madness, but I believe that because my perception is that you don't want a thing where we only when it's time for big football game we have the English players coming in. I think there should be a system in place. Like even right now, I believe that there should be two local based players who excel in the local league, who are the two best players. They should be able to compete for their position in the national team. I think something like that. I don't know if there's anything around that as far as quota is concerned. You want to speak about that so the fans can have some clarity on that.
presently there is no quota system in place. Currently, none.
Okay.
But before, we had quotas system in place, where
Okay.
we try to ensure that a couple young players would have been in the national senior team, and ensure that the Premier League gets maybe four picks, something like that. There was, I think, it's four and two young players. So that we used to, I want to say young, I mean people under 20.
Okay.
So there used to be that quota system in place before, but at this point, there's no quota system. It's really the best, whoever the coach really wants to be. Zanzana
at the national, and that's it at the
at the
senior
senior
team.
national level.
Okay, so
For the
that's
Okay.
junior team, there's six for the under 20,
Okay.
four for the under 17, and I think two for the under 15, both boys and girls. And those were put in place because we believe that we must develop our local talent. Because if you're bringing in players from all over the world and not developing up your local talent to build your local league, you're kind of building from the top. So, and our experiences are usually up to under 17, we're able to 16 were able to compete with almost anybody in the world. So in football, after that, then it goes all right. So those quotas are in place. I mean, we can always make exceptions if we wanted, but that's what is in place now.
So,
There's none for the senior national, neither male or female team. No.
well, Assistant Cranky has shown his face.
As we get down there.
Once you mention quota, we go and come. I think we no because we have a fight. Because we have a fight for my believing. You understand?
What do you believe in?
I believe in meritocracy, and I believe
Yes.
that I believe in meritocracy, and I believe that you do a disservice to a player if you say to him,
Make the
Don't-
difference though in that player.
don't fight for being a global talent. I think in the world has. That's why they deal with things like tariffs and those things that use protectionism in trade. Because
Where
after a
you
while,
get that from? There's still tariff in US. Well,
the WTO has, I mean, the action against it, but each time you come
president
and
can change it, man.
yeah, man, Mr. Trump came in and did his thing, and that's
Tariff
why
everybody.
it is.
In
Right,
tariff,
but-
even people who want to come into the country. Tariff quota every single way.
Yeah, but what I say to you is the fundamental of it, you know, Mr. Speed, and I'm not going to detain this conversation at
Yeah,
this,
'cause we want
at this
to get-
platform. Hold on, I'm not going to detain it, but I'm just saying to you, you can say, and I've gone publicly and said to Mannings and other people, if a player coming in from the United Kingdom, Germany, Italy, the USA is equal to somebody on the island, give that place to the player on the island. The principle that the player has to be demonstratively better than the local talent,
players.
I think is a good enough yardstick. And in comes Stan, we are not supposed to be staying in the same place before Sunday.
Cataract, I want
Right.
take a point because I have a very important. I have 8 players where always in the team. Hold on. You gotta talk. You gotta get. Alright, I'm gonna go for your water because I want to talk to Mr. Speed on this guys. A quota thing is there, you know. It's a quota thing is there. I'm going from some water, so continue.
You see what them question they do, Manning, man? Yes, Manning.
So,
See?
Mr. Speed, I want to say this to you. When I watched the Premier League, I watched and I started saying, look, I'm going to watch this from an analytical perspective, right?
You're talking the local or
The local
Okay,
JPL. This is a JPL show.
right?
Mr. Speed. I wanted to tell me what Luca Levy and Jadine White have done in performance. Because literally, I mean, one of them is European. Are the 2 worst players I see.
No.
I watch a match
No.
with Harborview, and from the whistle blow to the 90th minute, this is all I'm hearing. Luca press, Luca run, Luca man on, Luca pass. And player who got called to the national team is literal. And if I lie, I die, and you can go back and watch the game.
Yeah, what debate on Sunday? Don't die on Sunday.
Simon, I'm my best friend. I'm going to tell you, Simon and Luca, schoolmate. I'm going to tell you, Luca, the worst player I'm seeing in the league. And I am trying. Hold on. If I can tell you who are the best player, if I can tell you who is the best player that I saw in Andrew Vanzi, and I can tell you I'm going to watch basically didn't see him. I'm going to tell like, I cry. No wonder. So I wonder, what is the algorithm, the arithmetic that got this player selected to go on my national team and run around? And you know what? He did exactly the same thing that I see him doing for Harborview. Nothing different. So it's not like he some player play good for them club. They say they're a club baller. He translated well to the national team. Run around the place. Don't touch the ball. When him touch the ball, him give it away. JD, Mr. Speed, ask JD why him duck from the shot. Goalkeepers cannot do that. Jaden Ford.
Yeah,
Hold
you
on,
can't-
hold on, Cataract.
All
When
right.
you talk about goalkeeper, you see when a man then near range and gunshot a ball, brother, you have to understand. You have to understand. Me, I tell you as a goalkeeper, brother. Every goalkeeper do. Mr. Alice, man, power that a near post. And I'm afraid to take cover. And what do you, man?
I think Ryan. I know the PTSD has got you from Reba, but you have left Reba, Ryan.
No, bro. When a man, Mr. Speed, you know that too. As a goalkeeper.
Goalkeeper, they put out their hand, man, but
Point
them.
blank save.
They
Bro,
say their hand, but them.
They're really hiding from the shot, but them.
They hide it, man. Yeah, man. Them smart when them.
Bro, yeah,
Mr.
bro.
Speed know
Me
what
play
happened.
against
Mr. Speed know what
Anik
happened.
boys too.
Mr. Speed know what happened again. You'd have to see it, Ryan. I'm
All right,
sure
Mr.
Mr.
Speed, did Jaden duck? Cause you're the coach, you know.
No, I don't think him, Doc. I think
Him
him.
take for himself.
When I talk to him, which one I goals you attack? Enough goals scored for him.
No man, this is this season. This round.
Yeah, but
the
him
last,
fancy the last match, the
yeah,
3-1.
the 3-1, yeah man.
Yeah, it's same
You
anxiety.
did have
Same
some
anxiety, but the shot eventually is a soft shot.
yeah.
But apparently, he might play for something when that wasn't there. It's a soft shot, so the shot never that hard.
So it's not what you talking about, Ryan.
All right, hold on there.
That's fair,
Hold
man.
on, me get back to this car. Sam Cranky, just come on, I'm going to give it. Mr. Speed,
Yes, sir.
when you talk about quota system, I'm telling you, Mr. Speed, it's there and it's reality and it's true. I'm not going to call the player them name. You have a certain player. If you watch it, they're always in the team. Mr. Speed, may I tell you this, you know, Mr. Speed, from art, you know. That's why may I tell you, you know, we need to clean out the crab in a barrel, you know. It's not you, you know, and you're trying to get there, you know. But you have some man in the thing who are all along the thing. The quota system is there. Its reality is true.
So you're saying there are some players that is always in the team.
Yes, and they
So maybe
have
it's
to
not
be
a
in the team.
quota. Maybe that's that.
Ryan,
Maybe it's not a
No,
quota,
it's
right?
Ryan, it name a mic, you know, you have to shout like
Yeah, right.
Hold on,
Maybe it's
man.
not.
You see, sometimes when we come off, guys,
Ryan.
you know, so the other day, my head nearly bust. Me have to just take a time out, bro. Because when we're talking about this, I'm passionate, bro.
But Ryan, if
No,
a
man,
coach,
tell you
if a
just shout,
coach,
man. Hold on, man. Matt Ryan, you have to shout in at the mic. Because we're not hearing. Just speak normally. Yeah, man, nothing.
It's a
Ryan,
quota system.
So
Remember-
Ryan,
hold on.
maybe
Remember
those
put
are the
up-
core players. Ryan, may I get a different word? Maybe those are the core players.
We not core player, I talk key player. Core player. Oh, so we have so much core player in the team, I would still I say. Boy.
Yeah, but that's every team, every coach, them have a set of players who then are left.
Not good
And
enough.
the core is.
Is there not good enough, and they're blocking certain
Well,
man
that's a
from
different
in the team.
thing.
They are
That's
not
a
good
different
enough.
decision still.
They are not good enough. Mr. Speed. Mr. Speed, me tell you, you know, you have a few man who are block you from for your be. Me tell you, Mr. Speed.
Don't worry about that.
Me
All right.
know that you have a court, you have some man where them some of them play a half in a team. Whether them a play overseas now, them half in a team. A quota system is there.
Maybe it's a coach. Maybe the coach have some players that him trust and him always pick them.
Core. So it's his core players.
Our coach pick on too much feelings, bro. Too much feelings, bro.
But I'm going to get to cranky because I know when you
Alright, go to cranky because me there talk too long. But a quota system is there and it's going to always been there unless we move them money. It's going to be there.
Alex,
Whether we like it or not, because they are very powerful.
Alex, like I said to Dre, I did a video that came out today at 12:30. If you go in the description, you'll get an idea of what I believe is going to happen. That's just what I believe. But if you go there, you'll get an idea. So check it out and see. All the persons who have, you kind of get an idea. All right, Mr. Cranky, I know the only reason you came out is because you wanted to drive some fear into Cataract for your debate on Sunday, and also because you hear the Q word. So now that you hear the Q word, are you going to use in your reply or rebuttal? You're going to use meritocracy, right? So go ahead, Cranky. Hear me. Go.
So yes. I actually wasn't watching the program. I just came off work. I don't really work 9 to 5, but I left early today. I came off at 5 o'clock. That's early for me. And somehow I have a trigger for this. So it triggered that I came on and I heard the word quota. And quota bit my blood. I don't have a problem with, look, I understand Mr. Speed challenge, I understand Mr. Speed's conundrum. And I don't disagree with him with the concept, which is he wants to make sure local football gets an opportunity, get visibility, get the chance to demonstrate their skill on a worldwide stage. My concern about quota in Jamaica is we don't have a situation where people have been disadvantaged. Right? Where you have in the US, for example, you have affirmative action, you've been disadvantaged, so we're trying to make up for historical situations which the people didn't create themselves. This is not the same situation. We are very fortunate. I've said this 100 times. We're very fortunate that we have somebody that's developed talent for us, which we should leverage as much as possible. What a talent would afford us to do is eventually get those players in Jamaica you want to get on the world stage. We should be leveraging that talent we overseas in a number of different ways. The ones who have left us and no longer can play, they become coaches, they help the program, they provide advice. The ones who are playing well can help generate revenues we can to compete on the world stage, invest that revenue back into the community, the football community. There's ways to leverage that talent that you have that someone has developed to help you progress the program. I don't think a quota system is getting you there. I'll give you an example. Qatar, Saudi Arabia, these countries are buying talent. We have talent we're getting for free. We complain about quota system, and they're going out spending real money to develop that talent, get that talent to come represent them, because they don't have the people within their within their country to compete. They're not having a quota in terms of talent. They're buying the talent to displace their own talent. If they had the same perspective that we did, they wouldn't progress as a nation or get the visibility they're looking for, given that we don't have their resources. So, look, I don't know if the national team, if Whitmore has a core group that he's leveraging. I'm sure the Lowe's and the Blakes and others are core because they can compete and they can play. But I will say this, which is there are other players in the team, and I've watched them up close and watched them from afar, who cannot compete on the world stage as we want them to do. And unless you use the best talent, Mr. Speed, tell me this. What's the financial difference between getting to the World Cup and not getting to the World Cup?
It's 9 million US, that's what they pay, but of course, you'll have to take expenses out of it.
So think about it this way. If you go pursue vigorously talent in the UK, the best talent with Jamaican lineage, I'm using my own words, can get into the England team, right? You pursue them. They can compete at CONCACAF, but they can't, even if you can't make the England team, Antonio is a brilliant player and still getting into that team because Kane has a spot locked down, and some people don't like Vardy, they want to play second fiddle. They're going to go to the England team. You have other players you can pursue at the same level, coming to the team. We make the World Cup. 9 million, say minus 3 million expenses, you have $6 million to invest back in your program. So you may sacrifice with the local players with the view of a long-term view, strategic view of, you know what, I need the resources to invest in my program to develop my talent. Isn't that the best way to pursue versus having something which is different? Or which is this I'm gonna put my foot in the water and pull it out when I try to pursue talent, I'm gonna drop here versus have a strategic view to go get talent. That's what we're doing,
Except we don't have a quota system on the senior team country, which is what I keep on saying. There's no quota on the senior team. The coach could pick 23 players from Europe if he wanted. It won't be an issue.
But Mr. Speed, hear my point, Mr. Speed. You don't wait. Once again,
No. You'd have to carry that argument down to under 20.
No, but that's what we're saying to you, is that because you have quotarized the under 15 and under 17, players who we could have secured into the Jamaican football program, for example, Ben Godfrey, when he was 15 and trying to get into the under 17, would have now developed into those top class Premier League level talent that could push us forward. I think that's what
right, but remember that you still was allowed 6, and we didn't even use the 6 in under 20. Right?
Mr. Speed, you know that Jamaica has, I would think, about 6 times the population of Jamaicans in Jamaica versus the UK. About 500,000 Jamaicans of Jamaican lineage.
I heard it was a double.
It's my understanding they have about 68 million people, 3.5% black, 500,000 is Jamaican. That's what my understanding is. Maybe my stats are right. But here's the point I'm trying to make. So why is it they can produce so many better players than we can in Jamaica?
Simple. That's an easy question.
No. But here's the point I'm trying to get to, which is you need to go get those players, the best ones, help them get friendlies where you can get significant amount for your friendly payout, World Cup qualifying payout, You can market those players. They can help to market your product overseas. Leverage those players to make your program. The program. Hey, I've been watching Jamaica football for years, you know.
A wish team. The senior, you have to divide them, because we are talking about two different things. Because when we try to prepare a team to go World Cup qualifiers for under 17 or 20,
right?
The two senior team take all of the money. We can buy a ticket for a player in a lot of instances for under 20 to come here, and we keep him in camp for the train the rest of people for a month, 2 months, right? Which we can more afford to do locally. So there's a lot of dynamics at play, which we just can't manage right now.
At the junior
and
level.
when you try to go for when you try to even qualify a women's senior team, under 20, under 17 team, it's just one thing on the balance sheet, Sorry, on the profit and loss, and it's just expenses. That expense line. There's no income coming in for those teams, So even if we decide we're going to take 10 persons from you for the under 20, we couldn't afford to bring them across. I mean, it's a real life problem that we're having.
So, Mr. Speid, why don't you go to them?
We go to England to train.
You build a relationship with a club or would have facilities. Then do you not have money? They may want to engage with you. They may want to bring up some of your players. You build a relationship there. It's a strategic approach where you build a relationship there in England. Most of the talent going to come from there. Even the senior members who you don't want to travel all the time because it's so expensive. You have a setup there. You're out there pushing a Wolverhampton or Birmingham with things Birmingham get expensive, not too expensive. You can build you can have an organization, an association that allows you to do that. Think outside the box. Come out of the box and think outside the box.
Well, we would have to have one in England, one in US, and one in Canada. We just don't have them.
No, sir. US and Canada close to Jamaica, next door. You can jump on a plane from Florida for $100 some dollar. No, man. England are much farther players. It's a hybrid, It's not one structure. It's a hybrid.
Look, I'm not saying your system not workable, I'm just saying that there's a whole part of things. Plus, one of the things that we want to do is to develop our own, not just players, the whole support system, so we can turn out the youth, because we believe that we have better talent, raw talent that we can turn on, are equal comparative to anybody else. Because it's still our talent from birth that is coming out in England and becoming those top quality players, because they have a better system to progress them, a better player pathway system, which is what we're trying to establish here. So it's like the chicken and the egg. What we're going to do? Try to establish a system, or use that money to go out and get players from
So Mr. Speid, I think here's where the logic is flawed, right?
Who's Frankie?
No.
I think you're trying to debate him,
Guys, I came up with this question, the quota question.
Yeah.
So I'm a logo, everybody eat it up, cause that's what I say. I want to ask questions that like people are speculating on. Mr. Speid, are you
satisfied? Are you satisfied?
No. I didn't get to continue. It was.
So you had another thing on the quota question, because the quota is important.
I want you to read this down the bottom. I'll continue, Jay.
Yeah.
So, so Jay, I'll say something on the quota system and not moving off of it. Here's the flaw in the thinking. If Jamaica was qualifying and progressing into the rounds, the knockout stages of the World Under 20 and World Under 17 World Cups perennially, I would say yes, your thinking is sound, because that is the stage where you are displaying your talents for the world to see. We qualified for the under 20, I think, is it 2 times?
Yeah.
No, 17 to under 21.
Yeah.
But it was under 17 twice and under 20 once in 20 years. I'm talking since 1998, right? The revolution. That's not a good return. I would be thinking, if we were qualifying every year, utilizing the best of talents available in the United Kingdom around the world, and I want to agree with Frankie in saying that you're not going to be able to get a professional English player to come here for a month for a camp. That's not going to happen, because the clubs won't release them. But certainly that each friendly window, you could ask a coach to assemble an 11 or a 22 players who we are grooming to come into the national program. Your Keto Taylor Hart, your Deshaun Bernard, your Malachi Sharp, you know, Raheem Harper, Rico Richards, all players who have indicated an interest in playing for Jamaica, who are playing in Premier League clubs. Those names are Manchester United and Arsenal and West Brom, right? So you could ask a Dion Burton, who has at least 3 of those players in his setup, or a Swansea, I don't know the relationship, who has 6 Jamaicans in their first team squad. To just asking them in a commercial arrangement to host another 5 or 10 players to join them, drive down. There's no cost. They come and train for a day, maybe pay a hotel and stay overnight, and play a practice match against their reserves, if they so desire. So to think creatively about how to build. Now, you're not calling anybody in or paying the airfare, you know. You're really getting a chance to look at the talent that's there and getting them fair and familiar with the Jamaican footballing culture. So that when the coach is ready, or if you see some exceptional talent, you can pull it there and say,
which other country do that?
No other country, because no other country has. No other country is in the unique position that Jamaica is in.
Mr. Speid, I can't believe you said that. Mr. Speid, I can't believe you said that. Mr. Speid.
No, I want to know which other country. No, I want to know which other country have pickup teams. No, I really want to know. If you tell me, I'm fine. I want to know which other country do what you just said, Cataract. Go to club that have 5 players, carry some other players down there and say, make a play against it. Just tell me one other country.
No, and the answer is I don't think there's any, but I also don't think there's any country that says to me, I can't bring a professional player to play in my team because I can't afford an airfare.
No, but I've never said that. I've never said that for senior team, you know, for the junior teams, right? But yes. I want to ask one more question, Cataract. Since you guys are so strong and Frank is so strong. No, why is it that the Mexicans...
Hold on, wait, Cataract.
Yeah, but I'm waiting. I'm respectful.
Why is it that the Mexicans have a whole Mexican, the Germans, and the Brazilians are the 3 only team in the world that qualify for every single World Cup in the last decade? Men, women, boys, girls, futsal, beach, you from the name football and qualify for it. And Mexico go a different route than what you're trying to carry. Right. You are okay.
I don't know if you have any drug cartel money, right? If you want to come to real talk, no. If you want to do some real talking, good. If you want to do some real talking, because Mr. Speid, you can't just you never answer my question, and I hope you answer my question. Hold on. I'm just saying to you that the Mexican Football League, like the Colombian League in the 90s, was and is fueled by a significant amount of drug cartel.
Cataract. Let's not go down that avenue. No. It's not that complex. Guys. Wait, it's not that complex. It's not that complex. So, Mr. Speid.
Let me just say. Go ahead. Cranky. You muted Cranky or your mic.
Yeah, Mr. Cataract, let's go down that route. Mr. Speid, Mexico's population is 127 million. Brazil is about 211.
Yeah.
A whole, as you just talked about before, with
Iceland is 365,000. Smaller.
I'm getting to that. You mentioned every time we talk about certain things, you don't have resources. So don't compare to Iceland when it comes to resources. They have resources to invest. I'm going to Mexico, which is a much poorer country than Brazil, even though they have resources, the wealth is not well distributed. They have a wealth of people to select from, and a system that's been placed for decades, and they live and breathe football. Live and breathe it. If you go to Mexico, they have fields every single place you can walk. They live and breathe it. You don't have that same construct and setup to do what they're doing. We're trying to have you think outside the box, and you guys are in that box, and you can't come out. Like the box lock up. The box lock up, and the can't come out of the box, which is, you know what? No. When you said a while ago, which other country does that? You can be a pilot, you know.
I'm asking for information. What is wrong with that?
But Mr. Speid, you don't always have benchmark, you know, else you wouldn't have innovation. You don't always have benchmark.
All right. So let me chime in. Our plan, Frankie, is that we want to build what we have. So the first thing I tell you about, you know, we start a coaching school because we believe that the talent that we have here in Jamaica, right, is such a high level. It just needs to be harnessed. So we want to spend all our resources and getting qualified coach, pro license coach, to develop youth them from them at 13, 11. We are okay with foregoing 2022 and 2026 if we can get on a trajectory after that every single World Cup after that we're going there. So you have a method, you know, that you want to say we must start there. We are saying fine with your method and we're willing to do that in the senior team. But for the juniors, so we have a two-prong approach. You know? So I'm not saying you're wrong or Cataract wrong. I'm telling you that we have a two-prong approach. One is to the senior team, fine. Do what Cranky and do what Cataract say. We're saying from the under 15s, no, we're not going that route. We're building with top coaches
So
and top youth and bringing them.
Here's one question for you. One question for Speed. Mr. Speed. If you're on the 15 team or on the 17 team, right? You have 10 Englishmen, the Ben Godfreys, Keto Harts, whole gates of the world in your team, and you have 11 Jamaicans. If you have 21 team or if you have 17-man team, you almost guaranteed to get to the world stage. All those 11 players who are Jamaican, who you bred, are now on the world stage being seen by every club and every country in the world. It's not a one-dimensional.
We're not going to play, and you're going to have the 11 Englishmen playing.
You don't say 11 have to play. Wait. We never said 11 have to play. No, right now you have a lot of Englishmen. Jamaicans still play on it. Damien still play. Blake still play.
No, be specific when you talk, Cranky. Because anybody here, them believe that I'm talking about the same. I am not talking about the senior team.
No. But you missed my point. No, because
Can I say something?
Wait. That's all the comparison you have, Mr. Speed. That's all the comparison you have is a senior team. Because it's not happening a junior team. What I'm saying is that use a hybrid approach. Don't be one-dimensional in how you think about these things.
Let me see a couple of things. Hold on. All right, so I'm going to.
Can you wrap me a practice for
What are the Cranky? JT, I'm going to take formula, right? And then I want to say something very, very important about this whole thing. But formula and JT, I want to make sure that you were finished because I knew you asked the question. And it just gone. So I want to make sure that you're okay. But let formula sports chipping and then JT, I'll come back to you. Just allow formula and JT to go through and then, you know.
The from you hear the word quota, man, that was the trigger. Cranky, man like Cranky just appear out of nowhere in the comment section. First of all, big up to everybody on the panel. Second of all, I think one of the things why a lot of people are confusing the issue in terms of linking a quota with the senior team, even though there is none, is because we don't really see a systematic or a systematic effort, so to speak, right? A system in place to try and recruit, right, the best players that are available in the UK born players who are eligible and interested in playing for Jamaica. We don't really see that. We don't see a systematic effort by the Jamaica Football Federation to bring the best who are interested in to play for Jamaica. I don't know what Mr. Speed thinks about that that assertion.
All right.
No, well, just before the pandemic, we did and the coach did request that he wanted to travel in Europe, not just UK, in Europe to see if he can find talent. And he started actually. It's just because of the pandemic and he had to stop and had to go by references mostly. So that there was a program for that to happen before the pandemic started.
All right. Soon come back to your formula. JT, you're finished because I want to make sure I get past that and then I just say something very important that kind of helps some of us. Yeah. Because I like what formula just said because I think that is part of the problem, but very important because I think if at the senior level the recruitment was better, then the idea for quota would not, because remember it's not the senior level.
Yeah.
But because we always seem to get the worst. Sometimes it seems like we get the worst. Like I don't want to say worst. The not so good talent.
From a subconscious standpoint, Reggae Boy fans think that there is also a quota with the senior team.
Like when you think about like we got like a tilt in comparison to just an example. So when you get a tilt instead of Isaac Hayden, then you probably wonder somebody had some lean views in making that selection, and people may be saying, why wasn't this person? And I think it is the recruitment aspect of it at the senior level. Why persons may share that kind of sentiment. But go ahead, JT, and then let me say something else.
Why I ask about the quota is because, as you know, there's no clarity surrounding the issue. As Formula stated, I for one, the as what Cataract and Cranky was saying about the youth team, what they're saying is, I think they're leaving out the human aspect of it, and psychology and monetary gains. Most Jamaicans, my friend, he has a young son right now at FC Copenhagen. He's big club. I think he's about 12, 13 years old. When you talk to a lot of Jamaican who has these kids, they want their kids to reach the national team for that country because they also see that as a financial way out. You have to keep that in mind. A lot of parents are not willing to send their 15-year-old to go play for Jamaica when their intent is you can play for England and we can get out of poverty. You also have to take in the psychological side of it. It's great saying these people are Jamaicans, their kids are Jamaicans, them are post Jamaica. A lot of these kids, they aspire to play for England. A lot of them aspire to play for these other countries, and when they exhaust that, when there's no more opportunity, they tend to be available to play for Jamaica. So you have to keep that in mind. As far as the quota system, why I believe that there should be a quota system with the national team in a limited manner. In a limited manner, hear me out. Let's say, for example, you have to take into consideration spotlight. There is more spotlight on the English third division than the Jamaican JPL. But there can be a player in Jamaica who's playing as well as a player that we bring in from England. And because people say, yo, India, I want a club of England, him can come play for Jamaica. If you don't have a quota system in place, we can have a situation where no more local Jamaican players will be able to play for Jamaica when there is important competition. They will get to play against the St. Kitts, the Guyanas, and then as soon as big football come, you hear everybody start put out them English list, and all these guys disappear. So my thing is this, like, so I like the exuberance and the big idea. I tell people sometimes when we are abroad, we also have to take into consideration the Jamaican mindset and remember where we're coming from, and the social aspect of the country and how things are dealt with. So you have to keep that in consideration. I think that the way I would approach a quota system is, I think that the two best players from the local league, because this is the benchmark league, they have nothing else to play. This is the big league in Jamaica. You play the JPL. I think the two players.
Cataract, stop do that now and chew off just wait till the turn the Cataract, stop chewing him off now.
Yeah, the two players that excel at
Cataract, Cataract itch.
Let him finish, man. Yeah. But go ahead, JT. Sorry, go on, go ahead.
The two players that excel. The two players that excel at that level should be able to compete. It's like the two MVP of the competition should be able to at least compete for a spot in the squad. If you're gonna bring in players from lower divisions in England, who just because their league has more spotlight on it. So my thing is, if you don't have, if they're saying, I think you have to look at that for the future. It can be a future where we have only English players coming in when it's Gold Cup time, when it's World Cup qualifiers, when it's time for us to have friendly, them can't show up. Everybody have personal problems, and then we have to just throw some Jamaican players in there. So I think there has to be a balance struck. Something has to be well thought out. It's like, as you say, tariffs and how countries do trade, and not to have brain drain, and the opposite way. I think we have to look at it that way, because it can be a thing where the Jamaican football scene get overrun, and the younger players in Jamaica don't have anything to aspire to be, because when they look, I'm gonna play for Jamaica, but an Englishman are gonna take my game, regardless, even if I'm playing at the same level, but I'm not in a league that's a marquee league. So that's my angle that I'm coming from with as far as quotas is concerned.
All right.
Can I respond to that?
Hold on, thing. But so just to build upon what Jay Taylor was saying, clubs like Harbourview and there's only 10 clubs in Jamaica that ever sell a player. 10. only thing. And there's no way a club can survive in Jamaica paying salaries, etc. And Ryan can tell about boys down how they struggle sometimes. I mean, to just make ends meet without selling a player. The only time a club can start to function is after them sell a player proper. Like so the Aberviews, the Portmores, those are the clubs that sell.
The Cavaliers.
Yeah, well, recently. So the truth is, all the clubs, no club in Jamaica would ever agree with what you, Cataract, and Stan just said, because we know that if we don't get players in the national team, we're not selling anybody, and that it will send back our football to the dark ages. So we have to balance all of that as somebody who is on the ground in Jamaica trying to run a football program. And that is why I'm telling you, we love the big team, but we can't do that to the small team. You can never ever go down there.
Mr. Speed, can I say something, Qatar? Can I say something?
Pablo, I've been begging to say something.
No, me, I beg you.
No, Pablo, hold on, no. Yeah, let you go. Hold on, listen. First of all, management, that logo something that you put over my face like you walk up. All
right. You want me to remove you and bring you back? I can remove it.
It has to move.
I think you can take it off to a StreamYard. Oh, you can take the StreamYard on too.
This a keckle up now, Mr. Speed.
Yeah.
You look better now.
Yeah, man. And they can't stop complaining.
The thing doing now, Cataract, when you go in, you gotta take another half an hour.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man.
You have to no, 2 minutes to get
no, and your wife are going to complain about that 2 minutes up there. Don't do it. Good. No. Below management of Christian, so I keep it just by the right side of the edge. But here with the formula. Me and formula live in Jamaica, JT. Don't ever forget that. And so when we say that, it's not from some foreign perspective, but I've lived overseas for many years, so I have a double perspective. Mr. Speed will do a whole degree in a logic, you know. And so when they give me hold my head, it's because the argument then get illogical. Firstly, let me start with JT. JT, you have a job in Norway that you get paid for and you pay your family.
I'm not in Norway, but go ahead.
Not in Norway, Denmark, FC Copenhagen. Right, Scandinavia, FC Copenhagen. You're in Copenhagen and you're employed. If your company came one day and said, you know what? We need to have 2 Danish in this company. And it doesn't matter, Mr. Taylor, that you
there is. I'm telling you that there is.
I said 2 more. I said 2 more. And say, listen, Tata, bye-bye, because Denmark for Danes. And it sounds like it's a simple thing, you know. But it's what's used across the world to exclude many people from opportunity. And here's the thing. There's no magic with the number 2, JT. Because what if there are 3 exceptional players in the JPL? How do you give 2 and not 3? For me, the bottom principle is this. Those who
Cataract, it's also used to I'm gonna let you continue. It's also used to sustain the normal culture and to make sure your citizens get a fair opportunity. I just want to make you understand that, because there are educated people outside that can come in and override your whole country. So just keep these things in mind.
Okay, JT Taylor, aka Donald Trump, right? That was specifically Donald Trump's campaign rhetoric. America for Americans, make America great again. Where are all of those immigrants?
Well, England do it in sports.
Everybody, be the talk with me. Listen, everybody. I'm just saying to you that I have no difficulty. And I told you what my premise is. You don't have to adopt my premise. I remember I'm just a thinking man. If a player is not demonstratively better, like we're taking centre back, if it's not demonstratively better than a player in Jamaica, then the local player can hold that spot. I have no difficulty with a system like that, which says if you are playing your best and somebody is equal to you, we are going to give you the look in. But you can't tell me that you have a player like a Kwasa Chan. Let's give an example. And you put him in the national team because
Not the national team.
Now, hold on now, man. Because we're doing semantics, management. The national under 20 team. Okay, because he's 20. The national under 23 team. The youth team. And you say, okay, Kwasa, go in the team. Who can't kick a ball from inside the 6-yard box? No, right? But that's beside the point. And then you say, no Mason Greenwood. You might have an interest in Jamaica, but you're so good for Manchester United. The spots for strikers are filled. It don't work. It doesn't work. And whether Mr. Speed want to say it, I believe that is why I think some of the highest quality players are not even contacted and given the opportunity to say no, because there is a feeling that they will overrun the program because on talent only, they are going to pick themselves.
All right.
But hold on, no. The major point I'm coming to Mr. Speed now, that is the deal with JT. Mr. Speed is to say, look, if you don't qualify for a World Cup, the opportunity cost is greater than the 9 million that you lose by the qualification money that CONCACAF gives you. You lose money from world friendlies because teams that qualify want to play against the top level teams. So they want to play against other teams that qualify. So you can ask for a higher match fee and you can get more friendly games against teams that are trying to prepare themselves. One. Sponsorship. Local sponsorship is interested in winners and in teams that qualify for the Olympics, qualify for the World Cup. So you lose that opportunity. You lose broadcast rights, right? Your own local broadcast rights, you lose them. And you lose opportunities for local players to get lucrative image rights for local companies like your Digicel, your Flow. They all use, for example, the track and field, they're all using the track athletes now to promote their products, right? So all of that is lost. So the opportunity cost is not only the 9 million that Stan alluded to, minus your expenses. There's a massive opportunity cost every time you don't qualify for World Cup. And the last one is the irrelevance of football. Because since about when we didn't qualify in 2002, we have failed to fill the national stadium. And you would have gone to the national stadium and known that there can be 5,000 people there for a national team game, right? When we played in the Nation League against Guyana and those teams, a drive go Mobile. It's not 5,000 people was in the stand.
Yeah.
So you can
use the pandemic. They just bust the Qatar.
Okay, fine.
Yeah. All right, and it was already but Formula had some. All right. So let me tell you. Formula, and then Cranky, you can go. But there's something very important that I need to say about this quota thing that I think all of you need to know still. But go ahead, Formula.
All right. I mean, is multiple arguments made by different individuals. I mean, for starters, while I understand where JT is coming from with the two best from his perspective, being on the national team, I can't agree with that because a lot of the times, again, it's based on merit and the best available must play because I've seen some of the best players, right, being plucked from the JPL, right, and put into the national senior team, and them not ready. So you might end up having a case where it's two wasted spots, right, and the team is short two players, in my opinion, right, because I've seen on a number of occasions players from the JPL, them just not ready for the international standard, right? I want to address both Mr. Speed's argument about club sustainability and also JT's argument, which I think is Mr. Speed's argument as well about exposure and development, right? I personally think that it would be best to develop our national program by qualifying for a World Cup, right? Trying to recruit the best players available to us from all across the world, right? And qualify for a FIFA World Cup and try to progress as far as possible, right? I think the monies that we would attract or we would garner, right, from going about it that way, that approach. One, I think it's the most realistic approach. Two, I think it will take less time in terms of if we were to qualify for Qatar 2022, which is next year, we would get those monies, in a relatively quick manner, so to speak, right? And what we could do with those funds, we could revolutionize Jamaica's football program, which would help the development of our local talents in Jamaica, help them to develop to become the best they possibly can, and also help them with exposure and help with club sustainability as well, right? If we were to really and truly take those monies and really overall, right, the current setup that we have in Jamaica, right, and implement the best system in place in the country, right, from a club standpoint and also from a development standpoint, from a club sustainability standpoint, and also from a development standpoint for young players. I think that's the best. That's the best route, or that's the best way to go about it, right? I mean, for starters, to properly develop young talent, it takes resources. That's one. Two, the issue of club sustainer resources that we don't have, by the way, right? Because JFF, one thing them always about is lack of resources. And also club sustainability. We can't keep going. We can't keep going like this. We have to restructure club football in Jamaica. We have to. So I think the best way to go about it, me personally, is qualify for the World Cup, take the funds, revolutionize Jamaica's football. I think that's the best and easiest and most certain way for guaranteed success of our national program.
So just to answer that, man, we saw that Germany came to the World Cup and couldn't even pass the first round. How are we can't put our eggs in one basket. No leader or administrator will do that. So we agree that the senior team, yes, let us try to go to the World Cup, pick the best player available, and go after it. We might get the 9 million. But suppose you fail and you never have a backup plan. So our backup plan is to develop a core set of youths, local, that we can afford. Also trying to get a player pathway in place with the best coaches available who can develop to coach our team. Because remember, we go down this route already with coaches where we import every time they can hire coach we could have find. And after 20 years, we still not go back on a World Cup. They have not left any program behind, those coaches that we import. And they cost us in excess of over $1 million every single year. I mean, literally rape the resources what we have, literally, and don't leave anything left behind for us. They don't even leave a coach behind that is a A license coach standard, not even a B license coach standard. And we pay out all these millions of dollars to all these coaches. So we tried different methods. So now we decide we're going a different route because it just don't work and we can't keep on licking our head the same thing. So we say we're going to develop our local coaches to be the best in the world. Just like our local track coaches are the best in the world, we believe we can develop some local football coaches to be some of the best in the world. Once we achieve that, we'll be able to do the same thing like we do the tracks, improve the players because, trust me, raw talent, we have it more than everybody else. Physicality, speed, we Anansi like, we think cunning. It's just for us to harness all of that and put in our package and let it out upon the world. And that is what we're trying to do. So we agree with a cataract argument flaws, Cranky going to kill you in a cataract because you see now your argument, you know what you do? You try argue two-sided, I try to say we must get the 9 million and qualify. But at the same time, the quota system, you keep on a refer to senior team with the quota, and there's no quota upon the senior team. Cranky by killing in a cataract, I tell you,
Hold on.
I think it's my time now. I think it's my time.
But Cranky by thief a piece of it. Mr. Speed, Mr. Speed, you have a slick with your fine, but remember, say a clash, more than clash, so be listen selector, Mr. Speed. I am saying that if you apply such a quota at the youth level, the players that will matriculate to becoming top level Premier League players, you have to get them when they are younger. Because
but I will get 6.
But 6, there's no magic to the number 6.
No,
Unless
you can change the figure too. But you have to have Jamaicans on the pitch.
Yes.
You have to have Jamaicans on the pitch.
So this is
Jamaica,
Cranky.
Jamaicans will be on the pitch, by virtue of their talent. And I think that's what Cranky said to you. Even when we are bringing in top level, higher level, because we haven't reached the top level yet, even when we're bringing in higher level British players now, right? Players such as Andre Blake, Kemar Lawrence, Damian Lowe, Liam Bailey.
You're going back to the senior team.
No, I'm giving the example because there's no under 20 or under 17 team to talk about now. I'm saying to you that the example that I'm drawing from is that in the senior team, where there is no quota, local players born in Jamaica who have excelled themselves are able to hold their place.
All right.
Without Ryan, so there should be a senior team, you never hear Ryan.
No, he's talking about Luca Levy and he's talking about JD.
Hold on, bro. Hold on.
This was supposed to, hold on, Kat. This was supposed to be Cranky time. And then I need to just Ryan. All right, so let Cranky go because
just a minute, just 1 second. I would just want to adjust Mr. Speed on this quick. Just 5 seconds. Mr. Speed.
Yes, sir.
Do Winford Schaefer leave a coach behind and only just remove him?
No.
Miguel Cole.
No, man, he went with Mr. Schaefer.
No.
No, there was
afterwards. Listen to me, Mr. Speed. Afterwards, you guys just remove him and Winford Schaefer say, "Come, may I bring you with me?"
And who then put
Fox.
That's possible.
Jerome Wade.
No, Jerome was never the head coach. No,
listen to what I say now. Winford Schaefer leave Miguel Coley as the assistant coach. He didn't do nothing. The JFF remove him and bring in Jerome Wade. Fox. So I just want to tell you because
that is true.
Because we just said a while ago say the foreign coach come, they move. I'm just telling you, I'm just correcting you.
Okay.
So Mr. Schaefer left one coach.
Yes.
And you guys remove him and Winford Schaefer say, okay, I'm telling you, exactly. Okay, this is a very good coach. I am bringing him with me.
Okay.
Fox.
That's fine. Yes.
Yeah. All right, Cranky, because you go ahead, Cranky.
Wait. So a long time I'm waiting. And can I say not interrupt? I didn't interrupt about 3 times. So let me just say this though, which is Mr. Speed, the JFF need an advisory board. I'm gonna say that loud in public. And here is why. Intellectual capital doesn't reside in any one place. It's very distributed across the world. And we have to leverage that capital wherever it resides and bring it into the fold to help us progress what we're trying to do. What you're trying to do is admirable. There's nothing wrong with that. It's the way you go about doing it. So what you're basically saying to us is that if I'm a Jamaican citizen, you guys keep talking about foreign bond, English bond. I'm a naturalized American. And if my government is telling me that I naturalized citizen, I can't get certain rights of other citizens because they're born here, I would lose my mind. Because the Constitution gives me certain rights as a citizen. That's what Jamaica Constitution does for Jamaicans, no matter where they reside or where they were born. Otherwise, change the dynamics, change the Constitution to say, you know what? If you're born as a Jamaican, you can't be a citizen. If your mom is Jamaican, because they're born Jamaican in England, they can't. No, you got to change it. Otherwise, you got to subscribe to what it says. Don't change the rules because you want to achieve certain objectives. You can't change the rule to achieve your objectives in that way. I laud what you're trying to do. If you told me this, which is, you know what, Bertram or Cataracta, over there, his name is, or Cranky. We're gonna leverage the ex-past players, the Dion Burtons, the McAnuffs, right? The Marcus. We're gonna leverage them because they have certain. Some of them have their A license or B license, whatever it is. Like with Paul, how you bring in. We're gonna have a collective here where we're trying to leverage them to help us develop our program. We're not trying to get resources, funding to help develop. We're going to utilize resources from anywhere they reside in the world as a community, develop the program, which will get me to where I want to get to. If the US thought that way, NBA would be 75% African Americans. Because you know what? That's meritocracy. That's why you can't change the dynamics in the NBA. That's why the National Football League is 75% African Americans. You know why? Because everybody see the talent and the talent is clear to them. And people, here's the thing people focus on: outcomes, positive outcomes. That's why fans don't care about how much money Cranky want to spend, how much money the Glazers want to spend in Man U, because the only thing about is the result and the outcome. They want to win. And Mr. Speed, think about it this way: if Jamaica was winning, you would get as many sponsors. The Jamaicans would be buying jersey. You're getting sponsors. They'll be pressuring you to do things because people follow winners. They don't want to follow no loser. They don't follow your program. I watch the Jamaican Football League, JPL, because I have access to watch it here. And I normally don't watch these leagues because I only watch Premier League. I only watch quality. And when I watch the JPL, I struggle.
Congratulations, you have 1 over 1 more.
Wait, no. Let me just say this though. I can't watch it continuously because I struggle. I struggle to watch it because the standard is not where it needs to be. That's why I struggle. Now, you're attempting, Mr. Speed, to do something which is very important. It's developing the football. The question is, are you leveraging everything at your disposal to get the football to the right place? Because I do think sometimes we think very local and we're not thinking global. We say we benchmark, but then say we don't have resources to do some of the things that benchmarking affords me. You mentioned Iceland, who are rich, financially rich, so you can't compete with them. But there are things that they do you can leverage. So, for example, Mr. Speed, all these players like Antonio who makes a ton of money. I hope he's not hearing this. You're not necessarily going to try to poach them for money, but you can have them invest in something they're trying to do and show them a return they're getting, which may exceed the return they may get in their own country. You got to think outside this box, Mr. Speed. Otherwise, look, we have made one work. I think about athleticism we have and how good we are and how we have all these capabilities. We have made one World Cup in our history. If we didn't have Fitzroy Sisson and Dan Burton and Paul Holland, then we'd make no World Cup. No, one senior World Cup. Nobody came on a junior team. They said junior don't make no money. I said junior don't make no money. So that's why the US football team, even though the women complain about this, get paid more than the women. Because the senior team, the one generate the funds, as you have said rightly. The senior team generate the money, and that money is then spread out, just like in college football. Whereas the football team generate the money and they give to all the other sporting program. That's what you're trying to leverage. So and the football team is not just a senior team, it's a Speed. The Keto Taylor Arts and them, there's a war on talent, girl, but a war on talent. That's why you have to get them young, like Keterex says, the ones who are exceptional, bring them to the program, you lock them in, they then play for the senior team, can't play for England, because you're competing with England. And I know some people gonna laugh and say, you know what, like JT saying, you know what, JT, we don't think about psychology of JT. We don't care. And this sounds cold, JT. What we care about is outcome. Fans don't care about no psychology. They don't care about players. They don't even care about the players. They don't care about their well-being. They don't give a hoots about well-being. All they focus on is outcome.
Cranky, the psychology is not based on on what the fans think. I'm talking about the players themselves. And
I know. And JT,
right.
Here's my concern.
Yeah, man.
So I'm a Fleming. Wait, I'm a Fleming. I am a even a taxi. I'm those players. I play for national team for years and I get displaced. They're gonna feel hurt. I understand that, but that's life. It's unfair. It may seem unfair, but it's life. It's all about outcomes and the quality of the talent, and that's what the world pays for. And Mr. Speedy sounds cold, but it's life.
No, but right. I am not against anything you and Ketarack saying. I just say your comments must be at the senior team. I am taking a different route for the juniors. I am not against nothing you and Ketarack say.
So let me say this. Let me just say this because this is what I wanted to say, right? And this is what Mr. Speed has said. And not because I've always done this program with him. He says if it were up to him, any player that plays in the Premier League in England and can represent Jamaica would be in his team. He doesn't have to see them as long as they're in the Premier League. They need to be in the senior team. All right.
So management. Here's one question. Keto Taylor Hart, who plays for Arsenal, as you know, under 23,
yes,
on the cusp for the first team. When you're gonna pursue him? When he gets to Arsenal? When Southgate start pursuing him?
What I'm saying to Cranky is this is where I don't think the issue is what is happening at the junior level per se. I understand where Ian Ketter are coming from. I think the issue is what Formula said. Our recruitment at the senior level is so poor
Yeah.
that we keep missing out. And like I said, a kid of Taylor Hart, have we checked to see if he can be in the national team? Because we shouldn't be talking about him for under 20 because he probably can fit into. That's what Mr. Speed is saying. That like, and Ryan says this. Ryan knows that if Mr. Speed were in charge based on his philosophy of football, Ryan was saying it earlier, he would have Kiddo Taylor Hart in the team. So the issue we have is the recruitment at the senior level, because he has openly said that if you play in the Premier League and you can't play for Jamaica, you should be in the team. In fact, and if it is all 30 players, he's saying that that's it. Once you're playing in the Premier League at the senior level. Now, the issue we have, where you and Cranky and probably even me to an extent struggle with, is at the junior level. We are trying to go to the under-20 World Cup. There are 20 players in England and 20 players in Jamaica. All right. We believe the 20 players in England are better. All right. Mr. Speed is no. This is where the conflict is. Do I use all 20 in England or do I use 10 and 10 Jamaican? All right. You guys are saying use the best 20, whether they be playing in England or in Jamaica. I think that is a discussion we need to have. And here's my position on that discussion. I believe even if you have a quota, say you have a quota of 6, let me work with you, Mr. Speed. You have a quota, this is junior level. You have a quota of 6. And then Cataract says, listen, or Paul Hall or Dean Burton says, I have this other player at my club who is this, and he's give me a name. There's a guy called Omari Hutchinson, Arsenal. Paul Hall says, hey, I saw Omari Hutchinson, Arsenal. I found out that he's Jamaican. Listen, he's better than, let me use Christie, that you have in the team who is at Mount Pleasant. I believe that the coach, though you have the quota, because Paul Hall, who is a part of your system, or your recruiting person, give you this player, you add him. So you have gone above your 6. In the same way, if you had selected 6 people from England and you found somebody in America or Canada or even in the local league who is better than one of the 6, you just replace them. So,
and that has happened. That has happened like with the women team, even the under 20. We have last women's squad was 10-10, something like that. It has happened.
So I think like all of us kind of
women under 20 was 10-10.
I think all of us kind of have the same outcome. But the means
with a different approach.
The means we get to the outcome is what is the problem. Because once we hear 6, because I would want to believe that if Mr. Speed has 6 players and Paul, I'll call him and say, listen, no man, I have these other 2. And
it's a guide. It's a guide, you know. What we have is a guide.
Mr. Speed, I have a question. But you had a question earlier, which is, can you tell me any country that has a quota system when it comes to its athletic team, in terms of who plays, who are all citizens who have a quota system?
Really?
In terms of athletic. Yeah, tell me a country that does that. Because I'm not aware of any, but I may be informed. I may not know. What country do you know about a quota system about its citizens can play with the team, and it's not a meritocracy-based system? There's a quota involved in it.
In the EPL, you only have 17 overseas, and the rest of your squad have come from England.
Oh, no, but Mr. Speed, you're missing the point. He's saying
even the MLS.
No.
They are foreigners. They're not see.
South Africa in cricket say you have X amount of black man on the team.
Yeah, they just
Mr. Speed, you didn't hear me earlier, did you, Mr. Speed? I said where you have been disadvantaged in your life before, that's where you have affirmative action, we have been disadvantaged, and you're trying to make up for past history.
Oh, you didn't say that a while ago, though.
I said it earlier when we talked about this. I said it earlier. You know, this is recorded, Mr. Speed. It's recorded.
No, you said earlier, yes, but that's when you asked me the question.
What I'm talking about, I said where you have citizens, where the citizens have not been mistreated historically. Let me be clear on that. Where you have a quota system that precludes talent and meritocracy from being the criteria where you select your players. Okay, and I agree with South Africa, by the way, because you're right about that.
What about the point that I'm making, Kirk?
Hold on, but man,
Mr. Speed, answer the question.
I'm for one, I'm telling one. But
no. There's a qualifier for that.
One is because there's historical
apartheid. All right, sorry. Let me go back to this quota. Because quota is a way to try to get some fairness in a system or some unfairness, whichever way you look at it, right? But in a football is a sport that is filled with quota system from top to bottom.
Mr. Speed is there referring to a national team, not necessarily a footballing structure in a country like club, Yeah, man, national team.
No. But some people don't have quota systems. But like we could talk about like a Brazil, right?
Right.
You think you're ever going to go somewhere? I mean, no way you say, Cranky, you go say them system develop all that. But your question was general. They would never go anywhere or pick up even 5 money in a band of Brazil to play for Brazil.
Mr. Speed, because they don't have better players outside of Brazil, outside of Brazil. So I'll give you an example. Spain just had Laporte come play for them. Laporte probably never go visit Spain as tourists and play with France all time life, get in the France team, then call him come play for them. And by the way, Spain, a big time team, as we call it in our own colloquial term, big time team.
But
and pick up a man from out of the street, come play for them.
But them have enough players in a Spain itself.
So why they go pick up? Mr. Speed, give me one argument now. Why you go pick up another player from a foreign country who just have citizenship by birth, by lineage, come play for you when you have enough players?
Yes, but again, you like to talk about comparative, right? We can't compare ourselves with Spain, right? We are still in a development process. We're in a development process, which we need to develop our own. If we did take your route in athletics, we would never reach anywhere.
Mr. Speed, Mr. Speed,
we're not right now. We are the man from over GC Foster is in. We are trying to talk about some things because we realize what they did for athletics, and we are wondering, say, why we can't do the same thing for football. You are trying to approach a thing from like a top down, and we are saying, listen, we could start from the bottom and build our thing ourselves.
No, Mr. Speed, I've always said this. Mr. Speed, it's a hybrid. It's a hybrid. Granular, bottom up, strategic, top down. Mr. Speed.
What I'm saying is that you realize your guys are. I think you guys.
Man, you have to moderate. This is not your regular JPL program. You have to take for yourself.
Mr. Speed. You're comparing athletics with football. We dominate on the world stage in athletics. We dominate. Whatever we have coached now, we still dominate.
Whenever you dominated before earlier on.
No. But Mr. Speed, there's a difference in terms of how history has progressed. How history has progressed. The U.S. college system probably destroy athletes more than anything else. Instead of because them overwork them when they come here. And I know our friends who have been through it, them overwork them and kill them off. We've always had the ability. Now the workload has been reduced significantly. I agree the local coaching has developed to a point where it helps the athletes. But it's not been because they're any better. We've always had good athletes. We're from Herb McKinley days, the Arthur Wint days. Herb McKinley, Arthur Wint in the 40s. We've always had them. They always have been in the world stage doing well.
Can I say something?
Right. All right, go ahead, family, and then I need to just go ahead.
And women got more rights nowadays. That's why the women are allowed to come through.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
If I'm not mistaken, did I not hear Mr. Speed earlier say something along the lines of if you have to sacrifice 2022 and 2026?
No, he misspoke. He misspoke.
He misspoke?
Yeah, he misspoke. I'm just speaking for him. He misspoke. Yeah, he misspoke. We're not sacrificing.
I'm asking.
No, I'm not trying to sacrifice anything. I'm saying that, remember, even the team in 2002 was probably better than the 1998 team, and we still not got to work on it. So the point I was trying to make was we can't put all our eggs in our basket, so we must go 2022 or 2026. We still have to develop on the other end to make sure we say in the future we'll be able to sustain the same qualification.
Mr. Speed, hold on, Keter. Mr. Speed, we agree with you, Mr. Speed. It's not that we're not Keter, go easy, man.
Left hand guard and do something.
You love it too much, bro. You're gone, but we need to talk. You know what you're gone, you know what people talk. You love it.
Ryan next.
You love it too much, bro.
Mr. Speed, we agree with you 100%. I am the biggest advocate for youth development, in the country. Too much young talents are going to waste. I agree with you 100%. Remember, I forward in the comment section on the show and make comments along the lines of we need to take the youth them out of Manning Cup after them have them breakout season into Manning Cup. we need a cadre. I've said a litany of things where that is concerned. We need an established second division, right? The second division, the standard of play is being watered down. It's being spread too thin, so the quality is poor. If we could put the young players in the second division, it would help with development, etc., etc. So I've said a litany of things where that is concerned. So
Which we're actually doing.
Yeah, and by the way, I must commend. I see an effort being made to improve the program from a technical standpoint, right? So I in terms of the structure and all of that is concerned. So I must commend you guys where that is. I see effort being made, at a snail's pace, but I still see the effort. What my issue is that you spoke earlier about contingency plan, right? And we can't put eggs in one basket, right? My issue is that one can be used to serve the other in terms of if we set a bomb and bring in of a systematic, right? And a real push to try and get the best players who are interested, right? If we qualify for the World Cup, right? Because my thing is, you talk about coaching development and coaching education, Mr. Speed. Where are those funds going to come from?
No, it's
Are
the
those
cheapest
funds
thing.
already earmarked?
No, it's actually the cheapest method for us to improve our football coaching education and coaches development. Let me tell you why. So this is what we plan. By 2025, we want to have pro license coach in Jamaica, even 6. Then we want to have like about 40 A license coach. So we have a progress we are trying. Just imagine we have 40 A license coach and 6 pro license coaches. The pro license coaches will be able to teach the A license, and the A license coaches will be able to teach the B license. So instead of us having 1,000 C and D license now, we're talking about now 2026. We improve, we stock at that quality coach upward, right? And we expect to see the benefits of those higher educated coach coming out in the players that we produce. And that is why I said to you, say, listen, it's not just a plan to say we have a quota, but we have other plans in terms of player pathway, in terms of getting better coaches to coach you them from. So a Premier League coach is what? A Premier League coach now have a C license. That is all him have to have. By 2026, we'll say, no, you have to have a B license to coach Premier League. So even when you're watching the game, Cataract and Frank can say you can't watch it. Why you think you can't watch it? You think I just play them alone? They have to be taught how to play properly. And that is why I'm telling you that we believe that building. So those same players that we teach how to play now, we're going to put them on the world stage with some overseas one with the quota system. So now we can start watching progress of these players and see how they compare with the natural talent that we have. And that is why I'm saying to you, don't look on it one way, because it's a lot of programs we're putting in place to make sure that the quality improves because we have to produce local. And we can't abandon them none at all. We have to keep going.
But Mr. Speed, again, when it comes to the cost, in terms of implementing, those wonderful plans that you guys have where education and development is concerned, from a financial standpoint, right? To be able to implement it on a scale that will benefit the nation, right? In reasonable time, so to speak, right? Are those funds earmarked? Like, give us an idea of how expensive will something
So first thing we do, we get one of our brightest youth, Andrew Peart, and we put him in as the head of the coaching school, right? CONCACAF is the one who teaches B license now, and it costs us $35,000 for a class of 24, right? Of course, it means it would cost somebody like $200,000 if you want to do that course. Next year, they are going to be coming with an A license. What we are doing is probably send 6 people to do the A license. Once we get that in, all of the A license people can teach a B license locally. So we don't have to go overseas for somebody to teach those. Once we progress up 6 people to the pro license, they will be able to teach the A license. So that is why I'm telling you that coaching education is the cheapest route for us to get where we want to go. And we recognize it and realize that is one of the things that we have to push hard on. Because also, we have CONCACAF and we have FIFA who is supporting us in those programs. to get our coaching school up to standard.
All right.
No,
Mr. Speed, can I say two things? Can I say two things? One is
one of the good thing is that we also have some of the best teachers in the world, and as some of those people we tap into teaching, not necessarily football people that they want to say.
Okay, so I got Cranky, and then Ryan, because you have been silent a long time. And then...
So two things. One is I agree with the Speed around the strategy they're employing around getting coaches up to the standard, because it's an imperative to get the players better players. If you look at country, we have a lot of coach. Spain has the most in the world, probably twice as much as any other country. And you can see how technical their players come out eventually, followed by countries like Germany, for example. So it's an imperative to do that. But you're talking about per capita. I'm talking about in total number.
No, man, I'm saying that's what they did in Iceland.
Okay.
They had this coaching thing and everybody doing the same coaching courses and their football took off. Right, Grant?
Yeah.
So I agree. But just be the last one says, I reviewed the last set of financial statements published by the JFF, the last 2 year set. You guys are trying to imitate Barcelona.
You see what you just said? I want you to go back and review the one that your friend, Cataract friend left before, and we'll reduce the debt so far.
They're scary financials.
Are you saying that Cataract was in collusion with
sorry, but no, you're right about that, Stan. But the truth is, we reduce the debt every year because it's an albatross around our necks too. Because we have like this millions of dollars in debt, and that's one of the reasons why we're carrying chunks of help us and everything. So right now we can't afford to spend more than we earn. We're really trying to make sure that we spend a little less than we earn. And it's a problem too. To do it all we want.
Ryan, go ahead, Ryan, and then Family had a question earlier that I think is important. But what I'll say to the people is that I think I am sure that the next national team that you will see will have more players from England than players from Jamaica.
Management, you know, care where them come from the management. We want good players. We don't care if they come from England. We don't want on tilt.
Fuck.
We don't want on Turgot. We don't want them players there. We want quality players. It's about volume, It's quality.
Turgot tilt.
Turgot, yeah.
Cranky, you will surprise. You guys will surprise, and I'm really happy to see the squad coming out. I'm really looking forward, and we guys will not be frustrated. We guys will, unless we're going to be ungrateful. Let's tell you that from now, right?
Frankly, look at the man to this squad. So
we'll be nice and we'll be good. We're loving it. Trust me, we're loving it. But anyway,
pick the team already. So I hope the team squad to pick the team already.
All right. Listen, here.
Craig, can I give you a clue to where to find some info here?
All right.
Oh, sorry, Cataract, can I give you a clue?
Can I give a few names we're going to on the team? Let's. I want to shift the ball game a little bit, right?
But go ahead, Ryan. But family.
Listen to this ball game. Listen to this ball game, and this is one of the things where I think the JFF lacking, and we need to do more on this marketing. You know that I went on Ajax site this morning to purchase.
They have the Bob Marley
I never buy another team, a club team, jersey different from Liverpool Football Club.
Man,
I went on to order the jersey. Guess what?
Bob Marley.
Guess what the jersey? Guess what happened to the jersey?
3 little birds.
Sold out. So my biggest question is
Bob Marley edition.
My biggest question is, why is always overseas making more money from our product? Why I see the national team, the girl team, using trying pushing it? Why is the national senior man team pushing that brand more? Why Ajax have to do that?
Well, millions use that song, Ryan. Every time them down, that's the song them singing on. Don't worry from
that is them anthem, just like we have Never Walk Alone. That's the anthem for Ajax.
Ryan is bringing up something very important, right? For example, Ryan, if they put a Bob Marley crest and agree with Bob Marley Foundation or whoever it is to leverage their image right, for the Jamaica national team and use that as a way of promoting the product, Probably sit off
Frankie,
the shelf.
you know what the man them the big difference too? A lot of people see the the advertisement, bro. This me have to laugh, bro. The man them use a Rasta. The Rasta logo. The Rasta logo, the man them. When I look at it, me I say the man them a deep bird. The thing just right in for Bob Marley. The Chility bird and then the Rasta logo. Bro, if you not see it, go on Ajax page on Instagram and check it out. And the man them have on the red, gold, and green. Why we couldn't have our third kit? Why we couldn't make a third kit with Chile to bird and that? This is why Taylor asking if we have a lot of young people in the JFF. Because really and truly, we need the mix and the blend. But young people, they are up to the media. They are realizing what is going on in the world. And we need that. Ajax, bro, the man them a millions of dollars. One girl takes me from England, I bring for my program. Ryan, I went to order the jersey and I have to go on Adidas site. And she introduced me to go on Adidas site. Bro, me not spend other money, £90 on other team unless I Liverpool. And me I go buy a Ajax jersey.
A very valid point, Ryan.
Yeah.
We need to wake up, man. We need to wake up. This is the way we're going to. Bro, what about this? You have a Reggae Boys mug. I sell it with a Leon Bailey picture of Bobby Reed on it. And sell them. All of these things count, You make a look at $30, you make a look at $30, and bro, all of this count. And this is where
I think the JFF need to go to a real, I hate to say this, it's going to sound really, really derogatory, but a real marketing firm. It may cost you some money. Maybe they can work part pro bono. You can pay them deferral over a period of time, Mr. Speed, but you really have to think about how you'll lift the program, leverage the country, its culture, its accomplishment to progress the soccer program. You can't just do what we've done in the past. As you said, the only thing that's constant in life is change itself, And probably taxes not change because you have to pay taxes, but change is constant.
Listen to this, and this is why I'm telling you guys. I'm telling you, bro, when you need Ryan come and talk, I not make up things to get no views. I not make up none. I telling you, this is how me feel. Off camera and camera. Virgin, you have some people. You hear what Bob Marley daughter said about the people them in the JFF. You have a thing with Sir P said. They want to do it or they just don't want to do it. They need
can't do it or you don't want to do it.
Yes, bro. Bro, you have me telling boy, I don't know. I don't want to talk too much and get frustrated.
All right, I agree with you, so we need help. So but I think anybody will disagree.
But I know, Mr. Speed, you know we need help, but certain man nah go on that.
Because sometimes Mr. Speed, you have to sacrifice yourself sometimes, You see, people own companies sometimes realize, what, the company has grown beyond me. I have to pull myself out. I still have my equity in the company. I still have a position, but somebody has to come run it because we can't manage anymore.
Most of you guys, let me just say, most of you guys have a long night tonight, right? So I'm going to, you have a next program.
No, I'm going to rest up with them. I'm going to prepare for my debate. I'm going to take up tonight.
Tonight, no Sunday.
No, Mr. Speed. You have to plan, Mr. Speed. You have to plan for things. You can't just do you can't just do things at last minute,
So you listen to everything Cataract say from him start come from program.
Diversion, Cranky, look out for diversion. Look out for diversion.
Cranky, remember saying in practice clashing doing
Yeah. He does.
But I want to just because I want, let me just say thank you to everyone. I want to give you like final statements. I know, right?
What about it? But this is the gospel of preaching about.
No, but Formula asked a question. I think he was raising the whole issue of financing and the JFF wanting money and this. But go ahead on your point, and then JT and then Ryan, and let me hear from everybody else.
Good couple pints. I'm relaxed. Ryan, so I like it too much. So I'm relaxed.
All right, go ahead.
Badly player. Some staying Ryan. Sometimes I make a whole eye song player. Mr. Speed, I come back to ask some fundamental questions. You never answer.
Ask him about the team.
No, I ask you about the national team. And you never answer, I ask you.
What?
Based on what algorithm or formula did Luca Levy and J.D. White ascend to the national team from the pool of players that were available in Jamaica, land we love? That's question number one. Because
Well,
I know
the next one. Let me just answer that first. So I can't remember what. So what happened in that period of time? To be honest, to give the coach a slack, that was in the midst of a negotiation, and there was a lot of players who outright withdrew, and there was a lot of other players who were supporting the players even alone. They never come out right and say they withdrew, right? So there was a limited amount of persons who the coach could have chosen from at that particular point, and he did the best that he could. I suppose he did the best that he could.
Okay. So I thought that was going to be your answer.
No, but remember to
you're stand cronky-ish. But when we got to Japan, when we got to Japan, Luca Levy still remained in the side.
Yeah, but
go ahead.
In Japan, that core that Ryan talked about was absent too, still for Japan.
Hold on, Mr. Speed, no more you do. Talk about your player. Talk about your player alone. Don't just talk about
Jaden
White. Just talk about Jaden
No,
White.
no, right, no, but I don't pick the team, you know. I'd have nothing to do.
I know, but what me, Mr. Speed, me know what go on, you know. So that's why I get it. Say yo, just talk about Jaden White and stuff.
Right. So Jaden White has been the best. Jaden White is 21 years of age, right? As a matter of fact, when he got Japan, he was 20. He was even 21. So he's a very young player. He's that talent that people think that have a future. Remember, a lot of our great goalkeepers never even come into being till they were like 26, 27. So he was always the national under 20 keeper that played and did well in the World Cup qualifiers that we went out of by Mexico. He was a national under 23 keeper from the Olympics. So that is the reason why he was supposed to be the third string keeper in the national team as the youngest of them all. So that is why he was on it. He was on it. And as I said before, some people didn't turn up.
So the other thing, in terms of the scouting, and about 4 specific questions there, but a long-winded question. The mystery of Curtis Tilt. We're going to do a Netflix series.
It's not a mystery. It was the same reason. No, it's the same reason. When we had to rely extensively on a lot of players from England when the other players didn't want to play and Curtis' name came up and he was given a job.
So here's my question. Because it's a real mystery. You know, Netflix call me about it in a car.
Netflix?
Yeah, man. The mystery of Curtis Tilt. I come from Birmingham, you know. Curtis Tilt come from Birmingham. Used to play Kidderminster area, something called for them side here. Coach, we had Anthony Stewart at Wickham Wanderers and Shea Dunkley at Sheffield Wednesday. 2 centre-backs who have Jamaican passports. Wasn't like Curtis Tilt who was going to apply for one, right? 2 that had Jamaican passports who were playing in the championship.
Some of them played in already, brother. Some of them played in already, Cataract, man.
Curtis
Tilt. I record if you say who me say walking at the team, you know. I'm not change, but I just don't want to talk it too much time.
No, man, I'm just saying, I heard you say that. I'm saying when you were gathering the team, when your back was against the wall, why was these 2 players, 2 centre-backs, who were playing in the championship at the time, one for Sheffield Wednesday, which was Darren Moore's side, and one for Wickham Wanderers, why were they overlooked?
But Cataract,
Curtis Tilt, who was playing at a lower league, and I'm talking about players now. Those players were British.
Like we talk about the lower league, you know, can I come back to Auntie, you know, Cataract. But but in that team, we picked Liam Moore and we picked Pino, right? Yeah. And I think we did pick Wizard, but he got COVID and couldn't play. So I didn't think. I mean, there was 2 players that they were a must, because the truth is, in that particular game that we played, we found 2 centre-halves in that game, which were shorter. So I think the coach would have done well. Anyway, look at it. They are still in the squad now.
I don't think. Look, guys, I don't think we should harp on. I get uncomfortable nowadays. I get uncomfortable talking about individual players.
Yes.
The players are people too. What we're gonna talk about more. No, but Cataract, don't be frustrated. It's about strategy. It's about, if you told Mr. Speed, look, Mr. Speed, how you source players has to improve because
I
we see certain
agree.
players in the team don't have the right quality. So therefore, we got to make sure we source the right players. We got to do the scouting and bring them in
I
and make sure
agree.
we source the right players.
I agree. I agree.
Yeah, and Cataract. Those are the two questions you use your time for ask.
No, I had
Yeah,
four
Like,
questions.
and a show like this.
I had 4 questions. And
Whoa.
I want to know because I was literally concerned as a fan of the team. And I'm not saying anything because I can walk on Birmingham as soon as it thing done and Curtis might see me and thump me in my face. But no matter. Because they still have a attitude.
Oh man, you is a professional. Him not
And
that.
the same place to come. Curtis was a bricklayer, you know. Curtis just thinking, I respect the man and make some money and thing, but I never saw Curtis tilt as a international caliber player.
And
And
he was recommended to us with that.
I just wondered why 2 players who had been on the verge of the program, one broke his shoulder.
Cataract, if you understand this, is not every player going to play for the national team.
Brother,
Remember that, Cataract.
Hold on. Me get upset when people tell me that, Ryan. Because over 500 players in England. So how 500 of them are going to fit in at 23? Me know Matt's my brother. Me know Matt's bad man. So me know say all 500 can play.
We carry 3 centre back and 2 of them work out. Cataract. Well, you have big issue.
Yeah.
Cataract. I think
I remember saying you have Mr. Speed
Mr. Speed, what I tell a lot of people say, they're not going to be. Then some people, you have some Jamaican people just, no matter what you do, they're not going to be satisfied.
True.
No, Ryan.
No matter what you do. It's all when the team come out, no matter all if the right player in them try find problem.
But
you understand? Just like me bring exclusive and me get one right. No one believe you again. That's how Jamaican people stay.
So Ryan, I say this. I said we don't have.
What you should ask, is about the process to get these, or how does it work? That's what I think should be the best question to ask Mr. Speed. How does it work in terms of overseas players coming?
Look here, it was always the coach would do majority of his scouting, right? But people also recommend players, right? And when they recommend players, any recommendation that comes in would go to the technical people and they would decide what they want to look at. But in those times, Cataract, we had issues, and you know about all the issues, and we have to go back over them. So we're getting recommendation from people who are supposed to know better or know the standard of players. So we give them a try because that time we're back against the wall.
Okay. All right. So the last thing I want to ask, and it's near and dear to my heart. Near and dear to my heart.
Comedy grant story.
JPL, you come up after this, right? Because this sound like more ammunition for Cranky Cataract.
Yeah.
Why Cataract?
So like them a fight World War II.
No national league player on my team. Me have no League 2, no National League, no League 1.
Yeah.
Me just say that out front. I'm not
Why Cataract?
I wrote my question, them nice and easy, but the JP question good enough.
You start hesitate. Go on.
Come in the Cataract, come up with the jump card. Come up with the jump card, bro. You're taking too long, bro.
I'm a girl alone, can't tell me to come. Tell me forward. All right. No.
Man come like a lawnmower, man take long to start up him, man.
I don't know what brand lawnmower you have.
So like a broken lawnmower to me. You understand?
Hold on, Ryan. Mr. Speed, remember, man is the official dub plate man for Cranky. So it looks good. They all dub him a cut for Cranky right now.
Right.
Two quick questions. One, any news on the 4 Manchester United players that have indicated an interest in playing for Jamaica? 1, and 2, the CDM business. I'm really concerned about it because I haven't seen Kevin injury shrouded in mystery, but he hasn't been, and he's been in the squad for the first 3 games. Not on merit, but based on injury. What is your take on that? Jordan, I think in the first two games only played 26 minutes in the first two games. I think he ran out 90 minutes. He did run out 90 minutes on Tuesday. But what's your take on that?
But if I go back to remember some watch here, you might not know some I watch. If I go back to when you used to watch a cataract, you would have taken those people, whether you know if they're injured or not, to play for national team.
What kind of name that you're calling
If you
him?
put them up against the way on. That's what you used to say.
No, man. Kevin Stewart? No, I'm
Yes,
asking.
you'd have to make him play for national team whether they're injured or not. Above who we had in there.
No, man.
No, man, it's not Kevin Stewart. It's Anthony Grant.
No, man, we don't want Anthony Grant, man. But we not doing so bad.
Anthony injured. Anthony's a player that never injured. You go show me when Anthony injured. He had 10 years.
Don't start him up. Don't start him up with that.
No, I'm just saying. If those players are fit and training in those environments, we don't have no issue with them. Yes.
Oh.
No issue with them. Even if them wasn't appearing for the club, once those players, Premier League player fit, we don't have no issue with them.
Okay. And the 4 Man U players, that's it.
No. You see, all right. So you see, for this,
the first
what exactly is that the squad is picked already. The squad is picked already, right? I couldn't interrupt that process here.
Right.
Wait till because the person can't come in right now. So I couldn't interrupt that process and wait till the squad release before we think about talking to anybody. So
no, but it's not a matter to come here now, because there's so much time to set you, Mr. Speed. You have to keep up to date on the happenings in the UK.
No, but Cataract, understand.
Those players are 20 years old now. Those players are 20 years old.
Cataract, we don't want a confusion in the system, Make the squad settle first, we have to play them 3, then we approach the rest of the That's what we have to do. That's what we do.
I want to say this, which is
I know it's Anthony in the squad, I know, but no, this is better.
Him the inite. Let me tell you for him the inite.
And let me just say this, Ryan. Let me just make my points clear and let you guys.
Go ahead,
Mr. Speed, I send the academies in Denmark that that does trial to Ryan. So Ryan can get those to you. I can send the ones in Sweden and Norway to Ryan. So he will get that. Just try to build up a rapport with those guys. They tend to take a lot of players from the USA and a lot of time they have open tryouts. So it's just for you guys to figure out how to have a base in Scandinavia where players, you can host them potentially to get them in a situation where they can get a look in. So that's a way where they can, because I think Jamaica needs to utilize this region a lot, because a lot of people only watch the English leagues. When you go to stadiums here, it's just as full. The fans they're rebels. There's still football is huge here.
JT, one question.
Yeah.
Can you accommodate 2 person if they come to chat at your house?
Yeah, I can do that. I can do that.
Okay,
about mansion.
No,
I know. I'm just asking online.
As I said, Ryan, this is what I stated on your show, that I want to do that in an organized manner, where I want to have a sports agency here, to where it's because it's one of the biggest thing is also insurance, health insurance. When you put in a player out there and that player can get hurt, if you have to put that money into your pocket, it's gonna cost you. So health insurance and those things, you have to really take that into consideration when you're bringing in players. So there's a lot of things you have to really sit through. It's not just put a player up on a plane and you house him and you send him go broke him foot. I may also have a broke foot player at my house. So you have to, so there's things we can, there's things we have to work through. I just want to just finish up by touching back on the youth program where they, I think it was Cranky was talking about where he stated that if we had youth players from England, where let's say there was no quota system, and we brought in youth players from the UK, then Jamaica doesn't really have a youth program. Naturally, I understand these are citizens as you see it. But guys, if we're talking, football is not just based on and to touch back on your point again, Cranky. I don't really like when people simulate like Jamaican football with like American way, because American way is a capitalist way. American football is based on monetary gains, investment, big clubs. Jamaica, we have to take out. We don't have the finance. Man is man. I keep your people comparing Iceland. Remember, Iceland is a part of the Danish kingdom as well. They
Yeah.
get a lot of help from Denmark. Denmark coaches are revolutionizing football right now. They are the coach at Brentford. As you can see what they're doing, as I talk to you about the underlying analytics, they're taking a new approach to football. Denmark went to the semifinals of the Euro because they're not picking. This is what I'm saying, why it's important to, it's not just going off big names in England. As listen what the interview I sent to you, Ryan, what the Brentford coach
Yeah.
said. It's a specific player that performs the job you want him to perform. Is not the player being at this club or at that club. And Pastor Cataract, your church member, I've been watching him this season, and he no look too hot. No look too hot. You have to tell him to stay upright. You're a church member, the Cataract, so you know who may talk. So that's what I'm saying. So we have me. I'm saying that to sustain Jamaican
Merciful
football,
Father.
to sustain Jamaican football, guys, football is also based on the pride of your country. No matter how we want to stay on here and say, yo, we want all this English player. Listen, we're talking about a nation of people who has pride in themselves and who are hard workers. It's the same country where we say little, but with Talawa. There's a Jamaican who thinks he can outplay Ronaldo right now. I'm just telling you. So you have to keep these things into mind. We can't just say a player is at this division in England, and because there's no spotlight on the Jamaican league, there can be a player in Jamaica who can get that job done for you. But all the noise surrounding it, that he's from England, those players don't get a look in. So this is where I said that my thing for the quota thing, um, why it's important, it might not need to be binding in a way where you say it's not flexible, but to maintain the aspiration of a lot of these Jamaican youths who are playing football and aspiring to reach the highest level, we have to have them be able to get into the national program somehow. And we can't keep comparing Jamaica to Iceland, to America, to England. We have to look at Jamaica as Jamaica with the social challenges, economic challenges. It's just way deeper than the big picture on YouTube. That's all I want to say on that.
So JT, I appreciate and laud you for thinking much broader than just what's in front of you. But I'm gonna say this again, because you mentioned about Denmark coach and specific player for specific position. People go and buy the best talent. That's what Man City does. Why Chelsea? That's why they win. That's what Madrid has done for years in Barcelona. So Barcelona is broke.
Arsenal.
Well, we don't buy the best talent. We just waste money. Without no sense. We just wait. We're not strategic in our thinking at Arsenal. We waste money. We keep saying Arsenal doesn't spend money. They spend money. They're spending money foolishly. What I'm saying to Mr. Speed is this: is that we have to think much more deductive about what we do and much more strategic about what we do. And I agree that JFL is on a journey and trying to get there in terms of thinking about, for example, the coaches are the ones who help with player development and got to start the kids out early with the right coaching if they won't get to the right level. We agree with that. But it's not one-dimensional, and you can solve a problem not just one way. You can actually try to achieve the same objective, approaching it from different angles to get to the same outcome you're trying to look for, right? You have an objective, you're trying to achieve the objective. Didn't cover there.
No, they say JT, did you play for Cavaliers?
No, I never played for Cavaliers.
Okay, but JT talking about capitalist system, for example, like Jamaica a capitalist system.
I know, but America is the mother of
few people have the money in
capitalism.
Jamaica. But two people have the money in Jamaica. A capitalist system, it's not a distributed resource, not distributed.
Here, I'm into socialism. Here.
I know this. I can tell from the way you argue. Yeah. And that's good, but we're not all there because I'm a capitalist. But anyway, I'll say this is because you know what? Sorry to say that, but it's true. And a lot of us are, even though we don't say so. Okay, we distribute the wealth that we generate, right? The money we have to others around us who are less fortunate. But here's my point, Mr. Speed, which is it's very important that we don't think one-dimensional, that we really think big picture. If you want to make progress in life in anything you do what they call the corporate environment, Mr. Speed. You know what they do sometimes? They say, kill the company. You know what that means? I have a company that's doing really well. And I think about what can destroy my company. And I'm proactive in addressing it before it occurs. That's why companies like Kodak don't survive. Because they haven't thought about, they think about, what I'm doing is going really well. And think about how I disrupt that to make sure it's sustainable and it can stand scrutiny. So in essence, Mr. Speed, I applaud what you're trying to do, which is develop local talent. Because the talent is there. because it's innate in some of those individuals. It just has to come out. But you can't do it sometimes at the expense of leveraging something else to help you achieve that objective. It's very important you do that. So as Keta always says, and I'll say this too, which is there is so much talent in the UK without displacing the Jamaican talent you're talking about that you can leverage. The question is, how well do you source that talent? How well do you communicate? Because we are poor communicating, you know. Somebody play for Jamaica, they can't play again, despite them, just disregard them. They don't, no communication, no engagement. You got to bring people into our community and make that community continuous to let them feel a part of the program. If a player get displayed, if Hector, for example, my buddy, if you don't select him for a squad, don't just not talk to Hector anymore, because you're gonna feel like, you know what, I'm disregarded, I'm not being considered. Have the communication. You don't make it this time, but maybe next time. You've been part of the program as a humble servant. Make him feel like he's wanted. There's a way to communicate and engage to allow people to feel part of a collective without being in the immediacy of what you're trying to do. But don't discount what people are saying no matter who says what. Always assess the argument, assess whether it makes any sense. Can I pull sense out of nonsense? Leverage the quality of the information you're getting to inform your view and then execute on it. Because I do think there's a lot of people outside of Jamaica who I wasn't born in Jamaica. I've said this 100 times. But I think I'm as Jamaican as anybody else. I grew up in Jamaica. My parents were Jamaicans. And I think that way. I operate that way. Probably have the same temperament. Leverage everything at your disposal to help you achieve your objective. Don't be one-dimensionally thinking. I'm finished preaching, but that's my view.
All right. Formula. And then Cataract, do you want to respond to JT?
Yeah, I'm sure remember.
This is last comments time.
Yeah, but I wanted I know you were asking a question earlier.
Cataract, where are the bridging?
He might take notes from Stancy comments so he can prepare for him
No, I just really wanted to find out a little bit more about, because we're hearing reports that, you know, the JFF need monies for upcoming World Cup qualifiers, and, you know, there's an issue there, right, in terms of, you know, the funds, you know, not being earmarked, so to speak. I don't know if Mr. Speed can give us more details with regards to that.
All right, for the persons who don't know, before you answer, Mr. Speed, let me just tell the person. So it was the General Secretary, right, who came out and said that there is a shortfall because the budget is close to $1 billion Jamaican dollars. But subsequent to that, we heard reports that there is a TV deal that was given out to the CONCACAF, I think over $1 million and odd US. So really and truly, it's not that we need close to the billion. It's just that we have money now that is allocated, but for the entire campaign, you're probably going to need $1 billion. That's what
Jamaican dollars, right?
Right, $1 billion Jamaican dollars, but you only have like 300 million. So there's a 700 million
deficit.
Deficit, right?
Yeah.
I think that is what, for those who didn't know. So, Mr. Speed, if you can.
No, well, I mean, that's not a secret. Remember when we were doing the negotiations and we were at pains to explain that what the players asked for is fine, but we just couldn't afford it. Remember, we were at pains to say that was the basis of why we had the standoff. So, I mean, this happened in every single World Cup qualifier. We don't have enough money based on our organization, and you have to realize that what CONCACAF did this time was increase the amount of games from 10 to 14, so that naturally by itself increased the expenditure. Also, we are you know, the government is not giving us spectators at our home ground, so that again increase what the deficit is going to look like. And the third part is that based on the 3 games that the CONCACAF is putting beside each other, we have to employ jets. We can't be flying on commercial airline. We have to be jetting between some of the games, because that's the only way we're able to recuperate in such short space of time, able to get the players then back to match ready status. So with all of those 3 things, we're always going to struggle for money, and it's just how we have to find a way to get it, and that's what we're looking at doing now. So it's a fact. I mean, it's not like,
you know what we're concerned about.
I think looking positive, Mr. Speed. Where that is concerned,
one way or the other, we have to find the money.
Formula, you know what we are concerned about, Formula? I think
we're
concerned about
Mr. Speed.
I tell you, that's how Jamaica work. You know, you spend your rent money.
Sorry, where you saying money?
No, man. What I'm saying, I think what Formula and I like the thing that we're concerned about, you know, is like I think family and I have this, is will there be money to pay the players? Because of everything else, we want to make sure that the players get paid because we don't want no more man not like
Well, one thing we're sure, if we did ever agree with what they asked for, we wouldn't be able to pay them none at all. None at all. So at least this is much more manageable. I think our budget reduced by 50% after we agree, based on what they had asked our budget to reduce by 50%. So we're still going to struggle, but at least we're near to struggle. Now, as it relates to the players, I don't know their mindset in a World Cup qualifier, if that will be different from in the World Cup or in some other friendly. Okay, their mindset might just be different, and then money is not so much of an issue. You understand? I'm hoping that's the case.
somebody's asking, people keep asking this, why you don't do a GoFundMe page and see if people would give money to the JPL?
A good idea.
It's why I need some young people, Mr. Speed.
No, but
it's something that we're looking at. It's not.
I said that the other night, and them laugh at me. The people are saying, "Yo, like me wanting Jamaica football into poor." I'm saying, bro, the diaspora. The people have wealth in the diaspora. There are people who will contribute to their country in some way. So, people, we have to chip out of that mindset and put pride aside sometimes just to get the best result. Like
you hear that that is a GoFundMe get Lionel Messi to pay him salary.
Where? At PSG?
At Paris Saint-Germain.
A GoFundMe, really? And
Paris Saint-Germain don't need no go. Hey,
that's the rumor. That's the rumor.
Ryan, come on, Ryan.
I think it's a rumor.
It's a rumor. I'm saying it's a rumor.
Ryan, don't mash up your credibility. Don't say anything.
No, it's a rumor, bro. It's a rumor. You know, we know Paris Saint-Germain is one of the richest them in Manchester City. You understand? It's just a rumor and speculation.
Just the jersey alone, the jersey.
Listen, Formula. I mean, I want everybody to talk. Just share with the people your channel so they can go and check them out. And then because Mr. Speed have to leave, and I know everybody going over to Coach Minzy. But let them know where they can find you when your next show on Formula.
Why people we say something wrong with smash it up? I say a room and why people stay so? why Jamaican people stay so?
Ryan, just share your channel with the people. Don't worry about that.
So they can't hear more conspiracy theory. Keep going, get Ryan. Share your channel.
You know the thing, though.
Hey, Ryan, everything sell now. Even bad news sell, Ryan. Everything sell. Even bad news sell.
You know Skipper?
Yeah, man.
You know Alan?
Yeah, man.
You know Ready Bug?
Yeah, man.
Oh, you don't know me.
Me don't know.
They're important.
Me talk about Diego Garden. I'm an uncle, you know. Diego Garden.
Diego Younger?
I'm an uncle. Yeah.
What's up with Diego, you know?
Yeah, Diego, my uncle.
Diego, give me a nickname. Diego, give me a nickname.
Cranky?
No, another one. I'm telling you one there. That one is more known. I'm telling you that one.
Come say cranky now football no working.
Yeah.
But management, this is what greetings across the world. Student show. But people are fine people.
Pastor Cataract, talk about your church member, cause him can't stay upright this season. What go on?
No. He's being fouled.
Okay.
A lot this season. No, but you follow the stats. I don't know what has happened, but he's been fouled a lot this season.
Watch your last game, Cataract.
Who are we talking about?
Anthony Grant. Him look shaky bad.
But
he's a senior citizen. He's Alzheimer's. He's a senior citizen.
The Nila Jaw with Tranmere. That's
it. Shaky, bro.
No,
which game are you talking about?
I'm just looking. Hold
on, man. Which game
you know when you go a crusade and the pastor tell us wait Cataract. You know when I'm gonna explain it to you where I'm coming from. You know when you go a crusade, man, and the pastor tell us say gotta come tomorrow. You are baptized tonight. You have to baptize tonight. Me make Cataract convince me about this player. But after me do my research this season, he's to be honest, Cataract, he's not the answer.
Okay.
Cataract.
I'm asking you now, which game did you watch?
I saw about 2 of his games. I saw the cup game that they lost.
that they won all
They
draw.
never play in a cup
Went to the
game.
penalty.
No.
So that is what I want to know.
They never
No.
play in a cup game.
His last game
JP.
as well.
No.
On his first position in his last game, he turned
Hold
over
on.
the ball on the top of the 18,
Hold
just
on.
give it to the next player, and they ran in. I don't know if because
No,
are you church
hold
member
on.
now watch the
No,
game.
I just asked you a question.
Yeah.
Which game?
It's more than one games. The highlights for the games
Hold
are
on.
there with him.
No, you say at the highlight.
I'm talking
Hold on. I just asked you.
Just a second. Remember butt in a little bit. Cataract. You know, I'm not gonna lie. You see, JT, you see, if him hearing about a player, Atkinson, Ismail and introduce Atkinson, not introduce, put him on to Atkinson, and then Taylor put me on to him. Yeah. And then me do my research, and then me link somebody, and then give me more information on him. So what me I say, when I try bring down the player, you know, we go, well on a cataract, man. We can't remember the game. We can't but watch a few highlights, and he's not the answer.
He's not the answer.
Right? Let me answer to you. So
I know Mr. Man we know me I tell the facts and true.
Hold on, me I will tell you. So that's what I want to know what them watch. You understand what is, man? Because said a 3 games in play. He did not play in the cup game.
3 games in play, okay.
Hold on. He did not play the cup game. So when you say the EFL Cup, me get puzzled because I don't know what EFL Cup is.
It's them EFL game, they're so confusing. Like I don't sometimes I just start watching the EFL those local because I don't watch Bush League football, you know, Catara. I'm just telling you, because I hear a player me start watching Bush League, you know, but just I tell you because that league look like a bunch of construction players showing up to play football. To me, to be honest. Just watching it, man, Havana, 2 left foot shoes, it just looks uncomfortable. It just looks so rough. I'm like, what is this? I Cataract, and the heat map Cataract use chick, the heat map thing, you know.
Cataract. If you can't manage JT, don't come to beat me. If you can't manage JT, don't come to beat me. You're embarrassed me, man.
The heat map. Because first thing JT come and say, watch the man play that cup game.
I stand corrected about the cup game. The games that he's played in.
Hold on, because let me get it fast. He has played 3 games. Hold on, he played 3 games. Played 3 games. He started all 3 games, played all 90 minutes, right? At 3 different levels. The first game he was the man of the match. So we didn't want to know if that game he attacked.
No, you gave him the man of the match.
No. Not a televised game, televised man of the match, where they won 3-1. They won 3-1.
I will check that out.
Right? And go on Sofa, see if him score a 7.4. Sofa man of the match, because him have the highest rating on Sofa. Right? In the last game against Tranmere, was a 0-0 draw. That was a very battling game. That was a game he played well in. In the second game, he did not have such a hot game. That's why I wanted. That's a game where you watch. They actually lost that match 2-1. They lost the match 2-1. But nothing I'm starting to tell you. No man, no error will lead to whatever. But it was a torrid game. I'm gonna tell you so that.
Is that the game there with the orange jersey?
Yeah, that was a torrid. Torrid game. That was a
I want to judge him off of one game now.
No, man, I just tell you.
Can't judge him off one.
No, I just tell you. No, me talk straight. That was a very torrid game. That's why I asked you which game you watch.
That's the game then.
The game with the orange jersey, with the away kit, it was a very torrid game. Yeah. The whole sided up. Because 2 Jamaican and I sided up. The striker Jamaican too. Right?
Yeah, we don't want him. We don't want him. We don't want. We want him. We first don't want him. Okay, if you think Boza kick it out of the stadium, we might kick it in our next country.
So we're level down to the game. And now we come to the facts. I going to tell you, it was a very, very torrid game for Swindon. They really did come up against it. But in the last, because that's me confused, because the last match we play, you had an outstanding match.
How long you carry this man? I mean,
you understand?
So I support you, the man, you think that all our year, so you know it more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 away combined.
Where's the combine? No, Mr. Speed, no, I'm saying to you, the game, no, I was just leveling down to the game and I come in and want. Me not gonna run up and tell us my player play good in every game. Foolishness that after man of God. But we agree, and I'm saying to you that game, I said, is a torrid game for Swindon.
Yeah.
Swindon had a rough ride.
And I think what Cataract has done.
Cataract.
Right. But when he was saying, what he confused Mr. Speed, when he said the last game that he played, the last game was against Tranmere, and I know he had an outstanding performance because Swindon had a 0-0 draw away to Tranmere, and everybody was saying it was an excellent performance by Swindon.
But let me I think Cataract has softened his position. What Cataract is saying is that I think recently I've heard him say that if Kevin Stewart is the person, he's not going to pick Grant over Kevin Stewart.
Always said that.
He always said that. But he always said that. Right. And so I have to support him on that. He's not saying that Grant is the best one. He said that compared to Hector and Lambert and Williams and some of those guys, Grant is above them. But if you go get Kevin Stewart, I've said
this.
But you said that many times on every different platform.
I have to be honest with that. But let me just say just a couple of things because I think Naktai is asking about all. We spoke about the league earlier and we said that all the games, because of the lockdown, they have been pushed back to Friday. There will be a triple header on Friday. So we're going to talk about that on Wednesday because the games have been pushed back. But we did speak about the preview for the Premier League earlier. But here's a very good
we didn't do the preview. We did the review.
We did the review, right. Right. Well, we didn't preview the game because they were
bring up that comment.
I was going to point you to that comment in a Mannings, man, because I think it's a very important question that Mr. Speed would like the answer. Yeah.
You see,
was the JFF president
the Reggae Boy trademark. Yes.
Mr. Speed, do you really need Umbro to manufacture your apparel? Why can't you do it yourself?
No, the kit that you're playing, it have to be Umbro.
Why, you have a contract with them? How long does the contract last for?
There's a contract, yes.
So how long? When does it expire?
I think next year.
Then get rid of them.
Can't do that.
Well, when it expires, when it expires, you can't always break the contract and pay a fee, but anyway. Or you can get rid of them when the contract expires.
So you're doing your own
thing. I mean, look, we talked about this, right? Which is, there's so many platforms of Speed where you can utilize to sell your merchandise. You get what, about 20 cents on the dollar for each jersey sell? Can be more than that, right?
It can be more than that. It depends on.
I don't think it's probably more than that. Most organizations get about 20 cents on the dollar. People think they get, when you sell a jersey, you get 100.
Yeah, but remember, some jerseys sell for more now. Lee and Billy jersey probably sell for more than just a normal jersey with no name on it. And some people just want no name, so for one name.
No, what I'm saying is that if Umbro manufacture it for you, they get most of the money, right?
Yeah.
They get most of it, and then it depends on who you sell it to, your distributor. They also get a significant portion of that number.
Yeah.
So by the time they finish, it's like a lawyer signing a lawsuit, you don't get nothing. Little and nothing you're getting. The question, if you do your own manufacturing, your own distribution, what would it take to do so? What the infrastructure you have to put in place to allow you to do so? And then what's the cost benefit of doing that? That's the question.
Let me tell you one thing.
No. I think it can be done easily nowadays.
Yeah. Let me just say something that I know for sure. Part of the problem I have with Jamaican kids, it's just like Usain Bolt. It's part of the problem I have with Usain Bolt. Jamaican now wear Puma, you know. Which Jamaican go take up their money, go in any place, go buy a Puma shirt for wear, go out. Adidas and Nike or Jamaican are wear for brand. The Jamaican now go buy Puma, Umbro. So if it's not the national jersey, no other brand, no Jamaican, they think I'm gonna go out and say I'm gonna go buy. If Jamaica had Nike as a sponsor and had Nike t-shirt with the Jamaica Reggae Boys thing, a lot of Jamaicans would wear go party and dance and thing. No man now wear no Umbro and no Puma. No disrespect to them brand, but it's a Jamaican thing. A two brand Jamaican really focus on Nike and Adidas, sadly.
Chest high.
Facts.
So get Clark's to sponsor it. But man, see, Tevin Campbell bring up JT. See, Tevin Campbell confirmed. So the last game, Grant was the man of the match.
Yes, and I said the last game I've seen.
Played, right. So that is why I was confused.
In the orange jersey, sorry.
I'm gonna make the excuse. I'm gonna tell us the team play poorly, including him.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna make the excuse.
JT, I'm glad you're watching Bush League now, JT. I haven't got there yet.
No, because what I do is I don't watch the entire when we speak about players on these platforms. I like to go do my due diligence and track the player, because some people come and speak of emotions. I like to speak of what I'm seeing and how the player is performing, because you can get convinced by somebody come and say, yo, you know that Jamaican and we played down in one place and him score 50 goals last season. I'm like, where is that? Is it even that a country? So
I'm asking the same question for some of these players you guys mentioned are playing in, I won't mention what countries, but not playing at the highest level. That's always challenging for me. I said, how you do comparison with somebody not playing against competition that's significant, and how you evaluate a player against somebody who's playing in a much more difficult league, but I may not perform as well. It's very difficult to do that analysis and come out in a good place.
Cranky, the good thing Mr. Speed said is, I hope you. I wouldn't want to see those young Jamaican players going down to the Iron Curtain. I think those leagues are just too ragged, and I don't think it developed the players technically enough. I think it's a bit challenging, and it's just too much things around it. I think Jamaica should definitely start focusing on Scandinavia a lot more.
Well,
I
we
think
need, that is true,
underutilized.
because this statement,
I
we
strongly
really
believe.
need, Mr. Speed, based on this statement, we really need to focus on Scandinavia a whole
Yeah.
lot.
Yeah,
You see
we
this?
have to.
You see this right here?
Mr. Taylor.
This is a lawyer. Hold on, this is a lawyer, an attorney, and he says, when I researched a trademark at the U.S. Trademark Office, it displayed an owner in Scandinavia.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean it's not a Jamaican who owns it.
I don't know any Jamaicans. I know the Jamaicans.
No. You guys are confusing.
It's
It's not where it resides.
No, I'm wondering
who
if
owns
it's
it.
Jay Taylor.
No, listen, there's no Jamaicans in Scandinavia that is that high up.
No. You're missing the point, though. It's not about high up.
Oh, you mean the trademark itself?
Yeah. Because where the trademark resides, where it's registered, doesn't mean that's where the person resides, right? Yeah, the owner could be any place else.
Okay, so he would have to clarify that a bit more, right? Yeah.
Okay. But but Mr. Speed, you say it's owned by
As far as I know, yes.
by the JFF. Okay.
Because we've enough contracts now with the players that says if we sell something that you have a right to the jersey, we give 50% of the profit. So I mean, as far as I know, we are the owners of it. Yes.
Hey, listen. Yeah, man. All right, listen. I mean, good show, long show. Coach Minzy show start at I think 7 o'clock that time. So you guys need to go and get some food to eat and
Yes, and get ready.
But yeah, Formula, just you go ahead and just tell them where to find you, and just give your closing thoughts. Then Ryan, JT, Cranky.
And you're going to do the preview show when? Wednesday.
Wednesday. So for not time, I was getting him incorrect, right? We're going to talk about, because we get Cataract to come on board and watch the JPL. Cranky is on board watching the JPL. Jay Taylor is on board watching the JPL. We're trying
specific teams, not the entire.
And if Frankie if Cataract can watch that third division in England, he can watch the JPL. I don't care what he
I watch.
Cataract is only watching AG. That's the only person who's watching the below league is AG.
No, I'm watching.
I'm watching.
You mean my football team?
No, not you. Taylor, which team are you watch?
I'm watching Cavaliers because I think they look very organized to me.
No, but in general, what is your team in Denmark, JT?
No, he's talking about the local.
Okay, well, I'm asking you what.
No,
team
my team is Brun, because my ex-girlfriend was a sponsor of that club, as I told you. So I used to attend games, and they have the jersey like Jamaica, kind of with the yellow. It gives you that, and that's one of the few clubs in Denmark that's sponsored by small businesses and local people who put their money towards the club. So Brian Laudrup, Michael Laudrup, those are Danish legends who played in the World Cup that beat Nigeria in the quarterfinals. So I kind of FC Copenhagen is that big Champions League team. It's just too commercial for me, so I'm more a Brøndby fan.
And you say you play football in a Division 3 GT?
No, that's in Sweden right now. I'm trying out for a club.
So you're trying out for a club.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Him no good. My
No,
roots.
I'm not. I'm just doing it for guys. I'm just doing it for ledger. I'm doing it for ledger.
JT, I'm very proud of you, JT. At least you're playing. Some people talk football, they never play, so at least you're playing, JT. Some of us have played, some people haven't
Frankie,
played.
it's for exercise. It's strictly for exercise. Because
And
here
it does, as long as you're playing and you're
Yeah.
competing, that's all that matters.
It's for exercise.
we came to the Gotia Cup twice in Sweden. Cavalier came to the Gotia Cup twice in Sweden.
Okay.
Nice place. We enjoy ourselves.
Yeah,
but
Malmo.
when is it coming back up? When is it starting up?
You see, for me, I mostly go to Malmo games. So
Malmo.
Yeah, they're on the border of Denmark. It's 20 minutes drive from Copenhagen. And my daughter is Swedish, so I'm spending a lot of time in that area. So I just go to those games. I'm not too versed on the entire league.
I didn't know they had Jamaicans in Denmark. I learned something new every day.
Oh, there's Jamaicans even playing in the third division in Sweden as well, right? A few of them.
Yeah, there's one that just came. That was
Peter McGregor is in the third.
Peter McGregor,
yeah. Norway as well.
At Vidabergs. At Vidabergs is the name of the club. On loan from Jagarden.
And what I wanted to ask you, Mr. Because I've met two players from Trinidad who they were youth players, and they linked up with this agent that as I said, he got licensed by Real Madrid. They were here in Denmark at Velensbeck, and then they went over to Portugal to try out for the first division in Portugal. And when I watch these players playing, and I'm looking at even some of the players in the local league, what is the relationship with? Is there no agents, or is just the agents are that bad that they don't have the network? What's
that's
happening?
What I wanted to ask Mr. Speid about the state of agency in the country.
What's the breakdown?
Poor, man. It's poor. It's poor.
Very, very poor. Can the JFF do anything to improve it? I think that's one of the things holding back I think it's holding back our program, generally speaking.
But
the only decent agency I see working with reggae boy players is International Dimension. That's the only one. The rest of them are a joke, in my opinion.
Listen, brother, it take money. It take money and a psycho, bro.
Yeah, and agents is outside of the federation. I think
agents
is outside.
Sometimes the JFF can't do nothing about that.
I know that, but I'm asking Mr. Speid, is there anything that they can do to help with the state of agency in the country? That's what I'm asking.
Well, what I mean is that usually there's an exam that you take to pass the agency. The FIFA exam, right? FIFA kind of don't bother with it anymore. So, and the truth is that Jamaican players do not want to share their salary to anybody at all. And agents charge a fee to survive. If you're going to have a good agent, it has to be somebody that don't work and that is their job. Jamaican footballer, the worst thing you can tell them, to pay somebody 10% of their salary. Yeah. So people who have tried to do it have found no success. And they just.
But I listen. When a man get 30,000 a month and you pay a man 10%, at $27,000 a year leave with enough.
Right, but if you're going to progress,
and plus you're gonna buy 15%.
No, but if you're going to progress, it's an expense of your trade. But we don't do that. So what happened is that
it's a tough thing.
Look here, we have tried to start even some player thing in Jamaica before, and everybody's supposed to pay $1,000 a year, and then just no one pay. Their association. Yeah, it's a problem with the Jamaicans. They don't even want to sign a contract, to play for the club. They don't even want to sign.
Hold on, Mr. Speid. Mr. Speid, hold on, Panda.
Cataract, talk to you.
When the player them, hold on. When the player them sign the contract for the Jamaican club, they get it for a 2 or 3 months, and then afterwards, we don't have the money. But remember, the player sign a contract. I sign a contract and I have to go look at 95 because I have you to take care of. I have my bills to pay. So don't talk. A few Jamaican club. Few.
I agree.
Please don't go down that way.
I agree with what you just
Remember,
said.
I am a man in the system, and when you're in the system, you know what's the ins and outs.
Ryan, but players must know their rights. Because the club tell you that because they know you're
Mr.
not going to do
Speed,
anything.
hold on, Mr.
Hold
Speed. Listen to me, Mr. Speed. When talk about play of right, and when man use badness on the player them, and when me talk about badness, I'm talking about government badness. You know what go on, you know the thing, no, Mr. Speed, man.
No,
So nobody
yes,
talk about contract a
Ryan.
few.
But we can't stay there, Ryan. We can't stay there, though. So
But
I'm
is that
just
when you try to beat these man's system and you don't abide the rule, them gun you down.
All right, Ryan. We know what this is election time. Our 3
All right,
year
so
from
nobody
now.
go there, so
Yeah,
please,
I'm
come
gonna.
know what I go on.
So this is part
so
of the. Go ahead, Mr. Speed.
no,
Mr.
no.
Speed,
Yeah,
you
even
have a,
though Ryan saying is not that bad, but I'm just saying, listen, that is why certain players play for certain teams. But if you see a young upcoming person who's going to sign your first contract, then you have to understand the dynamics. That is why agent is so important to tell you, say, don't go to a club there, go to one, the other one, the other one. Right, Ryan? So that is the way now. Look here, I told you something before. There's less than 10 clubs in Jamaica that sell a player. Why would you go to a club that don't even sell a player? They probably don't even know to start to reach there.
But Mr. Speed, you know, let me tell you something, Mr. Speed. You know, you cannot just go and turn up to any of most of these big clubs in Jamaica. You know that you just can't just turn up like that.
Agent. I tell you,
Well,
the agent.
agent, listen to me, no, Mr. Speed. You know, man, we now have a few agents we have in Jamaica. And
No,
if the agent not getting back something out of him not invest.
True. I said that before. I agree with you.
If
Remember I
you
said
not,
that?
if him even give a boots, hold on, no, man, government badness, bridging, hold on, no, brother. More set the record straight. Cause something when Speed I go down the line, me not agree, me not allow because me in the system. Me not make that pass pan thing. Listen to me, Mr. Speed. A few club, when you say players to sign to an agency, and it's not everybody can go to them club there and just turn up. So you can't just turn up a boy's town.
We can't just turn up a Portmore.
Me not call the name Bridging. You can't just turn up a certain because man is man, you know why me not call the name?
No,
Them see me as a threat to them. Cause when I call certain people name, them send all kind of people in my DM and wait. But until they come to Jamaica, I go bust it. Listen, that not frightening me. Right?
Okay.
So listen to me, Mr. Speed. You know that Mr. Speed say it's not any club you can go and chain for. So just let it clear and it's a few.
And that is how the football road. But I'll say this. I was at a club, right? This time I was in college. And really be able to get like 2-5. That wasn't pay because by the time you leave college and go there and you buy one bag juice and bun and cheese and pay about bus fare, the money done. And next club from a particular area asked me to come. So they're gonna give me more. It's when I went there and I told them what I was getting. Already after the first week, like I said, Ryan, everything changed. But so I decided I'm going to leave because I didn't go stay and succumb to the badness. All right, and I'm gonna dictate to you what you want to get there. Decide not to play any football. So there is a very difficult thing in the context of our football, and I think some of these things need to change. And maybe this is where the GFF need to step in, create a system of protection for the players. Like some of the players don't have nowhere to go to. You play in a certain community.
Oh, you go protect. Hold on. Oh, you go protect against. Hold on, no man. Oh, you go protect. You can't do that, bro. You have certain man, and I go touching on the JFF. So when you look at it, brother, so I'm tell you, say, brother, if I have the power, not even the building I want a new Kingston, I lick down the whole light and start fresh. When you tackle in a problem,
Agreed.
you tackle it from the root. You can't boy because you're going to have infection on the wall or come in on the other player and the other people when them going to the office. Lick down the whole thing. You get me, I say, people?
What
seriously.
Ryan is saying is
I have to drop, guys. Thanks for having me. I have to leave.
Because we need to close.
Look here,
what Ryan is saying is that the foolishness is too institutionalized. That is the problem.
Big time.
Look,
Yeah, man.
you have some clubs that are run professional. As in, I agree with what I'm saying now. So a young player need to make the right decision. Trust me. And an agent man can guide
But
them or
Mr.
somebody.
Speed, when you live a certain community, you can't make no decision.
Young
The
talented
decision,
player. What you talking about? I have
the
one
decision,
matches. No, I have
no
one
man,
matches with
no man. When
players.
you live a certain place, the decision is made for you.
No. I have one matches with Cavalier. They used to call me Arnett too. Yeah? And I have one matches. And then I ask me about players who play for me. And I'm telling them that the player live right now in your community. Them don't even know the player.
Oh, they never know. But
Oh, they don't even know the player.
you, but go ahead, Keter, because this.
No, I just want to say this. I'm for the first time going to agree with Mr. Speed. What I think you probably don't say. Again, I think the one of the weaknesses of the JFF is your agent arrangement in court that you have in England. Turn on the lights. You need a super agent. Anytime I'm ready for a super agent, I'll make it talk to my neighbor. I'm a proper agent. I'm deep in a football, you know. I'm deep in a football in England. But they hear me talk passionate about it.
All right, Kata, me have to talk to you about the agent. Me have to go though, yeah?
Well, Mr. Speed, I have to go to. I want to say something to you. I want to flash back your memory. I just want to tell you thank you very much. Thank you very much. Back in 2011 at Spring Plaza.
Yeah, Boots.
Your response to one of me what I think the bookless. I just want to tell you. I don't think you remember that you always driving a grey van and you know you film a bookless. You're coming out of Kingston Bookstop or one of them. I don't remember. And you bless me. Yeah, and you bless me with 8,000 Jamaican dollar. At the time I was playing for Boys Town. And you say, look, man, I don't really do this, you know, because I have my youngster Cavaliers I take care of and stuff. I just want to tell you, Bridget, thank you very much for that book list that you filled for me. I really appreciate it. And thank you for all the food you buy from down in country coming up when we're playing Parish League. Yeah, but may have something against you still, Mr. Speed. Big man thing. Bridget, I make two mistakes. I Westmoreland, and you take me off and bring on Bumpy. And I was a same good goalkeeper like him. You didn't give me that fair chance to me. You remember that game there? When the rain that fall, you take me off.
You mean you take me off the 3-1?
No man. I think we lost Westmoreland, yeah. And you just take me off and bring on your Cavalier and trust me, you hurt me. Bumpy goalkeeper, the brown one. What name again? What?
One goal it pass you?
Yes, I make two mistakes and you take me out. You send the player go around, go not on the field but behind. Cause you don't want me to. Cause you want me up the goalkeeper and trust me. It scared me.
You see the keeper warm.
You scare me. You scare me.
You get scared.
It scared me. But I still remember the good thing that and right what the place name I tell you. What the big bus pass have a name? What the bus pass name?
Bus park. Transportation.
Yeah, bus park. Yeah, right there. Yeah. So you remember right where we usually come meet a Burger King and buy burger and donut. Yo, Virgin, respect for everything you done for the player.
Yeah,
just a flashback memories, bro.
Yeah, respect.
You want to reveal the feelings. You see, I reveal the feelings, Ryan.
Yeah, man. But I can't make that one little thing there. Yeah, but me have no respect for you, bitch.
You need an agent, Ryan. And Ryan, agents require a fee. That is how the thing goes.
Yeah, man. You need that.
If you want a career, that's why I stay with music and enough artists. They don't want to pay the agent thing.
All Mr. Speed, you know, can't just turn up a Cavaliers and change like that, you know. Mr. Speed know the thing going, you know.
That's true.
You can't turn up a bus pick up the youth them and thing. You can't turn. Mr. Speed, you know, say. May I tell you the truth, Mr. Speed? You are part of the thing where damage some of the youth them. You have some great talent, but you didn't know was training them. They just come, just a pick up. Probably you never have a feel at the time. I'm not gonna say damage, but we have some great player where right now, like a player like Zelano, them players should have be in the MLS or they should be in Europe if they were getting the consistent training like when you come play against Boyston. Because no matter how good you guys, we train every day, you guys didn't fit. But you guys still beat us because you guys just was superb. You guys have a pickup team when you have the best player across the world. Bro, Maxwell, Jamaican Federation. This is the best man, no talent.
He's a
Only
highlight.
need to get that money into the program. Stop go around the thing now, Bridging, and stop blackball the great people them who are do the great work, Bridging. This man can just look on you and tell you if you're good. Him have a bag, one laptop bag, you want to know where him up. Them man they know every great player. You just want to call him name. Oh yeah, man, I know that player there. Yo, but respect for the work he has done, Mr. Speed. That's why I love if I get the JFF thing, but trust me, bro, that man the right man for put the thing forward, but that personal thing, I just can't deal with it, bro. But
When is the elections, Mr. Speed, and how is the
um
elections governed? Is it like just a few people
no,
get to make the decision?
that's what I'm saying. If you never watch that video there, that's what I'm telling you guys. If we never really go detail like, it's if we Rudolph Speid to be the next president, it's if we watch that video there, and I will know when the next election going to come up and more people have hands on it. If the FIFA when name the if the FIFA low it everything in speed, and because you're not going to have 12-person voting, you're going to have more than a lot of people voting. But I know the people them are all about the thing on a black ball. But anyway, thank you guys. I really appreciate it. Mannings man, I have a perfect show for run today, but they and show you the love and stuff. First time coming on, but enough respect, Bridging. Continue the great work and big up on the guy's self and thing. Taylor, link up, Bridging. We need to talk after.
And I will definitely support your channel, man. This is my first time. I never know this channel exists. When I'm on Ryan's channel, I will always give a shout out because
you find it?
Dude, I don't know. It just pop up randomly. Like I just saw that it was live.
I share it to my community, man. So you probably get the notification. I share it to my community. And next thing too, Jamaican flag on the too selfish, man. No found the too selfish. You can't help the youth them. You can't the more voice of us are the better. You can do better, man. You can share our next youth to have 100 subscribers. Give the youth them a blind, man.
But I alone I need to come on to your show as well, Ryan.
Look here, man, I believe in him.
No, I'm not talking about coming on, but share the man them thing and try reach out and try make the thing bigger. The more of us, bro, are the more powerful is this, brother. Me always try show unity, you know, bro. Me not try pick a side, you know, bro.
Yeah, man. All right,
unity, you know, but the man them when can help the other young youth them, bro. Share them thing them, bro. Share the youth them content, bro. Help,
yeah,
bro.
man. But JT, I've been on Ryan, man. It's just that. I was on Ryan's show and now I'll go on family in the comment section still because I give a lot of trouble, you know, but we go
pastor.
Yeah, man, you can go on. Yeah, man. This is my first time speaking with you or knowing who you are, but blessings to let me come on and talk football. Cataract, big sound, same way. And Cataract, we don't link up on with music me working as same way, so you know I think.
No, you have to bring the Cataract come Denmark, you know, but I hear them about that. You have to bring the Cataract.
Producer link up /selection.
We can talk, man.
We can slap a whole panel song we have up there.
Yeah. Because the Jamaican, what happened is the Jamaican, they don't really bring Jamaican selectors anymore to Europe because what happened was Jamaican selectors them talk on the mic too much. And people over here, them love dance. So if you can juggle, they like people who can play music and keep the party going. Jamaican thing is more mic chatting and they just remove that from the dancehall scene here. It's mostly sounds who can play music constantly and have people dancing.
Formula.
I can't do that, man. Where I say, man?
Formula. Where I say, man? Because I mean, listen. I don't know if you guys notice Famla. I think Famla is the most of all the bloggers out there. He's the most relaxed. I've never seen always comfort. Sometimes you have to wonder if I really in picture. Won't tell me if you have to wonder if I really in picture. If I'm like, you know, it's like some.
Formula have the formula.
Formula.
You have to go to the after party, you know.
No, but sometimes I see, but it's always in this one position, like very. You know what? Respect.
Ryan,
Listen.
switch power. Ryan, it catch a bad game, man. But
No, what do you mean by that?
Me not make the excuse for Grant. But the team, me don't know the team that play bad that game.
Yeah.
But one thing more I say, guys, still, because sometimes people, my character, sometimes people probably reading me wrong. That's my personality. I don't have anybody I have any feelings. When me talk, it's just me. No, I'm saying.
Anthony Grant Church, you're a backslider.
No, Katak. What me do? I was listening to you because I really take information. When somebody, you see, when I think when person give me information, I don't really question it.
Yeah. Cataract. That's what the same thing happened to me as me say. It's like the night you go a crusade and it pastor say I'll be baptized tonight. So cataract catch me.
Once we level up and I understand the game. Because me see the game too. I mean, I go wrong if you play or not play good, but I say not play good.
True.
I mean, me and him talk, I say, what up, brother?
Yeah.
I'm a go on the team.
Listen, Coach Minzy thing pop up on my phone, you know. So I don't know what you guys are going to do, so you don't know. We have to go get myself. But thank you so much. Thank you everyone in the comment section.
So no game on Sunday? Where's all the game they moved to Friday?
Yeah, they moved them to Friday because of remember there's curfew, no movement there.
Government want to slap him in the face, bro. All of them. Joke thing. Them a run dream weekend and thing and big thing football and them a talk about
Ryan, have you seen the video? Mind your make we see two Jamaican police.
Yeah, but them come pick me up in a Ryan.
You see,
no, Ryan, I said government. I said government. More than what?
The Jamaican police say, put on your pants, boy. Put on your pants and come.
Hold on, Karumi, Karumi, yeah, man. Anthony ready to go, but I don't say no in that squad. I don't say no in that squad. So,
why
you see squad cataract?
No, I don't say Grant in that squad.
Why people seem for things a family have a rich man?
They will tell you sit down family, you always have on the shirt, with the top of it open, a rich man with a shirt, then always have easy, so you know. Seriously, you know. You think a joke thing? Just check it out anytime you see people. He always sit down and just relax like this. With one of them open button, the shirt always. Me never see me in a t-shirt yet. Bare button up shirt and things just.
I will tell you about my t-shirt.
I'm wear a t-shirt all the way, man.
Yes, the cataract t-shirt stretch out.
No, man, don't try that. We don't do stretch out thing, brother.
No, me I say when am I try say your t-shirt stretch out?
So, Karumi asked, yeah, man, Anthony ready to go. Anytime Jamaica ready, him ready. All we want are just the respect for the man getting call and dialogue with the program. Yeah, that's all.
And Cataract, to be honest, I hope if there's a need, he gets an opportunity. Because for me, when a player go to them way and even get them passport themselves and stuff like that, I strongly believe that if we go in off merit, if there's players in that position not performing, he should get a look in.
He will not get a look in, Taylor.
On the record, let me just say that because I'm a fair person.
He's not getting a look in, Taylor.
Yeah, no. Them money are saying that future. When the person will tell me,
Cataract, don't make them.
No, Cataract.
Hold on, Cataract, don't make them. Don't make you need to start wash your face with some look white rice, bro.
No,
you want the man sit uppy?
Yeah. No, but just I tell you, say, I now go argue with a man. If a man said to me, say, I'm going to bring Kevin short. If Kevin not play and Kevin injured, and you want to go down the road, I can't go argue with him. I not go argue. You have all the facts now.
Yeah. But the good thing for me is that.
But one thing, guys, you have to understand. The team pick already, and me said it already. Me said it already. Me say if
all of the game didn't think say we're still live. We're still live.
No, I mean, he don't really know about the Jamaican diaspora. He's more a Liverpool fans. He living in the Far East.
So, game day.
So yeah. When I'm a subscriber, when I'm monitor, so yeah. But when I say Cataract, you see, the only way a player will remove from the squad unless a player injured. Like the next 2 weeks, him injured. But once the player fit and up, he will definitely stay in the team. The team has been picked already.
I mean, what? Listen, at the end of the day, I'm not going to jump into coach with more mind. As myself, I give coach with more all the support.
Leverage and then
When you make your decision, what made it upset about? I said the man I go around the youth, like say the youth, I don't know, footballer, like you know, talk to the youth, and I said the man, no,
All right, let me tell you something. Let me give you a little backstory. Let me tell you what Cataract. You see what happened, Cataract? You see the public were up on YouTube and thing. This is what me get from a source. The source say Ryan, he's a good player. He's a good player. But if we put him in the squad, just because of pressure, oh, this man should be in the squad on YouTube, that going to set a bad example. That's going to give us more power. Oh, you see we fight. You see we fight for me not go around you. Me I tell you from my honest truth. The person will tell me, say Ryan, he's a good player, but they just they're just scared because they're going to think it. Oh,
they didn't want to hand over the power to the YouTubers. Basically.
Yes. Yeah, you know, so we're powerful, bro. We're powerful, no, bro. That man even know. We're powerful, no, bro.
But that mental is that is the dumbest thing I ever hear.
Yeah, that's politics.
And you know what? When I think me and JT Taylor, we say Ryan, me and JT Taylor, we decide say we talk about him less.
Yeah.
Because the less we talk about, are the more chance they will give him. But you see, let me tell you something, man. With some of the people them in the JFF, bro. You see, once you go over the leverage there and you feel like you're bigger and tougher on them,
they will prove something to you.
They prove and blackball. So we stop talking about.
Reggie, we know Cataract. What
they can't.
Yeah, man is bad.
Hey, Cataract, we can take this backstage.
No, man, it's a YouTuber's reasoning.
We can do it backstage, but after end the live and then they can continue.
Why you end the live? Why you
have to do that? People risk. People respect. Blessings, everyone and everyone.